such a it's so evolving and it's so unique to each individual.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think the thing is like, so we talked about hypergraphia a little bit, and people say like
that's not schizophrenia.
No, they say that it is an unusual. It doesn't usually present with schizophrenia, but again, like everybody's different. Like maybe it does for some people.
And there's no law actually that says you can only have one mental affliction at the same time.
And that guy that you were talking about that wrote those
Deck.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't he diagnosed schizophrenic?
He was. They were pretty sure that he was.
So
yes.
I mean, like he displayed this same sort of hypergraphia tendency. But he also was a schizophrenic. I mean, again, it's like we can't. There's no way for us to look at these historic posts and say, and nor should we be looking at these historic posts and say like, this is the mental illness that this person suffered from. But I do think that there's strong evidence to say that this person is mentally ill, and that we're doing a podcast on it. So we are like feeding into this sensationalization of this person's mental illness.
Well, I mean, but it's not outlandish to suppose. I mean, because from our point of view, what rational person would do something like this? What a waste! What a waste of time!
Right.
I mean, if nothing else,
Yeah.
What a huge waste of time. Maybe she's mentally ill, or perhaps this whole thing is like we were talking about earlier, just a troll,
or a project.
Or a project that succeeded in creating this big mystery that people are still talking about. And so, we fall into the trap, and we need to hit the erase button and talk about something else.
Devon's got the squinty face.
I just think I'm getting squinty face because I think that like we're doing that thing that I said we didn't want to do.
Oh.
Where we're just
not because it smells bad in here.
No, it's fine.
Okay,
in here.
good.
Yeah,
right.
There's no smelly cat thing happening here.
Okay.
But
you're talking about microphone diagnosis.
Smelly cat. Yeah, I think that we, as armchair investigators, cannot know. I mean, the only thing that I'll say is that people say that Karen's profile went dark because she was institutionalized, or she was, was in treatment.
And there are comments on her profile about, isn't it like somebody's coming over or something?
No, she actually goes on like a tirade because again, people were like reporting her to the police, and she just basically is like, you guys, this is none of your business. Like, do not call the cops on me. I'm not crazy. I'm like posting this. It's my own personal thing. Like, get out. Like, you guys are awful. Like, just ignore me.
That's true. I mean, yeah.
And the fastest way to get attention is to say, don't look at me.
Absolutely it is, yeah. So I think I don't give credit to the fact that, I mean, her Facebook is the only thing that went dark. Like, she has all these other accounts that we can trace that didn't disappear in 2011 when her Facebook disappeared. So I think I don't really buy into that necessarily, but I do think that the theory that I land on in this story, which makes me uncomfortable that we've done an entire episode on it, is that it's just a woman who is like mentally ill, and this is how it is expressing itself.
And she does not deserve this level of scrutiny.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't want it that bad, and it might be that she didn't even delete it because obviously if she's mentally ill and getting a ton of attention for her writings, that's not necessarily a negative thing for her.
Right, but it might be
maybe her family deleted it.
Well, but it might be a negative thing for her if people are like calling hospitals on her.
Well, and I was going to say, remember, have you ever deleted a Facebook account? It's not an easy thing to do.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah,
you
super hard.
Well, you go in and you click the button, and then you cannot log into the account. Facebook tells you for 2 weeks. In actuality, Facebook does not want to lose users.
Sure.
So if you hit the login button with that account name for somewhere between 6 months to 12 months, I've found that puppy is back online and it is up and running, because I have had family members who have messed up and done the multiple profile thing without realizing it. Mm-hmm. And, okay, we're going to turn this one off. We're going to turn that one off. Just don't log into it. And then I come back and I'm like, what's... Oh, you logged into it. So it's not an easy thing. So
you have to
requires
actually abstain.
Yes, it requires a set of circumstances for the normal person or the not completely mentally sound person to be forced into in order for that account to not be accidentally reactivated.
Yeah.
I see. I'll remember that if I ever try to delete Facebook.
Yeah.
Which I probably will wind up doing one of these days.
Probably.
thought about
After
it.
CrimeCon, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
So yeah. Do you guys have any more theories?
I still, while the what we've talked about for probably what's been the last 10 minutes seems like the most probable, I also have seen enough art students
Yeah.
that I almost wonder if this is a crappy art project.
Or some sort of a long con
Yeah.
by some Reddit types, you know.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do this, and you do this portion, and the one person who does the beginning does a ton of stuff and then burns out, and the person who does all the genealogy side, it's like, oh, look, I set myself a reminder for every 2 months and 12 days, and it's been that time. Let's log in and post some weird stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm much happier having done an episode if it's like a coded message number station thing.
Well, that's because you got to think for that.
But
Yeah.
I think
They didn't do a very good job of keeping a low profile if that
No.
was the purpose.
and I just think it's somebody that I think is probably suffering from some
Something.
mental illness, something. Yeah.
Mhm. I like the long con a little bit better just because I like conspiracies. But
Yeah.
there's one person who knows, and that's Karen. So, Karen,
Karen
send us
Waldegrave.
an email or friend us on Facebook.
Yeah.
Joe, there's a problem with that.
What's that?
You're presuming that she's real and that she exists.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But if somebody made her up, well, you can friend us too.
Yeah,
that's
that's fine.
okay.
But then
Yeah.
we'll never
Yeah.
know.
Well, let us just fess up. We'll
It's fine.
keep it secret.
We'll keep
Yeah.
it a secret.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Send us
will.
send
Yeah.
a messenger.
Yeah.
We won't tell. We promise.
Well-
wink,
Yeah.
wink,
On that bombshell,
wink, wink.
if you are Karen,
Yeah, please contact
please
us.
contact us. No. So we'll post some links from the research on our website. You can also listen and download to the episode on the website, as well as find our entire, 205 episode archive or something like that.
It's
Something
like
like that.
217, I think,
yeah.
if you can count the shorts.
5,472 million.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, a
pretty
lot.
sure that's how it is. Yeah.
There's a ton of it out there.
So you can find all of that stuff on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. There's also links to our merch sites on the website if you want to buy like a shirt or a mug or
We
something
got a new
like
shirt
that.
up.
We got a new shirt up.
That's right. New shirt. Cool.
If you want to find us on social media, as previously mentioned, we do have a Facebook. Don't friend us, actually. You can like our page. You can join our group, but if you friend us, we will reject your request. Sorry.
Nothing personal.
Nothing personal. We
No.
just reject all the requests.
Exactly. You can
Um,
still join the group. Doesn't mean we don't like you.
It's true. We also have a Twitter, which is Thinkin' Sideways, and we have a subreddit, which is Thinking Sideways. You can also email us, like I said, if you're Karen and you are scared of social media now, send us an email.
Understandably so.
Yep. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And I think all of that having been said, we're just going to get out of here.
I think it's time.
Yeah.
Logging off.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm craving a Waldorf salad.
Oh.
I am related to everybody, and I will now begin the person that I am related to in history
Okay. Go
in
ahead.
reverse chronological order.
Great. Go for it.
All right. Okay. Hit the record button.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
Uproot the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned. I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Devin?
and
Steve.
we're going to talk about another fascinating mystery this week.
Sweet.
Yeah, I know. This is a fun one here. This is this one has been dubbed by some people the honeymoon killer.
AKA why Devin should never go to Australia for her honeymoon.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Well, don't go to Australia in general. Everything there is trying to kill you, but hey, that's besides the point.
It's a deadly place. Yeah, watch Mad Max if you don't believe me. So this is actually about the death of Tina Watson. There are some who, by the way, feel that the name Honeymoon Killer is not exactly appropriate, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But Tina drowned accidentally while scuba diving in Australia in 2003.
Or did she?
Or did she? I know, because there were people, including Tina's family and the Australian police, who think she was murdered. So we got a mystery here, don't you think?
I think that's usually why we sit down.
Yeah,
that's the other reason I come here.
Yeah.
Mysteries?
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the death of Tina Watson.
All right.
But first off, I want to give a shout out to Maggie, who suggested this episode. So thank you, Maggie.
Oh, yeah, it's a listener suggestion.
Yeah, it's a fun little mystery. And also, I forgot my last episode, I talked about murder on the Herbert Fuller.
Yeah.
Fun little story. And I forgot to mention Rachel, our listener, who suggested that one. So,
whoops.
A belated shout out to you, Rachel. Hi, and hope you're not mad about me forgetting previously. It happens sometimes.
Yep.
Anyway, back to our story. Also a warning, this episode involves water, which may frighten some people. So you've been warned.
My mom is actually scared of oceans.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Huh.
She's very uncomfortable about the ocean.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does
So that is actually a thing.
Does that include like walking on the beach or just being out on boats in the ocean?
Being out on boats in the ocean.
Oh, okay.
When it's so deep and you don't know what's below you.
Yeah.
That's what
I
freaks her
get
out.
seasick, but that's really...
Yeah. Anyway, that's a thing.
No,
okay.
I could sort of get that. Yeah. Anyway, back to our story of Tina and her husband Gabe. That's his name was David Gabriel Watson. I shouldn't say was. As far as I know, he's still alive.
Yeah.
David Gabriel Watson went by the name Gabe, and Christina Mae Thomas, she went by the name Tina. They were both 26, and they're from Helena, Alabama. If you're from Helena, if that's pronounced Helena, well, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'll go by Helena. Tina and Gabe met in college, and they'd been together about 2 years before they got married. That was in October 2003, and then they went off for their honeymoon in Australia.
Didn't they have kind of an on again, off again relationship during that time?
I have heard that, but I'm not sure.
Okay, that's why I asked, because I had seen it somewhere. It's like I don't know who's the source of that.
Well, with these two, you see a lot of stuff about their relationship out there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. And I'm not sure what to believe, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the hardest things about reading this is there's a lot of conjecture about the couple and the relationship and their trip and everything. Like, there's just so much weird coverage.
I know.
Yeah.
Some people say they were a happy couple. Other people say they were totally dysfunctional. And
I feel people tend to do that. We've definitely covered a lot of cases like this where people really read into the relationship and kind of put their own spin on it. And realistically, nobody can ever know what that relationship was like except for the two people who were in it.
Yeah,
it's
very true.
Yeah, and I was going to talk a little bit about that. Well, Tina, according to what you hear from some people, including her family and friends, at the age of 26, all of her friends had gotten married, and she was apparently worried that she was going to wind up being an old maid.
Yeah,
with cats?
With cats.
We don't know anybody like that.
No, I don't know, but I don't think it's weird to have cats at all. But some people apparently do. But and it looks like, from what people have been saying, it looks like Gabe was not exactly Mr. Right for Tina, but at least maybe good enough, I guess. So Tina was desperate. This is, not necessarily true. This is just what some people have been saying.
Yeah, that's right up there with they got married to fix the relationship. It's kind of like sometimes we see in stories they had children to save the relationship. It's what you see that out there.
But and then on the other side, Gabe was supposed to be a very controlling, domineering kind of person. He reportedly said to Tina that, well, if you want to be with me, you're going to have to learn to do the things I like to do, which is fishing and scuba diving. And, of course, we've all seen how well the scuba diving turned out for Tina. And, of course, there was a famous engagement ring episode, which I'm sure you guys have heard about, right?
Well, I mean, probably our listeners haven't.
They probably haven't. Let me tell them about that. And, again, this is from, I think, Tina's sister mostly.
So can I give a little caveat here, which is his family, Gabe's family, apparently liked Tina.
Yeah.
Tina's family despised Gabe prior to everything going down. So that has a tendency to color it.
Yeah, at the very least, they didn't
like him.
They weren't
Okay,
really
despise might be a strong word, but they
despised.
didn't like it.
I'm sure by this point in time they actually do despise
yeah.
him because there's been some bad water under the bridge or something. But the engagement ring episode was supposedly after they'd been together like maybe 6 months or God knows, I can't remember. He bought an engagement ring for her. And brings it home in a little bag, from the jeweler's. It's got the jeweler's name on the side of it. Sets it on top of his big screen TV at home, and then she sees it sees the bag. Says, "What's in the bag?" And he says, "Oh, it's an engagement ring, but you can't look at it." And she's like, "What?" And he says, "No, you can't look at it. If you look at it, I'm going to return the ring." And so she didn't look at it. And supposedly this was like tormenting her for months, according to some people. And this is sort of a telling story about.
It's a game to him
about Gabe, being this sort of manipulative, domineering person.
I mean, I don't want to. Again, sometimes we put ourselves in the position where we find ourselves defending people who are kind of jerks. But to me, either that is like super domineering, or it's his idea of romance.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's trying to like build suspense.
He's drawing it out.
Yeah, he's like, well, okay, I'm gonna engage. I mean, we're gonna get engaged.
She's so crazy for it, she can't help but say yes.
I mean, I think of situations where guys are like, oh yeah, I bought the ring 6 months in, like, because I knew, and then 3 years later, I finally proposed. And I don't know, maybe in his head it was super romantic to be like, here's this thing that we're gonna do, but also it is super jerk move. I'd be mad.
Well, yeah,
if someone did that to me.
Yeah, but again, you don't know exactly how he said it. He might have just said it kiddingly and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is he could have totally been like joking, like, haha, don't open that, expecting her to open it, and she was like, oh my God, I better not open it. So she interpreted it one way, and he was hoping she would open it because then he'd be like, so marry me. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think this case is much like I think it was actually your last one, Joe, the Herbert Fuller, where the context and the way that the statements were made can dramatically change what their meaning is, and that's, I think we're gonna have to talk about that several times through this one easily.
Totally. And there's been a lot said about this one too. Like one of the things that's been said about Gabe is that he changed his story like 16 times. Yeah, not necessarily so, but anyway, his the picture that's been painted of Gabe in the press, frankly, has not been good, not at all. And I have no idea how much, if any, of that stuff is really true. Probably a lot of it's BS. I know a lot of it came from Tina's family, as he said. Things were never great between Gabe and Tina's family. And then, of course, after Tina died, well, things really went south. Yeah. In a big way.
As you would expect.
Yeah, it's understandable, of course, and Gabe did sort of get her killed by encouraging her to get into scuba.
At the very least, right?
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, and of course, they think it went beyond that. They think he murdered her.
Right.
But we'll talk about that in a few minutes here.
Yeah.
And so they've kind of put every aspect of Gabe and his relationship with Tina in the worst possible light, I think. Anyway, back to our honeymoon. We've taken a little detour there, but
that's all good information, though. Pertinent.
No, they got married. They went out for their honeymoon in Australia, and of course, somebody didn't make it back, and the other one became known in the press as the honeymoon killer. So that's our mystery this week. They had about 2 weeks in Australia, and the plan is that the first week would be Tina's week, and they would just do stuff that Tina wanted to do.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be super judgy and say, like, if you can't compromise as a couple on things you might want to do together.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that it was all this, screw you, we're doing this, it's my week. I don't think it was quite like that necessarily. It was more like just, what do you...
It was her turn to plan?
Yeah, what do you really want to do in Australia? What's your top priorities?
But that to me is very weird, because I know when I went on mine, it was, we have these things in this area while we're there. Which ones do we want to do?
We.
And, yes.
No, I know
being the operative term.
No, I know what happened on yours. Now, on yours, the first week was your wife's week, and then the second week was your wife's week.
I was going to say the first week was alcohol, and the second week was more alcohol.
Well, no, that's true.
God,
that's
what
actually
have I done?
Totally true too.
Yeah.
No, she didn't say that.
Yeah, no, okay. But they had a week during Tina's week, and I assume Tina wanted to experience Australian culture, which you know what Australians do.
They drink Fosters.
No, and they also put on leather outfits.
Put stuff out on the bobby.
Yeah, they do that, but they also, they wear leather and they drive muscle cars at high speeds in the outback.
They wrestle alligators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
These are all very true statements.
And they chain people on guitars to the front of cars.
Exactly.
Right?
And then they had these high-speed chases and shoot at each other and stuff.
Yeah.
Australia actually sounds like a pretty badass
fun place.
I know. That's why I want to go.
Yeah.
So to all of our Australian listeners, before you shut this off and unsubscribe, sorry, we're having fun.
Sorry.
Yeah, we totally are. Well, then week number 2 came around. It was Gabe's turn, and Gabe had booked a trip with Mike Ball's Dive Expeditions. And, of course, this was a bad idea. Nobody knew that at the time yet, but it turned out to be a bad idea because based on my anecdotal analysis, statistical probability of somebody dying on your scuba honeymoon in Australia is about 100%.
That's not right.
That's not right?
Nope, because I have friends who did it.
They did it?
And they're both still alive.
They both came back?
Really?
Did
Yep.
anybody on their expedition not come back?
Nope.
Okay,
And
well, that's...
everybody made it.
So 99%.
That is the exception. Actually, all I know is I remember reading in the paper, this was years ago, this couple was honeymooning off the Great Barrier Reef, and they were scuba diving, and then hubby got eaten by a great white shark, which I'm sure cast a pall over things just a bit. And then, of course, there's this one where Tina died, so there you go.
So 99%.
Yeah, and of course, there might be other stuff going on out there where people scuba dive and nothing happens, but I don't know about those, so I don't care.
That's not included in your data.
No, exactly.
I only used incidents where people were killed and maimed.
That I have heard of. So, yeah, my data set consists of 2. But our story is, they're on a dive trip with Mike Ball Dive Expeditions, and it's going to be a dive on the SS Yongala, which was a ship that...
It was a shipwreck.
Yeah, it sank in a cyclone in 1911. There's pictures of it out there.
Expedition 2. Got it.
Yeah, it wasn't sailing on.
I know. I was like, wait, I thought this was a scuba diving thing, not a shipwreck thing, but okay.
Yeah, you can dive in the ship and see all the fish.
Okay.
Yeah, you can dive on the wreck.
Gotcha.
But the wreck is not sailing anymore, though. It's sort of sitting in one spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Yongala was rediscovered in 1958, and it's considered today to be one of the world's best wreck dives.
Okay.
And I guess, wreck dives are a big thing with scuba divers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very popular.
Oh, yeah, totally, because normally you go down there, what's there to look at? A bunch of fish. So it's kind of cool and dramatic to be able to look at a wrecked ship on the bottom of the sea.
And swim through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't think they encourage people to swim through this one.
Well, I mean, swim through like the top deck and you can go around the cabins. That's what I mean by that.
Oh, yeah.
You're not really supposed to go inside when you're...
No, not a good idea. No, not really.
Unless you're very highly rated, which most of these people aren't.
Yeah, there's things to cut yourself on, and God knows what's living inside there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's exactly it.
Something to be thinking about, too. So,
I saw Finding Nemo. I know what lives in those things.
Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of scary stuff hiding in there. But from the outside, at least, it looks pretty cool. Let me give you a quick rundown of how the wreck looks. It's about 50 miles off the east coast of Australia, and it's southeast of a town called Townsville.
And how far is that in miles to kilometers?
So that'd be 80 kilometers.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's about 28 meters down, or about 100 feet.
Okay.
So the seafloor is, it's laying on its starboard side.
So it's not super deep, but
No,
deep enough.
not really, no. And especially, you don't have to go all the way down. You can cruise like 50 feet down and see the wreck nice and just look at it from up.
Right. My point was, it's not like it requires some crazy dive setup. Like, remember we talked about Ben McDaniels and the gas mixes that he needs? It's nothing like that.
No, not at all. And it is considered a sort of difficult dive because of currents and such things.
Mm-hmm.
But the wreck is oriented north to south, so the bow is pointing north, maybe a little bit off north, but more or less north to south. And they've set it up for essentially with permanent access points or permanent anchor points, because so many boats are coming and going and bringing dive groups there. You can't have people setting anchors all the time. Mm-hmm. So what they've done
just tear things up.
Oh, yeah. So they've dropped these massive concrete blocks with chains or ropes attached to them that go up to buoys. So you cruise up in your boat full of divers, and you just grab one of those buoys and tie your anchor line to that instead of dropping an anchor. And there's two special blocks that are called diver access points, or DAPs. And there's one at the bow, one at the stern, also a chain or a rope. I've heard it said, I'm not sure which it is. I've seen a picture of it. It looks like a rope, but other people have said it's a chain.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's a line that goes down to about 10 meters in front of the ship from a buoy at top. Mm-hmm. And then, so that's where you get in, and then you cruise down. The current is flowing from north to south along the wreck. And so what most divers do is they get in at what's called DAP 2, diver access point 2, at the bow, go down as deep as they feel like going, and then just let go and let the current take them across just down the length of the wreck.
So you can just basically drift over the top of it
Yeah.
and check it out, and then
Yeah.
get to the exit.
And get to the exit line,
Crazy.
DAP 1, and just climb back out again. Of course, you can do whatever you want. You can stop off and explore and prowl around on the side of the wreck, or you can just, like I say, drift right over the top of it.
Just
and
like
then
a lazy river.
Yeah, pretty much like a little river cruise,
Just sit. Yep.
Yeah, and so it looks
At
like
the water park.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. You know
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so on the morning, I believe it was October 22nd, 2003, they had gotten on their boat, which was called the Spoil Sport.
That was the dive boat they were on.
The dive boat that they were on. They'd gotten on that the night before, and then they spent the night on the boat, and then the next morning, I think that night they cruised out and just sort of spent the night cruising out there, and they woke up in the morning and they were pretty much there. The Spoil Sport tied off at what's called point 905, which is an anchor point directly to the east of the wreck.
Okay.
And then a little later in the morning, another boat showed up, the Jazz 2, which is another dive company, and they tied up at point 904, which is a point north of where the Spoil Sport was and kind of northeast of the wreck. So the Jazz 2 was actually pretty close to the bow of the ship. And then later on, yet another boat showed up on the other side at point 903, and they tied up. That's the Adrenaline tied up there. So there were 3 boats in the water there, and a lot of divers.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened is...
So they're making kind of a loose triangle on top of the wreck at this point.
Yeah, kind of around the outside of the wreck.
Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, a very popular place, just all teeming with divers all
Yeah.
the time. Yeah. Well, on the day of, they went to get in the water. So the Spoil Sport was, of course, south of the access point. So what would happen is that people would suit up and they would get into a rubber
Dinghy or
dinghy
something.
kind of thing. Well, a little
Yeah.
bigger than a dinghy, but essentially a boat.
Yeah.
And they would be ferried up to the put-in point, diver access point 2,
Mhm.
and then they would all go down and do their thing, and then they could, when they got to the exit point, they could either be picked up by a boat, or I think they had a rope. When they tied up, they tied a rope across from the Spoil Sport to the exit line, and they also put a cylinder of air down there too at 5 meters down for people who were running low on air but needed to do a little decompressing. So they had an extra cylinder of air hanging down there for safety.
Mm-hmm. I think that's standard, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I remember from the Ben McDaniel thing. It was pretty
Decompression?
Yeah.
No, that like you would have extra tanks.
Yeah,
just
especially
hanging out.
on a set up organization
Yeah.
like this, absolutely. Because while 100 feet isn't going to give you the worst decompressions, the bends,
Yeah.
there is a chance of some of it, so it is good practice.
And you would want to have
Yeah.
tanks there so that
Yeah,
if-
just
Yeah.
in case.
Yeah.
You know,
And
the guy
always-
needs to sit there for 5 minutes and he's only got 3 minutes of air.
Exactly.
You want to encourage him to do the right thing by having the air available instead of just saying, screw it, I've only got 3 minutes, I'm just going to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then barfing all over your boat.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's worse than barfing.
Yeah,
actually.
lots of
The
times
bends
it
are bad. My understanding of how that works, I'm sure I'll get an email about this, but it's just a lot of it has to do with depth and also how
Yeah.
long you've been down.
Yes.
So
yeah,
if
it's
you
how
got-
long you've been down and then how
Yeah.
long you spent how long
How long it takes you
to
to get you
come up to allow
Yeah.
is it the nitrogen in your blood? Is that what it is, I think?
Yeah, I think it is.
to-
It's little
yeah.
bubble. You get little bubbles in your
Right.
blood and stuff. And so there was some controversy about this even in that one. Some people feel like Gabe took too long to come up to surface, but we'll talk about that soon though. So they were heading out about maybe 10 to get into the water, and they were one of a group of 6 divers, and they headed out to the access point and climbed on in with the other divers. And question?
How long had Tina and Gabe been scuba diving?
I probably should have mentioned that. Yeah, they were. Gabe had been doing it since
Dramatically different amounts of time.
Sure, but
Yeah.
I'm just wondering for
Gabe had been doing it since I believe 1996, and he had
So
a total number. He had a total number of dives, like 56 dives,
okay.
which
and
is,
Tina.
and then Tina had I think 11 dives under her belt.
Okay, so
and
she was an amateur.
She was a novice, and
She
actually,
was not good at it.
right.
and actually Gabe was a novice too. I mean, he had a lot of his dives were just like kind of pool dives. He actually took his first classes in a quarry, basically a flooded quarry.
Which
Which
means
is-
there's no current whatsoever.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
controlled environment. He did a little bit of ocean diving, not too much, and most of his dives were pretty shallow. We're talking like 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the deepest he ever went was about 130 feet, something like that.
That sounds
Okay.
about right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and-
he if you read, when you do the reading on this, what's so confusing, this is what really lights some people on fire. People will list his certifications other than the quote unquote rescue dive certification. All he had was basic novice certifications.
Yeah.
He could dive. He was okay to dive on his own in a group. He wasn't some crazy super expert dive master in any way, shape, or form.
No,
and I
not
will
at all.
just mention that just because you're certified rescue something
Doesn't mean anything.
really mean it means you technically have the knowledge in your brain on how to
Mhm.
do a given thing.
No,
But
pretty
until you're
much.
put in that situation, you have no idea if you're going to be able to do it or not.
Well, exactly. He took this class, and he even said himself in his police interview that the class really more covered things like just search patterns and stuff like that, like how to find somebody versus how to actually
Save
do
that
the
thing.
hairy work of rescuing them.
Right.
And so, he wasn't as qualified as he sort of made himself out to be. And I'm not sure too. I mean, again, I don't want to accuse him of misrepresenting himself. Maybe he didn't. He might have, he might not have said, he might have just said, hey, I did take this rescue class, and people might have heard, oh, he's a certified rescue diver. Maybe Gabe never misrepresented himself at all.
Yeah.
People have said that he did. I'm not so sure that he did.
Yeah, I feel like he's a bit of a blowhard. But I was
Yeah,
going to say is
maybe.
that the other half of your question was Tina. She had only been diving in pools, if I remember correct, or
Yeah.
maybe one quarry
And
dive
really
or something.
only for like a year.
Yeah, and she'd been in
Yeah.
classes and
Okay.
apparently was not good at it and was kind of panicky underwater.
She
so
did not take to it like a duck to water, not at all.
No.
Yeah, she.
or fish.
Yeah,
in this instance.
Yeah, she did not seem to,
Okay.
but she really seemed determined to learn because Gabe was her man, and she wanted to do the scuba thing
interested in
so
this
she
thing,
could be
yeah.
doing things with him. You
Yeah.
know?
Okay, I
So,
just realized we hadn't talked about that yet. So
Yeah, no,
no,
and,
good-
and it's
good
actually
point.
what they did is not uncommon. I mean, like I said, I had friends who he was a diver forever. He wanted to go to this tropical place and dive on their honeymoon, and she said, "Yeah, let's do that. Let me go get this." And she took like 6 months or a year of lessons in preparation before they ever went out. Like people do this. There's nothing bad or nefarious to say, "Hey, let's take a dive trip on our honeymoon."
No.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
have, yeah.
some people are more or take to it better than others.
Yeah, I thought myself, I've always thought if I lived in a nicer climate with clearer, warmer oceans, I would totally be a scuba diver. But we live in Oregon, and let's face it. I mean, I know some scuba divers, and they jet halfway around the world. They go to the Caribbean, they go to the South Pacific. You can't do it without a lot of money. But there's not that many places to really do good scuba around here, so I'm not a scuba diver. Otherwise I would be because it's cool.
yeah.
I mean, I'd love to do it. But
So they go out with
oh yeah. So back to our story here. So they go out with 4 other divers, and they get in the water and go down just a little ways, and then it turns out that Gabe's dive computer is not working right. And
what's a dive computer?
yeah, dive computer is like this little apparatus,
It's
like
basically a smartwatch for underwater.
yeah, it's like a gigantic watch underwater, and it does stuff like it keeps track of your depth and stuff. And some of them, I've been told, I talked to a dive expert about this stuff. Actually, his name is Austin at Aquatic Sports here in Portland, and he was very, very helpful in explaining. So dive computers can be, there's several different types. Like the cheapest, simplest kind is basically uses computer algorithms to just sort of estimate. If you put your parameters in, it just sort of says, hey, you told me you had this much oxygen, you've been down for this long, you might be running out, dude. That kind of thing. Real simple stuff. And then the more fancier ones, like the one Gabe has, actually has a little radio transmitter that you put in your tank, and it actually it's got a sensor that can sense the pressure in your tank and tell you how much air you've got left, which is kind of cool, kind of important. And so this one had issues. In his first statement to the police, he said that they got in the water and he noticed it wasn't working. In his second statement, it was later on. I think it was on the same day, but just later in the day with a different interrogator. He said that, well, they got in the water and his computer was beeping at him and saying that there was a malfunction and saying he had no air pressure. And so so they got back out of the water. They get back on the boat. They go back to the spoil sport.
He and Tina both.
Yeah, he and Tina both.
Okay.
They're dive buddies. They go together.
Well,
They got to go together.
just want to clarify.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because you want your, and this is one of the things I asked Austin. I said, well, is it really that important? And he said, well, it kind of is, because I guess with divers, you want to keep track of all your stats. It's like a baseball player, and so that's one reason they want to keep track of all their dives, and your dive computer does that for you. It actually keeps it has memory, and it keeps track of your dives, how deep you went, what your oxygen consumption was like, and how fast you went down and came back up, and all kinds of stuff like that. And so they like to keep track of. So he said, I would probably fix it rather than just go without. You could do the dive without it, but your typical diver is going to, because something a little bit has been made about this, about the whole. He had to go back just because his dive computer wasn't working. What's the big deal, dude? And it's thought
it's an important piece of equipment.
Well, it's not.
It's a kind of a safety equipment.
Yeah, well, it's been thought that perhaps there were too many divers around, and he wanted an excuse to delay and come back out a little later when there weren't as many divers.
Oh, it was a ruse. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was Dateline NBC actually mentioned this point, but they weren't the first or the last to say that. Well, because he went back to the spoil sport, opened it up, took out the battery, realized it was in backwards, flipped it around, and put it in the right way, and the dive computer worked. So
if his dive computer is beeping at him and he had the battery in backwards, it wouldn't have worked. So it had to have been the battery on his tank. The sensor on his tank had to have been the one that was in backwards.
Yeah.
Or it wasn't actually beeping at him.
Well,
okay,
yeah,
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
See, that is the point that people have made, is they said, like, well, okay, if the battery was in backwards, then it couldn't have been beeping at him because it wouldn't work at all. It's not even going to produce a beep.
But if the tank receiver is not sending any information, the dive computer theoretically would be like, hey, you have no air. You have no air.
Yeah.
Because it's getting no signal.
That was essentially it. And apparently with this particular one, it's called an Oceanic. And Oceanic makes a lot of different models. I can't remember what model this exactly was. But yeah, it was the transmitter battery that was in. And apparently, you know how they're coin cells.
They're watch batteries, basically?
Little bitty like watch batteries, right? You know how they've got the smooth side that's got the little plus sign in it and everything, and usually that side is the upside. Well, in this one, the unit that goes in the one on your wrist is like that, but the one that goes in the transmitter in the tank is the other way around.
Backwards.
And
the
so
smooth side is down.
yeah, and so that's what happened is you put it in backwards. Apparently, they recommend taking the batteries out if you're not going to use it for a week or more, which is not a bad idea with electronic devices.
Yeah.
Take the batteries out.
Seriously.
So he'd put the batteries in just prior to his trip, I think, and got one of them in backwards. So, yeah, he flipped it around and it worked. So, again, it wasn't that his computer was working. It's just the transmitter, as you say, in his tank was not working
Right.
and transmitting a signal.
And I also, just as a note, don't find anything particularly nefarious from him first saying it wasn't working and second saying it was beeping, because he's saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? He just has
that's it.
added detail.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly.
As it's calmed. I mean, as he's gotten further away.
Well, I mean, they both.
From what happened.
Yeah, I mean, they both essentially saying the same thing. One is saying it's not working right, beeping or not,
Right.
And the second time, it wasn't working right.
It was beeping.
Yeah,
with a little more information. Yeah. And this is, Joe said this earlier, is that there's his story changed 16 times. This is an example of the quote unquote changes. They're very simple little things.
Well,
Right,
and
yeah.
as we've talked about before, witness statements change and evolve, and that's just what happens.
Exactly, and the thing about it is too he made certain statements to the police, and they were more or less the same. Although I had to admit, some of them don't entirely make sense. But okay. But then he said other things to other people. There were a lot of other people there that were fellow divers on the boat, and company employees and stuff. And he said various things to various people, and also members of Tina's family, etc. Tina's dad and his sister. And then it was not actually until several years after this whole incident that there began to be a big, huge police investigation. A lot of these people were not interviewed until several years after the fact. And these were people who had talked to Gabe, but after several years, I mean, they're all going to have different memories.
Yeah.
And so that the whole, he changed his story 16 times, really kind of came from that. All these different people said that Gabe said different things. But, I mean...
But they said he said.
They said he said this
and
several...
years later.
And years later. And so, well, what do you expect?
Yeah.
I mean...
I also will just briefly mention, sorry, before we get back into the story here. I also feel like it's like either way, right? Police are often suspicious when they're like, the story didn't change at all.
That's even more suspicious.
You know,
If
and
the
then they're
story is
like,
just,
but the story changed. It's just like, nobody's ever going to be happy with
I
it.
know,
So.
I know.
Moral of the story is police are always suspicious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which I guess I'm
they
okay
kind of
with.
are.
Kind of
That's-
supposed to be, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of the nature of their job,
All right,
unfortunately.
so the battery, he fixed it, and then what? They go back out.
Yeah. So they go back out. And by the way, apparently Tina was complaining that she felt too buoyant, and so she did ask an employee on the boat where the weights were, because she's wearing what's called a BCD. It's a buoyancy compensation device.
Which is an inflatable bag,
Essentially, it's a vest, and it's part of your gear. It's like your tank attaches to it and everything, and it fastens around your body. And it's got bladders inside, so you can inflate it and change your buoyancy. And it hooks up to your air tank and bleeds out that, and so you can inflate it or deflate it as needed to change your buoyancy. But she felt, and they also have pockets, so you can add weight. And so she felt like she was underweighted, so she said that. She asked, hey, where are the weights? And she was pointed towards the weights, but nobody actually recalls seeing her grabbing weights and putting them in her pockets or what. It turns out in the end, she wound up with about 20 pounds of weight in her pockets, which some people feel was too much. That's about 4 different chunks of metal she had in her pockets.
Well,
and I don't know. Because I don't, again, it's going to vary. It depends on your gear. It depends on
you.
Tina weighed, I think she weighed about 140 pounds. I have no idea what her body composition was. I don't know if she was solid muscle or mostly fat. 40% fat. I had no idea. So there's a lot of variables there.
I also, you're not going to say, yeah, the weights are over there, and I'm going to watch you put them in your vest. You're going to say, this is a responsible adult who's making their own decisions. They probably signed the waiver.
The dive company had apparently already talked to them and been convinced that they were competent divers.
Right.
Although they knew that she was a bit of a novice. One thing they were supposed to do a test dive with her.
They're supposed to do an orientation dive.
And that never happened.
Yeah.
So that, I'm sure that the guy on the boat who is helping out presumes these things have already been taken care of.
Yeah.
So it's not his job to watch her like she's a 2-year-old child.
Well, actually, you can't be just badgering people left and right saying, oh, by the way, are you
Hey, is
qualified?
that too much weight? Are you sure you can handle that weight?
Are you qualified? Are you incompetent? Are you a moron? Yeah, you can't really be saying that to people, but...
So she puts weight in her vest.
She puts weight in her vest.
While Gabe is fixing his battery.
Is doing his thing, And she might have overweighted herself. Hard to say.
Possible.
It seems, in light of everything that happened afterwards, she might have. And that's one thing I should say about the company, too. They did kind of, drop the ball on this a little bit.
A little fast and loose.
Yeah, they probably should have. I mean, I think that really this whole situation would have turned out just fine but these two, but really Gabe and Tina they were both basically novices.
Yeah.
Both of them were. And they should not have been dive buddies on that particular thing.
They should have had more experienced dive buddies.
Yeah, they should have been paired
split
off
up
with experienced dive buddies. They really should have. I'm sure from their point of view, hey, it's our honeymoon.
We want to be together.
We want to be together to drift past this wreck. It's going to be so magical, and all this stuff.
Romantic.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll put an engagement ring on it.
Oh, that's a good point. I was too late for that.
It.
Yeah. So back on the boat. They get back on the little boat, that is. And then
the dinghy.
And it's just the two of them.
No, actually, there were, I think, 4 divers this time.
Again?
Yeah. No,
okay.
So I don't think there were. I think there were fewer divers. I think there were the 2 of them and then 2 others. One of whom was Wade Singleton, who was the dive director on this trip. So he was the most senior diver on the ship, and he is actually the guy who wound up fishing Tina up off the ocean
doing the
floor.
rescue. Yes,
he rescued her. Yeah, but so he was there, and they headed back down, and. Things seemed to go okay, at least for a little bit. They went down and I think they wound up at about a depth of around 45 feet. They went down slowly, but they were in the water probably at a maximum of 10 minutes. And it was actually not too long after they got in the water and got down to about 45 feet. And apparently they were drifting downstream from not really downstream.
Because there is a current going from, it's moving from south to north.
Yeah, from north to south.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
South, from the bow towards the stern. They were moving with the current, and Gabe said later that he felt the current was way too strong. He thought it was really super strong, much stronger than he had been expecting. And that apparently was a little bit scary for both him and for Tina. And they were, of course, being pushed away from the entry line, the DAP2, the bow line. And they were getting down about probably maybe 25, 30 yards. So essentially, visibility was about 15 or 20 yards underwater at that point.
So they couldn't see their starting point anymore.
They had kind of lost sight of it. I mean, they kind of knew where it was because the ship was underneath them. But at this point in time, they drifted over the ship. And apparently, Gabe said that Tina seemed to be anxious, and she signaled she wanted to go back to the line and get out. Apparently, she was having, and I could sort of see it because I mean, I haven't scuba, but I've done a lot of snorkeling in the ocean, not in Hawaii, by the way, but I have snorkeled, and it's a really alien environment. It is if you're not used to it, it's kind of scary. You know, and especially when you're drifting over this huge hulk of a ship. There's something about huge objects underwater that's kind of intimidating.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? Yes.
I do.
And that I can't explain it, but that's just what it is. And so it might have been that. I'm not sure exactly, or it might have been the current.
She could have just been like nervous and uncomfortable. I mean, if this was her first time really in the ocean scuba-ing.
Yeah. Gabe, at one point, I heard a statement somewhere that he suggested that instead of trying to get back up to the entry line, they just go straight up. And apparently, but she wanted to get back to the line.
It's the only point she had in her brain, apparently, of where to go.
Yeah. And I think it's quite. I think she probably was nervous because her dive computer. One of the things the police did is they seized the dive computers from Gabe and Tina. They took them into custody because you can download all the information on those things. And also they grabbed Wade Singleton's computer too and downloaded his information. And apparently her dive computer did record a much higher than normal use of air. So that's what happens when you're scuba diving and you're
breathing
nervous.
too fast.
Yeah, you're breathing way too fast. So apparently she was pretty scared and nervous.
And sorry, was Wade did he have visibility towards the couple, or?
I don't think he was within sight of them at this point in time. But he was somewhere not too far away because again he did sort of like was Johnny on the spot when she finally went down. But I'm getting ahead of myself there though. But they were, I think at this point, kind of like not really visible to anybody because there was again limited visibility in the water there. And according to Gabe, he took her hand and they started swimming together back up against the current towards the line. He said it was tough going because of the current. And then they paused at one point, and she apparently was getting negatively buoyant. And so he pointed towards the button on the BCD, the buoyancy compensation device, and you hit that button, and it will push air into that and make you more positively buoyant. So he indicated that to her, and he said it looked to him like she was actually hitting the button, but nothing was happening. It wasn't changing her status at all. So at that point, well, it was time to continue on. He grabbed her, I think, by the shoulder of her harness this time and started heading back towards the line again.
Well, the thing about the BCD, though, is it's not like the emergency raft on a boat that just goes and it's completely full.
No, it's for making
it's
for making small adjustments. So you don't want it blasting huge quantities of air in there,
so she's like pushing it,
Yeah.
Tap, 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 thinking, why is this thing not inflated? That would explain why they're not getting the reaction that they expect.
That could have been it. But anyway, he headed on back to the line some more, and he said at this point in time she was getting heavier, it seemed like. She was like no longer swimming, and she was just sort of hanging vertically underneath him as opposed to horizontally swimming next to him.
She'd stopped swimming.
It looked like, yeah. At that point, he stopped. He still had hold of her, and apparently she panicked and thrashed around and knocked his respirator out of his mouth and knocked his mask off askew on his face. And
which fills it with water.
And so his mask fills with water. He lets go of her and it pulls his mask back into place. And then he has to like blow some air out through his nose to clear the mask. And then he's got to find his respirator, and it's like floating off somewhere he can't see out of his vision. But they've got a backup that's also on the BCD. So he grabs that and sticks that in his mouth. And then he looks, and Tina has floated downward. She's
sinking.
She's now sinking downward slowly. He said that she was sinking, looking up at him with her arms outstretched towards him.
But not really doing anything?
But not kicking or screaming or fighting or doing anything like you would expect somebody to do in a situation like that. And he said at this point that what he did is he upended himself. And of course, I didn't mention that, I don't think. He had been actually hitting his BCD and inflating it.
To try and compensate for the drag.
For the drag. And so he upends himself and tries to swim down after her. And he said he couldn't make it to her.
Because he was full of
He
air.
was too buoyant.
Possibly. I'm not totally sure about how much that's true or not. That's one of the parts of the story that really doesn't make sense. This is one of the things I ran past Austin at Aquatic Sports. I said, does that make any sense to you at all, even if his BCD was totally inflated, that he couldn't get down to her, couldn't catch up with her? And he said, no, it makes absolutely no sense at all. Even with an overinflated BCD, that's really weird that he wouldn't be able to give a few kicks of his fins and get down to her. But according to him, he couldn't get to her.
Okay.
And so at that, he had to make a decision. He thought, well, okay, I can keep going after her. She's going to hit bottom here eventually, and then I can catch up with her. But what happens if I hit bottom, and for whatever reason, I can't raise her up off the bottom and get her to the surface? What happens then? Well, then I've got to take that much longer to get up 100 feet versus 50 feet where I'm at right now. I think the greatest depth on his computer was at 54, 55 feet.
Something
that
like
day.
that.
Yeah. And so his thinking was, what he told the police later was, well, okay, if I follow her all the way down and can't get her up, it's going to take me that much longer to get up to the surface. To get help. And so maybe it's better if I turn and go for help now. And so that's what he said he did. Is he turned and he headed not just up, but also towards the diver access point at the bow. Where he said there were a couple of divers hanging on to it at that, and he went up and tapped them and grabbed them and shook them and said and tried to gesture and make it clear that there was trouble and all that stuff, and they just sort of looked at him like, what?
Because they're tourists.
Yeah, he said that at least one of them was an Asian guy, and so
maybe didn't speak English.
Well, and yeah.
No, I think they're novices. They don't understand the hand signs because he's underwater at this point still, right?
Yeah, and he was just trying to.
Well, I mean,
he was just trying to say, he had no idea exactly who these divers were, and so the only identifying characteristics you could see is a couple of Asian eyes looking at him through out of the mask, and so that's about it as far as describing these people.
Okay.
And of course, later on, they identified a few Koreans that were on the Jazz too, who neither one of them actually remembered this incident. Which was didn't look so good for Gabe when it turns out. Yeah, it doesn't look that good. So he gives up on trying to get them to help. So he continues on upwards. And when he gets there, he yells at the boat and says his wife has gone down and she's in trouble. And the alarm goes up and the guy gets on his radio. People on the boat start suiting up and getting ready to go down for a search and rescue. But as it happens, Wade Singleton comes along and notices somebody laying on the ocean floor next to the ship.
And thinks that's wrong.
And thinks, yeah, exactly. Something's a little hinky there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something about her body language and the fact that she's not moving. So he goes over there and shakes her a little bit, and nothing's going on. So he grabs her and hits her BCD button to inflate it as much as he can, and they head on up. They took about, I think, a minute and a half to ascend to the 100 feet, which my understanding is that's a kind of a breakneck pace to go up from 100 feet.
Yeah.
For in scuba terms.
Well, yeah, but it makes sense.
In an emergency circumstance.
It was an emergency circumstance. But for Wade, obviously for Tina at this point, she was dead. Not to give away the game, but oh well, I already have. So, but for him, it was a risk. It was a big risk. But he got her up there, and they spent about 40 minutes, I think, trying to resuscitate her. The nearest boat was the Jazz 2. So they took her over to the Jazz 2, and turns out there were a couple of doctors that happened to be just diving on the boat, and they got them over there to help out with some of this. And after everything they did, they gave up after about 40 minutes.
But Gabe wasn't on that boat. He was. He ended up on a different boat.
He ended up back on the Spoil Sport. Yeah, he was back on the Spoil Sport, standing in the stern of it. And a lot has been made of that is that, he was on the Spoil Sport. His wife is on the Jazz, and they're trying to resuscitate her. And what's he doing hanging out on the Spoil Sport when she's over there and, dying, apparently? And so, well, that is a question, I guess. Yeah,
but he didn't know exactly where she was.
He might not have known. Yeah.
And it's not as if they're going to say, quick, send the dinghy over, bring the distraught husband over so he can get in the way while we try to resuscitate this woman.
Well, I don't know that would be high on their list of things to do.
I'm
Probably
afraid not.
Probably not.
I also think if you have somebody who's distraught, you're not necessarily going to say, let's move this person. You're going to say, let's try to keep this person here and calm, because if you try to move this person, you risk having more than one victim.
That's always possible.
Because, if he jumps in and tries to swim there, but he's panicking or whatever, I mean, you have to minimize the victims.
Yeah, and so that's what was going on. It didn't look so good from some people's points of view, I suppose. And there were a lot of different statements that were made, some of which are rather apocryphal. There were many weird things. A lot of his story didn't make sense. And then there was, one of the local Australian police overheard him there was a body viewing at the coroner's. They had to identify the body, and they left him with her body for a little while. And a policeman overheard him mumbling to her, "I'm so sorry, and I never meant to hurt you, and I shouldn't have kept taking you down, and I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it." That's what the police said, Gabe said, to Tina's body.
All those statements go both ways.
Yeah, kind of.
Let's talk about that in theories, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And so that's where we're at. It went on. It was originally classified as an unfortunate accident. There was, of course, an investigation anyway, but it was still classified as an accident. But then one of the divers, actually, that was on the boat, remembered feeling a little at the time, feeling a little bit uneasy about the situation, and thinking that after talking directly to Gabe and hearing his story, feeling like it just didn't make any sense. And when he got back to the States, he looked up Tina's father, Tommy Thomas, and they arranged a little meeting, and this guy tells Tommy all the doubts that he had in his mind about this whole thing. And of course, the Thomas family, they've been kind of wondering about this whole situation for a long time now. This sort of gelled things for them, and they started this campaign to get the Australians to reopen the investigation. Eventually, so compressing a lot of stuff into a small amount of time, they did. They re-interviewed a lot of people. They had an inquest and everything, and they decided to indict Gabe for murder, because the theory being that he had. Oh, and I forgot about. There was another doctor, Dr. Stutz, who also. Of course, this was sometime after the fact when he was interviewed. He testified that he spotted Gabe and Tina underwater because he followed them into the water later. He saw them, and Gabe was holding Tina in a bear hug.
Oh yeah,
underwater.
I forgot about the bear hug thing.
The bear hug, and so the police's theory is that he grabbed her, cranked off her air supply, and basically held her in that bear hug so that she couldn't get to the surface or do anything. And then once she had died and drowned and everything, he turned her air supply back on so everything would look okay, and let her just drop, and concocted this whole ludicrous story about how it was all a horrible accident when he had actually murdered her. And by the way, it turns out there was some life insurance money involved. Yeah, a decently large amount. According to Tina's not long before the wedding, she had told him that Gabe wanted her to increase the amount of her life insurance and also make him the beneficiary of it.
Well, they were about to be married, so the beneficiary thing makes sense.
It kind of does, yeah.
And I don't know, maybe the increases make sense too.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons to change it. I mean, I don't know what his reasonings were, but again, this is one of those things. Can be very innocent or very, very.
It can look kind of bad. I think.
Yeah.
I think the way it was set up is where she was working. And I used to have a job that was like this. You could get the minimum, basically, employer paid. You get the minimum life insurance. And that's what she was doing. And he just said, well, it doesn't cost that much in premiums. You should bump that up. You really should. It doesn't cost all that much. And you get a lot huger benefit out of the whole thing. And so I don't know that he actually pressured her, if he just sort of set it offhand one day. You ought to increase that. It wouldn't cost you that much. And so I don't know exactly how that. And again, that we have Tina's father for this. Tina never, as far as I know, she never told anybody else about this. So we only have his word for the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out that the life insurance did actually play a role in the prosecution.
So this is in Australia?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Australian prosecution, which is now charging him with murder.
So are we in theories or?
Not quite.
No, this is still.
Quite.
We haven't even got to theories. This is what happens.
Yeah, this is what
Got
happened. And I'm compressing it as much as I can. I mean, this story is pretty huge, actually. It was a huge sensation, especially in Australia, but even it generated some news up here too, in the States. But Turns out the policy was worth about $33,000.
Not a lot.
So that was not a lot.
That's,
Yeah,
the
not
annual
really.
salary.
Yeah, essentially. Gabe was not the beneficiary of it. It's hard to say if that was a sufficient motive or not. Sounds like not to me. But that did play a part in the prosecution's reasoning. That was the motive for doing it.
Oh, that he was mad that he wasn't the beneficiary?
No, that maybe he was mistakenly believed that she had jacked up the amount and had made him the beneficiary, but he was too careless apparently to check before they left for the honeymoon.
That would be a jacked up amount for me. Like, I
33?
have the similar situation as you were talking about, that my employer pays a certain amount, and it's not 33 a year, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a definite amount that I will murder somebody for. 33.
It's not 33.
No, not 33. No, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, no. And by the way, you guys, I've been meaning to talk to you about life insurance.
So he
back to it.
He is convicted in Australia?
They knocked it down. He essentially negotiated a plea for manslaughter. So he returned voluntarily to Australia to stand trial for the charges and basically agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to like a year in prison. And then it was lengthened to about a year and a half because the family was upset. And the Thomases were upset.
So he spent a year and a half?
So he spent, a certain amount of time in Australian prison. And eventually was, after he got out, he was deported and sent back to the States. And the Australians had, meanwhile, a lot of the investigation actually had been, what's the word I'm thinking of here, at the aegis of Alabama police. Essentially, somebody
done at the behest of.
Yeah, at the behest of Tommy Thomas got in touch with the local police in Alabama and spelled the whole thing out to them. And so they had actually gone, the Alabama police had lit a fire into the Australians a little bit, ginned up interest over there, gotten their conviction. Now he's back. They want to try him for murder here in the States, which in their theory was, well, this looks like a coldly calculated, well-planned out murder. So he must have planned this back here in Alabama. Therefore, we can prosecute him for murder, even though it took place halfway around the world. So they were going to take him to trial and try to convict him of murder. And apparently the judge threw it all out.
Yeah, they had no case.
Yeah, essentially the judge said, "What are you doing here?
Yeah.
You got no case." Okay, so that's where it is. Gabe has since remarried. His new wife is not dead.
She does look a lot like Tina.
Well, that's not surprising. We all have a type, right? Yeah, it's not.
I know.
Yeah.
I threw that out there just because I see it everywhere, and people just get excited over that.
Imagine that first date, though. And it's like, oh, you ever been married? Oh, yeah, she died. What happened? Oh, she died on our honeymoon. Everybody thinks I killed her. I didn't, I swear. But they call me the honeymoon killer, just so you know. But apparently they made it past that little hump and wound up getting married. Mm-hmm. And she's, like I said, still alive. So that's about it. There's a lot more out there if you want to do more research on our little mystery. There's tons of stuff out there. It's time for us to get into theories, but before we do that, let us take a really brief break. Take a look at me now.
The roof is leaking.
I'm just standing here.
Oh, think twice.
You know what I mean.
Another day in paradise.
If leaving me is easy.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
This must be love.
I missed again.
Tomorrow never knows.
Do you know what any of that means? Yeah, me neither. You should probably pick up a copy of Not Dead Yet by Phil Collins so he can explain it. Or, better yet, why don't you get it from Audible and let him read the book himself? I mean, who doesn't love to just sit around and listen to that guy all day? Yeah, well, there is the past Mrs. Collins, but that's just not fair. So go to Audible. Audible just launched the first ever binge listening event, and you are invited to binge on great listens and big savings with their biggest sale ever. Enjoy the benefits of Gold Audible membership, celebrity narrated Audible books, new podcasts, and audio shows, exclusive content, and more. A $50 savings since Audible's annual membership retails for $149.95.
The sale ends June 28,
2017. Learn more at audible.com/binge.
Okay, we're back. Time to talk about theories. There are essentially three theories here. One is, murder. That's the prosecution's theory. He killed her. And it's not surprising to me that some people were a little suspicious because a lot of parts of Gabe's story really didn't actually make a lot of sense. Like the part about not being able to catch up with her when she was sinking underwater.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that didn't make a huge amount of sense to me. Of course, as you know, is awfully suspicious about the insurance policy thing and wanting her to bump up the amount and all that stuff.
Of course, we know that really amounts to nothing.
Mm-hmm. There's also that talk about Gabe's controlling personality. And so maybe after a week in Australia, maybe something or another caused Gabe to sort of think that, well, Tina is just a little wild stallion that'll never be tamed, and so I got to kill her, right?
Silly,
Wow.
but yeah.
Right, yeah. Or maybe she flirted with some handsome Australian dude, and he went nuts with jealousy and decided to kill her.
Yeah, she met Paul Hogan.
Yeah. And I got to say about this part is that if he was the total controlling sort of person, manipulative, controlling, whatever, and he found somebody that was willing to put up with that, I wouldn't have thought he would have killed her.
I'd agree.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that's a find.
Yeah.
Another thing is the battery malfunction in his dive computer. Again,
Which
what we talked about.
Yeah.
The fact that he reversed the battery but it was beeping before and now it's working. Well, apparently the prosecution didn't actually trouble themselves
To try
to figure out exactly how the thing worked. Yeah, actually, there's another website that's out there that's got a fantastic amount of information about this case. It's actually written by a professional diver, and he explains all the whole battery thing. But apparently, the prosecution made much of this. They really said that was part of their theory, is that he wanted to murder her, he planned it out, and he faked a malfunction in his dive computer so that he could get her by herself and not go down with all those other divers.
Well, then there's they also were figured he was doing something weird or murder, was guilty. Proof of his guilt was shown in the fact that he always got so upset about all the stuff on her gravesite, all the flowers, and he kept hauling them away.
Yeah, her family would leave flowers there, and he would, and they kept disappearing.
And then somehow they chained him or tied him down.
Started wiring him down, cabling him down and stuff, and then they would still disappear. And they finally put a closed circuit, like a camera out there, and turns out Gabe was busted. He was the one removing the flowers.
I don't think there's anything to that, though, because he may have thought that it was highly disrespectful, because this is something I have friends that refer to like where there's an accident and people leave memorials and balloons and all of that. And then nobody takes that down, and 3 or 4 weeks later, it's all wilted. Well, they call them. My friends refer to those as trash trees.
Yeah.
And so he may have said, "You jerks! Why are you turning my dead wife's grave into a trash tree and removing it?"
That's the thing I don't know. It's like some of the stuff they left was plastic artificial flowers, which he thought were tacky and ugly. As far as the other flowers, I don't know if he was removing fresh roses or if they were like a week old and kind of dead looking. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't. But apparently, a lot was made of that, and I don't know what to make of it myself personally. But and there's also the fact that maybe he just did it out of pure spite. And a lot of us, let's face it, we can be a perfectly decent person and not murderers and still be kind of petty.
Yeah.
That happens. It does happen. Well, of course, there was the other thing. The agents on the entry line up at the bow.
Koreans?
Yeah, those two Koreans. He said he talked to a couple of Asian people, but when the police went back and interviewed everybody, the only Asian people that were out there that day didn't remember any incident.
Okay, but nobody. We're saying they interviewed and nobody remembered, or just specifically the two Koreans didn't remember, because it's possible he mistook their race.
Yeah,
Right. So did they ask everybody?
Well, the way they went about the whole thing is they didn't necessarily track down like everybody from say the Jazz too. They didn't. I think they got a hold of these Koreans. I think they might have interviewed them via email. I don't think it was actually a one-on-one email.
I think that's suspicious. I just think it's not. I think they didn't do their due diligence.
It's entirely possible that they bungled that a little bit. It's also entirely possible that the Asians maybe at the time this guy is all disturbed and they're like, "What the hell, dude? We're on vacation. Leave us alone."
Yeah.
And then afterwards they hear what happened. Oh my God, somebody drowned. That's what's her husband. Oh man, I feel really bad. And so maybe they were just kind of embarrassed to talk about it.
Don't say anything out of guilt.
This guy desperately needed our help, and we blew him off. Oh, I feel kind of bad about that.
Yeah.
You know? So maybe I really don't know. Or it could have just been memory, because I don't think these people were contacted for quite some time after the actual drowning.
It does seem like you would remember that. But again, it's so easy. I have friends who are friends with people, and they said, "Oh yeah, his mom's Chinese," and that guy's like, "No, I'm German, like 100% German."
Yeah.
But they think he's half of some sort of Asian descent, and
Yeah.
I mean, identifying race is just impossible.
Well,
I
it
mean,
could have been that these people they had their masks on, and the masks were just clamped down a little too tight, and it was sort of pulling their face like this to make their eyes kind of
Look a little-
narrower.
Under
Yeah.
pressure.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Well, there's the whole bear hug thing.
There's the Dr. Stutz and his testimony about the bear hug.
So can we talk about that for a second? Because
Sure.
that makes absolutely no sense. So I talked to a couple people like you did, people I knew who could dive, and it takes like a dozen revolutions of the knob on a tank to turn it all the way off and then back on.
Yeah,
and
at least a dozen.
Yeah, and it's not an easy thing to do because it is under pressure. So it's not like your faucet, in your garden where you just reach, and it just turns. No, you've got to put some force into it. It would have taken him a good little bit to do that in a bear hug scenario.
Yeah, probably would have. Yeah.
So, I mean,
wouldn't also her computer have shown that?
You would think that
if she had just stopped consuming air for a little while.
You would think it would have shown that, yeah.
Or
yeah.
I don't know how. Are you getting at would it have shown that the air going through the regulator was reduced? Is that what you're getting at, Devin?
Yeah, I guess it would have shown like a decrease, right?
Well, I'm sure it did show a decrease because she stopped breathing.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it would have been able to distinguish that decrease being because the valve was turning. I don't think it would record that kind of content.
No, it wouldn't. I don't think. No, and those things don't record everything. Especially this is 2003. It's hard to remember, but actually, storage was not as easy and tiny as it is today. It's amazing what we can get into a tiny little card these days.
Oh, yeah.
2003 was a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely was different.
So, are there more suspicious things here? Or?
Let's see. Well, we had the bear hug, and there was the fact that she became amazingly negatively buoyant all of a sudden, which that's actually. There are some people that wondered if Gabe actually deliberately overweighted her.
I have another question about this because I'm not a diver, and I think a lot of our listeners are not divers. So she put weights in her pockets, in her vest?
Of her vest, yeah.
And were those pockets, basically the question is could they not have just unzipped the pocket and taken the weight out?
Yeah, well, I was asking Austin about that, and he said that it's when you're actually out there, it's kind of hard to do. When you got your tanks on and everything, it's kind of hard to get to those pockets.
But somebody else Gabe couldn't have done that for her?
Not if she was in a panic.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, have you ever seen anybody get suited up to dive? If they need assistance, they're standing there and you're kind of arms a bit at your side and you're lumbering around and they are getting to everything and it is then hard to get at it yourself because remember she's in a wetsuit.
Right. No, I know.
So her hands are going to be covered.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
No, that was one of the things I was wondering too. Same thing was how easy is it to grab those weights and chuck them?
Apparently
and just
not.
Lighten yourself up a little bit.
It is easy if she had been wearing a weight belt.
Well, exactly.
If she had a belt, then because I've known people who've been underwater and what was it he turned around and there was a seal and he wasn't expecting it. It was like inches away from his face. It scared the holy crap out of him, and he just popped the belt and shot towards the surface because it just freaked him out. He wouldn't have been able to do that had he tucked them in if he had a vest on at the time.
Yeah.
So,
no, I know
again, depends on equipment.
It depends. It does. I know Wade Singleton actually dropped his belt that day when he had to get up off the floor with her. He dropped his belt.
Yeah.
So but that's a different outfit.
Yep.
And I think Gabe did say something about not being able to. It would have been great if he could have. If she had been wearing a belt, he could have dropped the belt, and that would have helped things. But he wasn't able to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
And the next step after that is to shuck everything, which is problematical too, because then what you got to do is you got to go straight up to the surface, and that's got its issues.
Yeah, well, and if he dropped all of her equipment, they would have had to been in the buddy scenario, sharing a breather, the regulator, or if he had figured out where his original regulator was floating around him, then they could have both used them. But he apparently didn't have the wherewithal to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it turns out he didn't find out till later when he was cleaning it that the mouthpiece had actually been knocked off of it.
Oh.
So it wasn't really usable anyway.
Got it.
Yeah, and don't know when exactly that happened. It might have been in the incident when it got knocked off its face and out of his mouth. Another thing that was really kind of suspicious was his claim that he was unable to dive fast enough to catch her.
Which we've talked about, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, from the prosecution's point of view, if you want to drown your wife, you want her to spend some extra quality time at the bottom of the ocean drowning, well, that's what you want to do is let her sink and go and then just, come back later. And I still am not entirely able to make sense of his claim that he couldn't catch her. That does seem awfully strange.
Remember that he is used to swimming in freshwater,
Yeah,
and when you are in saltwater, your buoyancy goes up.
yeah.
So he may have been used to swimming down and expecting to make a certain speed and is not going as fast as he expects, so therefore is judging it and saying there's no way I'm going to get there.
Yeah. And
Again, perception.
yeah, and there's also another explanation, which I'll talk about in one of my other theories.
Okay.
But another thing that was suspicious is his slow ascent. After he left her, it took him like 3 minutes to get topside. I think almost 3 minutes, although it's hard to say when they were using his dive computer, and the dive computer goes in 1 minute increments, and so it could have been like
Just barely over 2.
it could have been 2 minutes 5 seconds, something like that. Yeah, it does. It does look like from the ascent, it does look like he made a fairly rapid ascent. Again, you'd think in a panic situation like that, he would have just thrown all caution to the winds and just zipped up to the surface as ASAP.
I guess, yeah. I don't know how recently he had taken the
rescue class?
but
It wasn't recent.
okay. Well, I know that on land first aid thing, the number one thing they drill into you is like you have to put yourself first. You have to put yourself first. You have to make sure you do not become a victim as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so if he was thinking, okay, I got to do this slow. I can't get the bends. I can't,
Can't
whereas Wade Singleton, right, is his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was a very experienced diver, was confident in his skill to be able to make that ascent in an emergency situation. Dangerous, sure, but was more confident in his ability and, frankly, probably had done this dive a million times and knew where he was.
Yeah.
Right? Because Gabe probably also was like, I don't know where I am. I don't know where anybody is. I can't get lost in the ocean if I just flail around and go someplace. And again, I don't necessarily want to defend it, but I do want to say that it's totally possible that in his brain he was like, okay, I have to preserve my own life.
Well, and
I have to stay calm.
There was, by the way, the fact that he did take a small break from his ascent to talk to the Asian divers on the line
At the access point,
the access line.
So that probably added to his time up
that
as
added
well.
to his time up as well. As far as Wade goes, I don't know exactly Wade actually entered the water. He went out there in the boat with them, but he might have. They went in like a little less than 10 minutes before the whole disaster happened. Wade might have just actually entered the water just a minute before, and then swimming down the boat, and sees her, gets her up. If you've only been underwater for a minute or two, then it's not nearly as serious as if you've been under a longer period of time.
Right.
Correct.
The longer you're underwater, so maybe that's what
And
happened.
again, Gabe may have been inexperienced enough to not even be thinking about that, to be thinking like, oh, I've been under for, I need a lot of time to decompress, versus Wade, again, who is experienced and would have known my risk for my own personal injury is very low.
Yeah, and I'm sure when they probably teach you in dive school, they probably like
you err towards
scenario.
caution.
Totally.
Yeah.
And totally. And so Wade probably with experience knew that he could really push the envelope a lot.
So any other?
No, that's about it. I've got to say though that there's been some. We talked about the battery malfunction. I don't think that really counts. Dr. Stutz, there was an interesting webpage out there that I mentioned already. This guy actually looked at all the various data from dive computers, et cetera, and found out when Dr. Stutz actually entered the water. Turns out that by the time he entered the water, Gabe was already kind of starting his way up from Tina.
So there was no way.
So there was actually no way. If the guy saw anybody bear hugging anybody, he might have seen Wade bringing Tina up off the floor of the ocean. Maybe that's what he saw, but he could not actually have seen this bear hug if it was Gabe and Tina. But nonetheless, his testimony was accepted in court.
Right.
But it looks to me like it's kind of questionable. The unable to dive fast, well, we'll talk about that. That is kind of inexplicable. But I don't think he murdered her because, and here's why. Number one, he didn't really have a strong motive that I can see.
No.
Unless his motive was, well, he wanted to go have his wife die on their honeymoon tragically, so he could get a lot of sympathy and maybe write a book about it or maybe a movie deal or something like that. Although
that's a long game.
that's
not good.
That's very, very likely to backfire on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. The reason I really don't think he murdered her, besides the lack of motive, is that if he truly had killed her, then it would have made no sense for him to abandon her body underwater the way he did.
No.
Because he should have brought her up. You got to remember, the official theory
that
is
would make him the hero for at least doing
trying.
his job as a dive buddy.
Instead of making him look like, well, basically, it didn't make him look too good that he abandoned her. Not at all. And remember, the official theory of the prosecution is that Gabe shut off her air supply and held her under until she drowned.
And just a quick thing, just for anybody who doesn't know, I've thought about this, and I know somebody's going to ask, well, could he have just kinked the air hose, like you do with the garden hose? But you can't. Those hoses are super dense.
No,
you cannot.
They're
fold
made
them.
to not do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I wonder why.
Because it's kind of important they don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could have grabbed the regulator out of her mouth or the respirator and just pulled it away from her and just not giving it back, and she would have drowned maybe. But nonetheless, no matter how you cut it, if he deliberately murdered her by drowning her, then there's no reason not to bring her up.
Yeah, he's already got her.
She's already dead.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not going to squeal or anything like that, and it certainly would have made him look better, a lot better, because abandoning your dive buddy is a huge deal. I mean, Wade Singleton said, remember him, said that he thought that Gabe should have been prosecuted for that alone, just abandoning her, even if he didn't kill her. He should have been prosecuted for that. And so, yeah.
All right, so that's theory number one.
So that's why I don't believe that murder is the correct theory here.
I agree.
I don't think that Gabe actually was the honeymoon killer.
Agreed.
Yeah. And so the next theory, of course, is that it was all an accident. Gabe was pretty much telling the truth. So Tina loses it, which is entirely possible. Not the first time it's happened.
She's a total novice.
And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If she had just remained calm, I bet things would have been just fine. And
so, one thing about Tina that we haven't talked about is in the paperwork that she had to fill out with the dive company, it said, do you have any heart conditions?
Yeah.
And she said no, which was a lie. She did.
She did have an arrhythmia that had been corrected with surgery, I think, just a couple of years before.
Yeah. So that's something that they would not be too comfortable with and would have put her under even more scrutiny. They might not have let her dive.
Yeah, maybe not.
Is the way that I understood it. She ignored it, makes me think that she may have brought some of it on herself.
Could be. I mean, the cause of death was officially drowning. There was no evidence of any sort of heart attack or anything like that. But you never know. I mean, maybe her arrhythmia kicked in again or something
Caused
like that.
a panic attack? I mean, it would have been more of a panic attack, which, if she had a heart condition, may have made it even worse in her mind. Oh God, I'm having a heart attack, and she's freaking out and
starts to panic.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that she's got air, she's got a regulator in her mouth, but if she's freaking out and she starts yelling, that's when all the water gets in, and that's why she would drown. Or
if she hyperventilates and sort of kind of passes out, whoops, that'll do it. Yeah. So, again, if she had just been a little calmer about things, it probably would have been good. I think Gabe...
And that's not a judge. I know that the way you said that is not a judgment on any way on Tina.
Oh, no.
Just so anybody listening to it, sometimes the way we say these things get misperceived. So
it's a very scary alien environment.
It's super scary. I was just remembering that I've never been scuba diving or even snorkeling really because I don't like water in my face. But no, it's fine. I don't.
That's why she never showers.
True. But I remember watching the videos for the Ben McDaniels thing, and even just watching the YouTube videos, and it was a little unsettling.
Too much.
Yeah, that was too much.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like the old hole in the water thing, but that's just me, you know. I mean, but even I've done the snorkeling and I've done other fun stuff in the water, but I'm not sure what would happen if I was down there 50 feet, and maybe I would lose it too. I don't know.
But and similarly, you don't know what you would do if your dive partner were doing that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, or what I would do if my dive partner put me in a bear hug and shut off my air. Oh, what am I saying? Yeah.
So we pretty much agree it was not just an accident the way that Gabe.
Well, it could have been an accident. I mean, so Gabe,
but not the way that Gabe represented it.
I actually think that it may very well have been exactly the way he represented it. It is just that they were both so inept
Yeah.
at handling the situation
Yeah.
that they literally, their combined actions was her cause of death.
I think
Got
so because I mean they didn't need to fight the current to try to get back to the access point. They could have just gone straight up. That's
Because how long is it? What's the distance from access point to access point, Joe? It's
about 110 meters. And
yeah, so it's not a huge, especially when you're already in a moving current.
Yeah, they could have actually. It might have been faster to just swim downstream instead of
I
trying
would,
to swim
yeah.
back up.
And
just
easier.
Yeah, or the alternative is just go straight up.
Yeah,
Go straight
ascend.
up. But and so that might have compounded the situation by trying to go back there again.
And just to pause here for a second to talk about the fact that everyone's like, oh, Gabe was super domineering and blah, blah, blah. It sounds like he just was like, yeah, okay, Tina, we're going to do what you want to do. He, in a situation where you're kind of a jerk who's super domineering, aren't you going to be, no, this is the right way?
That's right.
You're
No,
not going to say, okay, I am
your man. We will do as I say.
You're not going to say, I mean, it sounds like kind of what he was thinking was, all right, what she wants to do is going to be the best way to calm her. We're going to do what she wants to do. Let's go do this. Even though he may or may not have known it was the wrong call.
Yeah.
It sounds
he
like
might
he
have
knew.
also considered that to be the right call.
You got to remember too that at this point, I mean, he might not have even been aware that this is a total life and death situation.
Probably he
might
wasn't.
have just thought, well, she's wigging out a little bit. We're going to get her back to the line. Once she gets her hand on the line, she'll calm down and she'll relax, and he's probably, at least initially, it's possible that he thought, hey, she'll be fine. We'll just get her back to the line and she'll settle down.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't work out that way.
No.
So I would not say that this is totally beyond the realm of possibility. But there's one more theory.
I like this theory the best.
You like this theory? Which is that Gabe did not murder her. It was an accident, but he's also not quite telling the truth about the whole thing.
All right. So show me what you got here.
Yeah, it's statements to the police, which I read. I read his entire, well, not everything. I read his entire October 23rd statement. There's a transcript out there. I sent you guys a link to that. Did you guys read that?
Some.
Yeah.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there, and it's hard to read. And not because I'm semi-literate or anything like that, but just because of the way it's been transcribed and the way he speaks doesn't really translate to the written page very well. I'm told that the video of it is actually much, much better for understanding what he's saying.
Okay.
And there are transcription errors as well, which doesn't help. But his statements to the police indicate that he thought that Tina was experiencing a lot of stress and anxiety and maybe even panic. But what if it wasn't her that lost it? What if it was Gabe who lost it? And so what if Tina didn't actually knock his mask and respirator off of his face? What if he panicked and knocked hers off of her face and she drowned? What if that happened?
Oh, like he clocked her in the head and she was semi-conscious and therefore drowned because of that?
And it might be that, and I'm not no casting aspersions on anybody. Anybody can again lose it and just panic a little bit and cause something like this accidentally, and maybe not want to fess up to it.
So you're saying something to the effect of he freaks out, he accidentally swings and clobbers her in the head, and that's what then starts the whole drowning.
Clobbers her in the head, knocks her mask and respirator off of her face.
But her mask mask was in place, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could have gotten it back into place. I mean, but her mask and respirator were in place. Yes. But even leaving that aside, he might have panicked also.
Okay.
Well, I guess one question would be then on this theory is why was it that her oxygen consumption was so much higher, and it sounds like his was fairly normal.
Yeah.
So
I mean, a lot higher than what an experienced diver would use.
Right, but not. I mean, it sounds like hers was really high.
Kind of, yeah, it was.
Yeah. So, I mean, that feeds into the theory that she was the one freaking out and hyperventilating, not him.
Mm-hmm.
But
she's breathing shallow and fast. He's breathing deep and hard.
Yeah, but
instead of calm and even.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when you look at it this way, if you think that Gabe actually had a panic attack, then even if he didn't knock the mask off her face, if he was the one who was really panicking, or maybe they both were panicking. One of the anxieties that he said that he had was, well, the current was super strong.
Yeah. Which
I think is, what's the big deal? They're on a drift dive where they just have to drift down the length of the boat.
Yeah.
And he also was talking about to the police again, said, well, they lost sight of the entry rope on the bow, and he knew that there was an exit line on the stern of the ship, but that was, as far as he was concerned, that was 100 miles away.
Meters.
That was. Well, but as far as
miles. Got it.
But
Sorry.
yeah, it was 100 meters away maybe, but obviously it wasn't visible. It wouldn't be visible for a while. He expressed some anxiety about not being able to see it and maybe missing it.
Got it.
And being swept out to sea. So I don't think this is a rational concern, personally. I mean, it is in a sense, but at the same time, it'd actually be very easy to find that thing. All you got to do is stay over the ship. On that day, the current was not parallel to the ship. It was actually about 10 degrees off, according to what I've heard. So if you stayed at the same point, you entered right on the bow, stayed in that same exact point without moving a muscle, you would be blown off course enough that you probably would miss that line, because by my back of the envelope calculation, they would have missed it by about 17 meters, which is just beyond the realm. Maybe they would have seen it, maybe not. But of course, at the same time, you know what to do. There's a huge ship underneath you. All you got to do is kick your fins a little bit and get back over the ship, the center line of the ship, and boom, you're lined up for your exit line. So it seems like an irrational, and again, there's no way underwater, there's no way that Tina somehow communicated this through body language or sign language. She didn't communicate that to Gabe. That was an anxiety that was all his own.
Yeah.
Entirely his own. Also, by the way, there is mention also that the people at the dive company actually talked about what to do and how to signal them if you went beyond the exit buoy.
In fairness, though, the people at the dive company were supposed to have done a test dive with Tina and didn't.
Well, in fairness, yeah. I mean,
so maybe they said they told them and
in fairness to the dive company, you can tell somebody what to do, but for them to pay attention and register and retain that is a whole nother matter.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Totally.
Yeah. Another thing that makes me think that maybe Gabe was in a state of panic is the whole part, this is the part that truly doesn't make sense, is where he's trying to chase Tina downward as she's sinking. And he couldn't catch her, which makes utterly no sense to me, or the experts I talked to. And again, there was a whole question of, well, was his BCD way overinflated? And, well, if that was the case, if that was inhibiting his downward progress, then all he had to do was deflate it. He didn't apparently think to do it, which is evidence to me that he wasn't thinking very clearly. Which is evidence
I would agree
to me
with
that he was panicking.
Yes.
I don't know, and at that point he turned around and just left. Again, evidence that he's scared because maybe he already figured out that Tina was already dead, and figured there's no sense losing my own life trying to rescue her.
Much kind of along the same lines as what Devin was saying, as being a rescuer,
Although at the same time, I'm asking myself, well, is that really rational?
Because you have a whole tank of air.
You got a tank of air, and if you swim down a little farther, grab her, haul her up, really, what's the risk there?
But
Not
let's
much.
also add to that, right, the fact that he had already had that misfire with his computer. Or his dive computer, right? So he may have already been a little in a weird mindset of like, well, maybe this computer isn't 100% accurate right now, right? Because I was having issues with it before. So maybe he's thinking, all right, I know I definitely have enough to get on this, short little scuba trip, but maybe he's thinking, he's already not thinking particularly clearly. He's probably panicking and thinking, oh my God, also, what if my computer is telling me that I have a lot more air than I actually have? What if, something malfunctions, blah, blah, blah. He's already panicking, and then he's trying to get down, and then he's like, oh, I've obviously used way more air than I should have, and oh my gosh, my computer, just a huge panic of all of that stuff. I mean, I agree that rationally above ground with no emotional trauma of watching
above
your wife
water?
die. I'm sorry, on ground, above water, to us sitting in a dry room without having just watched our wife die.
Yeah.
Of course, he had air to get down there and blah, blah, blah. But if he's panicking, he's having a panic attack.
I think
he's
was.
not in his right mind.
Yeah.
It
makes sense to just beat feet out of there, and and that's because again, like you said, to us it looks simplicity itself. You just swim down there, grab her, haul her to the surface, alive or dead. At least you got her, and he just turned and left, and I think that's the sign. Again, and again, from where he went, he could have gone straight up. Instead, he goes back to the bow against the current, taking more time. Every decision was kind of the wrong one.
It was bad.
A lot of them were not rational. I think that he was. I think he was just panicking.
Yeah.
And I think he lost it. And why it makes sense is because he's never wanted to fess up entirely to the fact that he just lost it.
Well, here's a question. if he had a panic attack, did he lose his scuba license?
Not that I know of, no.
So if he had admitted that he was incompetent and caused the death of someone and, basically just ruined everything, would he have lost it? Probably, right?
Maybe, but I'm not sure how enthusiastic he was about scuba anymore anyway.
Right.
But he might not have ever gone scuba diving after that.
And I got to tell you, the whole thing of him saying, I want to scuba dive and I want to go on boats and you need to learn to do it with me as well if you want to be with me. I mean, it again it's weird to me because he'd been diving for, at this point, 10 years?
7 years.
7 years.
Yeah.
And he had only in 7 years logged 50 dives, and they were all like pool dives and little quarry dives.
Most of them were not very shallow.
Yeah,
were mostly shallow, yeah.
Not as if he was an avid diver and this was going to always be his thing, which is why I agree with Joe that it's so easy to see him freak out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
He was a novice.
I agree with that.
Novice.
I was just going to say, to me, it's not that weird that he didn't go on. I mean, we don't know their financial situation. He probably couldn't afford. He lived in Alabama, right? It's not like there are a lot of really great dive spots in Alabama, right? As far as I know.
I don't know.
I'm sure that we'll find out.
I'm sure we will.
Alabama is actually close to the Gulf of Mexico, so there's good diving down there, I hear.
Close, but
depending on where in the state you are,
and his financial situation,
True.
right? So it may have been that he thought, all right, well, we're gonna go someplace tropical for our honeymoon. I've always, I've been scubaing for 10 years. This is my chance to really get a great, nice dive in.
Oh, sure.
And obviously, I want you to do that with me because you're my wife and I love you. So
yeah, I guess at 26, they were 26 years old, both of them. So yeah, financially, it's not as if they would be super well off. Okay,
no, not really.
I'll retract a little bit of my score.
I mean, you can be at 50 and not be financially well off enough. I mean, there's no stage of life where you can definitively say that person is definitely going to be able to afford to go scuba diving.
Well, I'm not exactly hurting for cash, but I got to tell you, it's just a matter of priorities. I mean, I could actually, if I actually had to, I could afford to travel halfway around the world and go scuba diving.
Right.
I'm not going to.
But you're also not 26.
Well, there's that too. But but I just, no matter what the age, there's always something better to spend the money on.
Right, like buying a house and starting a family.
Yeah, exactly. But there could have been other repercussions too. I mean, he might have felt at least partially responsible if he felt like he had done something to contribute to her death.
Well, I think he did. I mean, that body viewing comments, that seems like he
well,
felt
obviously,
guilty.
Obviously, he did in one way or another. But from a legal point of view, it's one thing to sort of say, hey, wouldn't it be great to learn how to scuba dive? Because that sort of, contributed to her death. But that's not something you can throw somebody in jail for. But there are other things that you could conceivably say, well, that's manslaughter, dude. You screwed up. You screwed up, and you did this and this that contributed to her dying, and so you're going to go to jail. So
like
you can
freaking out underwater,
like freaking out and stuff, and you can see where he might finesse his story a little bit to make himself look a little better, not only from a standpoint of self-esteem, but also from a legal standpoint.
Yeah.
I don't want to get arrested or whatever. So. That's kind of my theory there, is that it was an accident, an unfortunate thing, but his behavior probably wasn't entirely the best. And I'm not saying I would have been any better in that situation myself, but that's what I think most likely happened.
I agree.
Yeah, most likely. All right, so that's that story. Next week, Finding Nemo.
Solve the mystery.
Yeah. All right. Let me do a little housekeeping before we go here. You're a scuba diver. And by the way, I just want to say, I don't know if I said it before. This dive does not look that daunting to me. It looks actually fairly easy.
Mm-hmm. Looks fun.
It does look like a lot of fun. But I want to say, if you're one of these scuba diving types and you want to take issue with that, if you'd like to issue a challenge to me to go to Australia and do the dive, well, I will accept that challenge.
On your dollar.
Absolutely. You throw down that gauntlet and your wallet, and I will go to Australia and dive that wreck.
I knew that was coming.
Absolutely. And let me give you the way you want to get a hold of me through our email, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. What else have we got? We got a website. You know what those things are, right? thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can find our episodes. We have an episode list out there. You can download and listen to our stuff. on the website. We also have merch. You can buy T-shirts and mugs and all kinds of fun stuff. You can also find us on iTunes, where you can subscribe. You can rate us. You can review us. A good review, please. We like those a lot better. There's streaming services. What do we got? Like Stitcher and God knows what else. There's
Google
everything.
Play, all
Google
the
Play.
apps.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, there's billions of them. And we're on social media, including Facebook. I don't know if you've heard of those guys or not. Apparently they're big. But we have a group and a page, so like the page, join the group. And there's lots of fun stuff going on, lots of back and forth and commentary and stuff. It's a friendly group. I think, there's no flame wars. I think everybody's really nice.
Yeah.
And
It's a very chill group.
it is. It's a great group. And I like our listeners. They're great people. And we're on Twitter, Thinking Sideways. Leave that G out, and there we are. And we have a subreddit, Thinking Sideways. That's on Reddit. If you haven't heard of those guys, well, do a Google. That's REDDIT. We have a subreddit, and so go check it out. And that's about it. Until next week. Any final thoughts, you guys?
No.
I was going to make a swimming joke, but no, I got nothing.
Yeah, I can't think of anything either. So, all right, ta-ta till next week.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
So I was in Pittsburgh for a very lovely memorial service for Natalie's grandmother, and so at the very end, the hole was dug, and it was very solemn and very beautiful, and
Sounds
they
like the
put
burial.
a what?
That's the burial, isn't it? Is that
No.
the memorial service? You're not supposed to go.
The body was already cremated. All right,
Okay.
It was in an urn. So they put it in a gigantic concrete square, right? This thing with a lid on it, and it's everyone felt like, of course you say a couple words and then everybody leaves.
Yeah.
But Natalie wanted to do something really special and put a necklace of her grandmother's in with the urn in the concrete box. So she asked me if I would be down to go down into the grave, right? So
Yeah, I saw that.
Crawled into the grave and opened up the thing, and I didn't get hard. And I want to say that's a great
Wow, congratulations. It also seems like they really captured her soul and it will never be released again. They double buried her. Cremated, a cremation container, and then a metal box.
5 cloves of garlic.
Wow. All right, this is the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks. We have, I guess, funeral dweller Henry Zabrowski.
See? Certainly doing nothing naughty with the skeleton. I never will. You'll never catch me.
All right, well, speaking of, I don't even know what we're speaking of with all that, but we're on to Carl Panzeram Part 3, and this is where the story gets a little bit more murderous and if you didn't think it could get more intense, well, believe it or not, it does.
Oh, it gets much more intense and much more evil. Now, when we last left Carl, he had wrecked his yacht off the coast of Atlantic City and lost all the spoils of the 10 murders he had committed while docked off City Island in the Bronx.
That's the problem with keeping all your loot on a yacht.
Yep. You can't go hitting that rock.
Well, he didn't have like a storage locker at Port Authority he could store it in.
Did he have a little Bart Simpson to hang out with, like Sideshow Bob? That was a great episode.
Should have.
By the way, I've been watching The Simpsons. It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
Pretty good.
The problem was that if Carl Panzeram did have an assistant, they don't last too long.
No, they do not.
We'll talk later about Carl Panzeram's assistants.
All right.
Now, undeterred, Carl immediately went back to Connecticut to the same town where he had robbed President William Howard Taft, looking for another score of the same size
Now,
so
do
he
you
could buy another yacht.
Now, do you think Taft was still stuck in the tub after all these years? Still just
My boy, I heard your first robbery, and I have to say I congratulate you on your stealthiness. But can you please, sir, get me some oil? Please apply it to my sides. This is embarrassing. I was president.
Oh my! Butter him up, and then the sun comes through the window just so he starts cooking like a turkey. Taft turkey.
But on this burglary attempt, Carl Panzeram was unsuccessful, and he was arrested for burglary and did 6 months in jail. After he got out, he decided to try his hand at being a legitimate sailor and join the flying squadron of the Seamen's Union as a scab.
Hold on a second. So they're seamen. They are at sea,
But they're the flying squadron.
but they don't fly. So why would
Yes,
they
yes,
choose
yes.
flying to be their sort of term?
It's about speed.
I see. Oh, okay.
But he and a few other scabs managed to get into a gun battle with the cops, and Carl was arrested for aggravated assault. He didn't say why him and the other scabs got into a gun battle, but they still got into a gun battle.
Wow.
One question. What is a scab?
A scab is a person who goes and works in place of a union man who's on strike. A scab is among the most reviled people of the American worker.
This a scab gave us the Philadelphia phenomenon. I believe it was a truck driver or a person who owned a dump truck who became a kicker for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh.
There was a movie about it.
So Carl Panzram just did everything that was bad.
Everything.
Like just above like working for the DMV. Like if he could have worked for the DMV, he would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, stand there. I'm going to take your picture.
Take a picture now. What I'm going to need you to do is bend over and grab the toes of your shoes. This is not for documentation. This is for my own personal pleasure. Also, you're going to need to get your original birth certificate. I know it's a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass. I can do the other thing.
Once Carl was out on bail, he decided it was time to see the world, and he skipped out. He sailed to Europe and from there caught a ship to Africa. And this is where Carl would leave his humanity behind forever and commit some of his most despicable crimes, ensuring his name would always be shorthand for evil son of a bitch.
Wow.
And I tell you what, he certainly wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for the great state of Oregon. Because Oregon, how they treated him in those prisons, it's unbelievable what they did to him in Oregon. It's disgusting.
Henry, I think it's actually pronounced Oregon.
All right, guys, leave it alone. It's Oregon. We all know how it's pronounced.
I think it's Oregon.
I don't know how it's pronounced. All I know is weed is legal, and we always have a great time in their wonderful state.
In Angola, Carl worked as a slave driver for the Sinclair Oil Company. While there, he bought an 11-year-old girl from her parents for $8, making sure she was a virgin before he made the... He took her back to his shack on the first night and back to the family shack on the second, as he said she was not, in fact, a virgin. The parents exchanged that girl for their younger daughter, an 8-year-old. Carl said he took her back to his shack and thought that maybe she was a virgin, but it didn't look like it to him. Now, personally, I think this whole thing was Carl in the most evil way possible because he was still a little gun-shy from the Denver gonorrhea incident. I think he was trying to prove that he wasn't gay.
I'll show you how gay I'm not. You give me that little girl over there because I'm just not gay, that's for certain.
This is very disgusting, though, very disturbing. This behavior is absolutely awful, and this is the worst thing that he's done so far, other than, of course, the 10 murders.
The 10 murders.
But this is, this is really ramping up here.
But it seems like when he bought this girl, he proved the exact opposite. As he said, he took the 8-year-old girl back, quit looking for virgins, and started looking for a boy. The boy he chose was a table waiter back at the Sinclair oil camp. Carl said,
I educated him into the art of sodomy as practiced by civilized people. But he was only a savage and didn't appreciate the benefits of civilization.
I'm not sure if any of that's true.
The kid told his boss, who fired Carl for the offense, but didn't go quite as far as to actually have Carl arrested, and Carl beat his boss half to death for his troubles. Carl went to the U.S. consul's office to try to get back to the States, but Sinclair had called ahead, and the consul refused to help. They said, you're never going back to America, at least not on our dime. You got to stay here because you are a monster.
Well, why would they want him to stay there? You would think they would shoo him away, get him out.
No, he had to stay there because, they didn't want him in America. So, well, just stay here in Angola. Do whatever you want here. Just don't do it in the United States.
I see.
God.
Yeah. Now, while trying to figure out what to do next, Carl was sitting in a park next to the camp when a 12-year-old boy came along. Carl led him out to a gravel pit about a quarter mile from the camp, sodomized him, and bashed his head in with a rock. Carl said,
His brains were coming out of his ears when I left him, and he will never be any deader. He is still there.
And as an added bit of mayhem, Carl burned down one of the Sinclair oil rigs before he left camp, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage, an incident which was well documented like many of Carl's crimes. So we know that actually happened. And that's the thing about many of Carl's crimes, and we'll be talking about this a lot more in the next few minutes, is that people went back, they looked, they checked out his claims, and a lot of times it checked out.
Yeah, it seems too fantastic to be real fantastic in the sense that it's so unbelievable.
Yeah, he's like an evil Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
He's very similar to Paul Bunyan because Paul Bunyan only had that water buffalo, right? Wasn't it like Bessie?
It was
but it had a female's name.
It was Babe the Blue Ox.
The Blue Ox.
And there's a Paul Bunyan restaurant in Wisconsin. All you can eat pancakes.
There's also a big Babe the Blue Ox outside of Fargo.
Well, there you go.
Fargo. Oh. But Babe could also be a man's name, like in Babe Ruth. So it keeps with the theme.
Sort of.
From that oil camp, Carl bought a ticket down to the coast to Libido Bay and hired a canoe with a crew of 6 locals to ostensibly go hunting for crocodiles on the river. But when the crew had their backs turned to Carl, he shot them one by one, reloaded, and shot them again in each of their heads to make sure they were dead. He then threw the bodies overboard and let the crocodiles do the rest.
It is. I gotta say, if you are an arsonist, blowing up an oil camp, that's the creme de la creme.
Oh, that's what
you want to do.
Oh yeah, that's like trash can man level stuff.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's so much fun. You get to watch it all explode.
Yeah, well, I think that's what he wanted to do, yeah.
When Carl wrote about all this in his autobiography, like I said, he gave very specific instructions on how to at least partly verify that these murders happened, but by the time his journals became public in the 1970s, it was too far in the past to truly look into these specific murders. But there was a picture in the Saturday Evening Post of a man in Angola driving workers the same way Carl said he had driven them, taken during the time that Carl said he was there, although the picture was taken too far away to make a positive ID.
We got to start cutting open these alligators. Check them out.
Always cut open an alligator.
Yeah.
Carl traveled from Africa to Portugal, where he tried to get passage back to America from the U.S. consul there, but Carl's reputation was so horrible that word of him had traveled all the way to Portugal from Africa. And this was in the 20s. The only kind of news that traveled fast was bad news, and Carl was, without a doubt, bad news.
And carrier pigeons. They do
Man,
that.
he's like that bad to the bone guy.
George Thorogood?
George
the musician?
It's just like him, because I heard George Thorogood also had a real bad reputation.
He did, and he liked to
with
drink
being
alone.
good in bed. Because I
don't know.
think he had a micropenis. I'm pretty
possible.
certain he had a micropenis.
We don't know. We can't spread rumors like that.
No, we can't spread rumors about George Thorogood. We know the lead singer from Foghat has a micropenis.
But that's because
he has
Eileen
a
Warnos
micropenis.
told us.
Because we trust the word of a serial killer on that. So when the U.S. consul refused to give Carl passage, Carl stowed away in an English ship and eventually made his way back to New York in early summer 1922.
Yeah, hometown boy, nice to have him back in town. Hey, get yourself soft pretzel, forget about it. What you doing to that kid?
Yeah, is that what that song, The Boys Are Back in Town, is all about? Carl Panzeram coming home?
Technically, if that was about Carl Panzeram, it'd be called The Boys Are Running Away from
Yeah,
Town.
that'd be very true.
By July, Carl had murdered another boy, this time in Salem, Massachusetts. He was a 12-year-old named Henry McMahon. So Carl beat that boy to death with a rock after sodomizing him. And Carl said he left the boy there with his brains coming out of his ears. And while Panzeram would never go on trial for this murder, when he confessed to it years later, cops in Salem said that the details Carl gave matched up with the facts they had on hand, and locals fingered Carl as the guy they had last seen the boy with.
I don't think we
They should
use...
not be fingering.
Yeah,
Carl.
I was gonna. Why would we say fingered?
It's an old.
I know, but
it's like a 1920 like fingering. They fingered me.
I know, but in this case, Carl's like, but will you? Will you actually do it?
If you finger Carl, good luck getting the finger back.
Yeah, no kidding. Talk about a trap.
Now, after the murder, Carl, acting as a yegg, picked up a boy named George. Now, with George in tow, Carl shot and killed a man who had tried to steal a yacht that Carl had just stolen in Rhode Island using a gun that Carl had stolen from the New Haven police commissioner's yacht.
Damn.
Yeah, he
so much
loves
yacht
yachts.
time.
So much yacht stuff happening.
Well, he loves yachts and he loves killing people with guns that he's stolen from authority figures. He just gets off on it just that much more. That like little bit of extra fuck you to society. Now, after the murder, George decided that he'd had just about enough of a life of crime, and Carl let him go back home. And when George got back, he told police all about Carl's activities, and they caught up with Carl in Nyack, New York, and arrested him for sodomy, burglary, and robbery. But Carl actually beat this rap only because he made an agreement with a lawyer that the lawyer could have Carl's yacht as payment for services rendered.
What is going on with the yacht? What is happening? You can get away with all these crimes if you got a yacht?
Kissel, you need like 4 yachts.
Yachts.
You are running
I need
for
yachts.
office.
But
you need
there's-
yachts? Yachts are currency?
Yachts are not
a
currency.
place to hide your secrets?
I
Your
don't
loot?
know. I'm very confused by this yacht love, but that's fine.
Well, back in the 20s, I mean, a yacht was a perfectly normal means of transportation. A lot of these guys didn't have cars, so they just kind of had to go from port city to port city, and a yacht was very useful.
What's the difference between a yacht and a oh my god, I forget the name of the boat.
A rowboat?
Not a
Schooner.
rowboat.
Tugboat.
No, not
Tugboat.
Not a tugboat.
Cavalier boat.
No, not a never mind.
A yacht's bigger.
No, a yacht and a oh my god, I just
Houseboat?
Not a house. Oh my, we could name boats. I will name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Tampoon. Lampoon?
Pontoon.
Pontoon boat.
You can't live on a pontoon boat.
You can live on a
Yeah,
pontoon
you
boat.
idiot.
What are you
you
talking
boat
about?
moron?
No, you can't live on a pontoon boat. A pontoon boat is just it's just a big table that floats.
Pontoon's a fun word though.
Technically, my uncle lived on a pontoon boat,
Thank
but
you.
it was against his will, and it was in Vietnam.
Well,
Yeah, if that's,
okay.
I mean, you're just living on a piece of wood in a tent on a river.
pontoon
A
boat.
yacht is about attitude.
I
It's
guess.
about, this is my yacht, y'all. You have to add y'all to it.
Uh-huh.
Take your shoes off when you get on my yacht. Yes, that is a dead sailor.
But Carl, yeah, he beat the rap. He gave the yacht, he beat the rap, he got out of there, but when the lawyer went to register the boat, it came up as stolen.
Oh,
and the
shocking.
original owner came back from Providence and took it back.
I got pans rammed again. I should have just let him sodomize me. At least I would have gotten a result from it.
He got pants rammed indeed.
A few days after Carl's release in August of 1923, Carl went back to New Haven, Connecticut, and found another boy. But this one, he gagged with a handkerchief before strangling him with his own belt. And this one, Carl said he, quote, enjoyed most, and details of his confession, again, matched up with details the New Haven police had on record. But it wouldn't be the murders that Carl was arrested for. The night after the Belt murder, Carl was caught robbing an office in Larchmont, New York, and was sentenced to 5 years in prison after being free for half a decade, robbing, raping, and killing as he pleased.
Well, you know, I think it's good they arrested him. I'm just gonna throw that out there. At
Good
some point, they're
position.
gonna have to arrest him for all these murders, right?
Well, we'll get to that
Okay, 'cause
eventually.
I hope that seems to be the worst crime going on here.
It
but-
is the
okay.
worst crime, but I mean, 5 years, because we only got the highlights. We only got the absolute worst things they did. I mean, can you imagine what Carl Panzram did across the world in 5 years?
Just the small.
See
bits.
how I'm chewing this gum? Guess what I'm not gonna do? Put it in the trash can.
Literally.
Put it under the park bench.
Wow, that'll get you
Another
fired.
Pan's Ram crime. That makes 15 for the day.
Time to go to bed.
Carl was sent to Clinton Prison, a.k.a. Dannemora, located in upstate New York. And Dannemora was often called the Siberia of America, essentially the precursor to Alcatraz. It was Alcatraz before there was Alcatraz.
That's only because Cleveland voted to no longer be called the Siberia of America.
So that's not a good thing, huh?
Oh, Siberia is a terrible place.
Sabretooth
Yeah.
is from there.
No, Sabretooth's not from there. Sabretooth's from Canada.
I don't know.
Sabretooth is fake.
Oh, I see.
No, both Sabretooth and Wolverine are from Canada. That's why they're always at each other's throats, because they're both, oh, I'm Canadian. No, I'm more Canadian, and they hate each other.
They're both Canadian, but they don't do improv?
That's interesting, right?
That
And they
is
don't
interesting.
they don't drink a lot of Molson.
Molson.
Because that's what the Canadian kind of competition where they're drinking their Molson.
I love Molson.
Now, what made Dannemora special was that since it was so isolated, the town in which which the prison was located was almost completely populated by people who either worked at or had worked at the prison. And this made prison guard life a kind of tradition, which was passed down from father to son. It was an almost tribalistic life with its own value systems, all of which were centered around the punishment of the inmate.
Yeah, it's not tribal like they were doing mushrooms and seeing the DNA of plants and eating aliens and shit. It was just being like, son, if you really want to make their assholes gape, you got to put an apple in it. That's honestly, and that's basics.
A lot of abuse in those prisons.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And if a prisoner's mind broke from that abuse at Dannemora, that prisoner would be sent down the street to the state hospital for the criminally insane, which was so bad, prisoners were said to prefer solitary confinement.
Don't you ever send me to that mental hospital. There's some annoying guy who says he's Napoleon. Everybody wants me to inspire a revolution among the inmates. I say, this is not One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, okay? I'm trying to do my time. I do my time
That's
here.
it. And that's all you can do is your time.
Juicy fruit.
What? Juicy fruit? I think Marcus just had a brain aneurysm, and the only words he could think of were juicy fruit.
So once Carl was inside Dannemora, Carl began a predictable run of prison mayhem, followed by an escape attempt. But unlike the others, this one would not only be unsuccessful, but would be disastrous for Panzram's health.
When they said one of the most interesting things about Dannemora is that it had 30-foot walls. It was just it looked crazy. It looked like the prison from Batman Begins. It's very, very intense, but also the walls extended 30 feet below ground, so they couldn't tunnel out from like a laundry room, because it's of course a very classic escape attempt. So Panzram somehow, without the guard seeing him, built an entire ladder made out of gardening equipment. This is how clever he was, because I'm in a sound booth.
Yeah.
That's just a blanket over my laptop. And this is as creative as I get.
Right. It does seem strange they allowed him to have gardening equipment in his room. Not a lot of grass. And you would wonder if he needs it.
No, he was out in the yard.
He was out in the yard. Okay.
Yeah. This all happened out in the yard.
Okay.
And that's what these guys do.
Don't mind me. I can't whistle. Certainly not building a ladder.
Hey,
that's for goddamn sure.
Carl, you building a ladder, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I think you dropped a quarter.
Oh, did I?
So Carl tried scaling the wall using his homemade ladder, but of course it broke, and Carl fell 30 feet down to a concrete slab, breaking both his ankles, both his legs, fracturing his spine, and, in his words, rupturing himself.
Not good.
I honestly think, does rupturing yourself, in my mind, its asshole fell out of his butt, right?
No, I don't.
You mean that's a prolapse?
I think maybe his lungs or something got punctured.
I think it's like a hernia type of thing.
Ooh,
It seems like it's a nut and butt centered injury.
Yeah, I mean it could.
Are you the most medical thing you've ever said?
Thank you.
Well, Carl stayed for only 5 days in the prison hospital until he was thrown back into his cell without his bones being set and without his legs put into casts. He was left in that cell for 8 months without the care of a doctor, which of course crippled him forever.
Sure.
And it completely rehabilitated him too, right? He said, I'm sorry, and he was really he was very repentant, and he understood the nature of his crimes, right?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to say, though, it is good that he's a little bit weaker. It seems like he didn't really do anything good when he was at full strength. So
we'll see what exactly that did to him.
Yeah, we're going to find out about that. I have a whole theory about this time period.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Finding great talent can be tough, but thankfully with ZipRecruiter, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites with just one click. That's why ZipRecruiter is different. Unlike other job sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you, it finds them. In fact, over 80% of jobs posted on ZipRecruiter get a qualified candidate in just 24 hours. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Simply screen, rate, and manage candidates all in one place with ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use dashboard. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by businesses of all sizes to find the most qualified job candidates with immediate results. And right now, our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. One more time, try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. Now, after 14 months, Carl was taken to a hospital where they operated on his rupture and cut out one of his testicles in the process. So I guess it is a nut and butt type thing.
Okay. You were right.
5 days after the operation, Carl, still in the hospital, decided to see if the loss of a testicle had any effect on his sexual performance.
Good Lord.
I would assume
Men
it
are
would.
disgusting.
I
Men are
guess.
disgusting. He literally just lost a nut. His ankles are trashed, but somehow his cock still works.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
I guess I could just put these pillows together, but it's not fun because pillows don't scream.
He was caught trying to sodomize another prisoner in their hospital bed and was thrown back into a cell where he would stay for another 3 years waiting out his sentence.
What a maniac.
He wrote,
The more they misused me, the more I was filled with the spirit of hatred and revenge. I was so full of hate that there was no room in me for such feelings as love, pity, kindness, or honor or decency. I hated everybody I saw, except for that Jimmy Fallon. What a funny, light-hearted way to end the night.
That's it.
Now, one of the most fascinating aspects of Carl Panzram is just how much of his brain power he dedicated to murder. A lot of serial killers, like Dahmer and Gacy, they play this whole dog and pony show being a tortured soul.
Sure.
They always struggled with it, and they didn't really want to do it, but they had to do it.
I'll tell you-
There's other guys like Bundy who never really quite owned up to it. Even the day of his execution, who is it that he talked to? Pat Robertson?
Yeah.
And tried to blame the whole thing on pornography and bullshit like that.
James Dobson.
James
Focus
Dobson,
on the
that's
family.
right.
James Dobson. Ted Bundy was officially forgiven. Jeffrey Dahmer, however, would have built a hell of a ladder. He's a Wisconsin
Absolutely.
guy, you know?
No, but he grew up in the suburbs.
He can build ladders. He can build a ladder.
he built a ladder. He would have found a ladder.
Yeah.
He would at least have found a ladder. Carl Panzram was just so indie. He was so DIY that he had to make his own ladder.
Yeah.
Because, honestly, you talked about this in the first episode, Marcus. The man is deliberate.
Yeah.
The man, Carl Panzram, was a mayhem machine. Of all, I like in our show, what we try to do is we demystify serial killers. We like to say, like, obviously these are losers. Bundy was a fucking horrible maniac that definitely should have been destroyed. Dahmer was a loser. Gacy was gay and all that, and couldn't figure out how to handle that in Midwest. Carl Panzram, though, really is a monster, and he looked like it. And nothing ever changed him. And every single time they punished him, he got stronger and stronger, like he was some kind of big, burly, gay rogue.
No, it's more like the Hulk. The angrier Panzram gets, the stronger Panzram gets.
It is more like the Hulk.
And that's the funny thing about him is that, just physically, he was not that large. He was like 5'9", maybe 5'10", 190. But every person who talks about Panzram talks about how gigantic he was. And that was just a sheer force of presence. That was just his personality that made him look so gigantic. This is what he wrote.
My whole mind was bent on figuring out different ways to annoy and punish my enemies, and everybody was my enemy.
I'm going to say the word annoy. You know, it's like Holden McNeely from the Round Table is annoying. But this
think
is
about how evil that is, actually, Kissel. That's how evil it is. It's all levels. He does not care just about. It's like it'd be different if he also was into, like, of course he liked the murder and he liked and the robbing and all that stuff. But he also just liked to bother you online, waiting for the bus.
Yeah. So it's just like, if I just do a low hum behind this person in line, that'll really annoy them.
He was a real. Honestly, he was a real. I'm gonna say, what's his name? Bo. He's fucking.
Bo Bridges?
No, not
Bo Bridges. Don't bring Bo
He's
Bridges.
a real Bobby Bonilla. He's a real Bobby Bonilla.
Say
He really
Bobby Bonilla.
lived baseball.
That's the only sports reference you ever say. And can we
He just likes saying Bobby Bonilla.
We need an audience member to cut, or a listener to cut together every Bobby Bonilla reference and how somehow Henry gets to it.
Well, I think
baseball lived it.
Well, I think another part of that is like him annoying people. Is you see this here in the city all the time, where you see people that are out in public and they are outwardly annoying
Yes,
because
they
they
are.
want somebody to say something to them. Because once somebody says something to them, then they have a reason to react.
Right.
All of a sudden, it's not their fault anymore. It's not their fault that they beat the shit out of somebody. They beat the shit out of somebody because they said something to them.
Right.
So it's all just a justification thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Marcus, isn't this just a cry for help?
No, it's
And
not a
isn't
cry.
it-
I don't think he
it's
cries.
No,
it
fuck
just
off.
seems like he
There
was a
is
big
no
old
crying
lug
for help with
that
Carl
nobody-
Panzram.
He had a thorn in his paw, Marcus.
He did not have a thorn in his paw.
He had a chance for redemption, and
Many times.
he had many chances for redemption, and he absolutely blew it. If only he would have just stayed the flag boy in Oregon, then he would have been fantastic.
What a great flag boy he would have been.
An Oregon flag boy is what it would have been perfect for him. Just big and burly, waving that flag, and then he could have had all the sex with men that he wanted because the flags.
Who doesn't love a good flag?
In an extensive letter to Lesser, and this is talking about how much Panzram thought about murder. Panzram wrote about the plans for mass murder he concocted in Dannemora while he was sitting there waiting for his bones to knit back together. Plans he very well could have carried out had he not been so devastatingly injured from the fall.
Now remember this. This is 8 months of solitary. They put him in alone. His legs do not work. His spine is all fucked up. He's laying in a cot, staring at the ceiling, thinking of terrorist acts.
Yeah.
That's nuts. This man is very patient.
A lot of time to think. Not a lot of options either.
No. Now, the first plan started with a few robberies to gather up money for dynamite, formaldehyde, and a few £100 of sulfur. Carl would then go to a railroad tunnel between Myersdale, Pennsylvania, and Cumberland, Maryland, a location he had already picked out. He had it in mind. Once there, he would lay a contact bomb on the tracks in the middle of the tunnel next to the large glass containers full of formaldehyde along with the hundreds of pounds of sulfur. The bomb would explode, trapping the train and filling the tunnel with deadly gas, killing everyone aboard the train within minutes.
If there was only a cartoon duo that could stop him like Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Maybe.
This does seem like a very strange, it's like an old-timey sort of terrorism, I suppose, in a way.
Carl would wait outside the tunnel and shoot anyone who would come out, and when he was sure everyone was dead, Carl would put on a gas mask and loot the corpses, going from train car to train car. And to ensure he'd have enough time, he'd also blow the bridge behind him that the train had just gone over. And if Carl carried this out, the body count would have been in the hundreds. But with the loot Carl would gain from the robbery, he planned to invest all of it in the stock market and maximize profits by starting a war between England and the United States.
Thank God. I thought you were going to say he was going to buy a yacht.
Finally, my lucky yacht, my 9th yacht.
The 9th
That's
yacht.
what I need.
That's the luckiest one.
First, as far as this is how he planned to start a war between England and America. He had actually a very reasonable plan.
Sure.
First, he would wait until diplomatic relations were strained, which they actually were between England and the United States in 1927. And Carl would wait until a British ship was anchored in the Hudson River in New York City. Then, dressed in a U.S. Navy uniform, Carl would affix a Navy flag to a couple of small boats, load them up with TNT, and anchor them next to the British ship. He would then light 15-minute fuses on all the TNT and conspicuously paddle away in a third boat, hoping that someone would see him in his U.S. Navy uniform. Carl's hope was that an Englishman would see either the boats or Carl in a Navy uniform and blame the United States starting a war. And if that didn't work, Carl would play it from the other side by buying a British ship and blowing up one of the locks in the Panama Canal. He had different angles for this.
Double angles.
And it was really close because back in the day, I mean, when you were saying it's like there was an actual real tension happening between the UK and the United States. And it's like he could have done it.
Yeah.
And technically, he would have been like weirdly the most important man in American history.
Carl's other plan was on a much smaller scale. This one involved half a dozen hogs and a barrel of arsenic. Carl said he would starve the hogs and present them with a mash of flour and water with the poison mixed in. This is what he wrote.
They would all dive into it and fill themselves full, and in an hour or two the poison would begin to work through their systems. Then I was gonna hang them all up by their hind legs with a wash tub under them to get the slimy poison and froth and drain out of them into the wash tubs. That I would strain and dry out. And then I intended to get some clay and make 3 big clay pots, each one to fit inside the other, and each one a little harder than the next one. Then I was going to fill all 3 pots with poison. I was gonna put the lot all in one and put that in the bottom of a small creek that flows into the reservoir that supplies the town and poison all their water. Lucretia Borgia used this racket on a small scale, but I figured on a few extra improvements so that I could do a better job than the Borgias done. They were pikers. They didn't kill half enough. I'm being kind of a tiger mom there, but... They should have killed everybody and left this world for the only good thing in it, nature. This would be a damn fine world if man was out of it.
What, he got all environmentalist there at the end? I'm still a little bit confused. Why do you have to feed it to the pigs?
So you can get the... Well,
Can't you just put it together? I think he just wanted to feed pigs random poisons. I don't understand what's going on to the pigs. And now I feel like we're in an Shinrikyo case. I love the pigs.
You are not appreciating the workmanship here.
I just don't know.
And the type of DIY energy,
I know.
the type of Amy Sedaris DIY energy that he is bringing to these terrorist plots.
I just don't know why he included pigs. That's all I'm asking. It seems like he got a middle pig, and I'm like, I don't think you need a middle pig here, a.k.a. middleman. But in this case, the middleman is a pig, so it's a middle pig. But I just don't know why they're involved at all.
Osama bin Laden did it. Osama bin Laden did it. We know that because he was a set-it-and-forget-it terrorist.
Yeah, but
this was a man every inch of the way. He wanted to be in charge of every detail.
I'm just a little bit confused with the pigs.
I mean, it probably has something to do with the pig blood and make it go into the water.
What has that been used for an explosive? I just watched the Oklahoma City documentary. No pointed pigs come up.
No, this isn't explosion. This is poison.
Nah.
So it's
poison.
Yeah. All right.
I think the idea is to sort of, to be an honest answer, launder the poison a little bit, where you can hide a little bit of the nature of the poison, exactly what it is, if you hide it in the pig shit, in the pig vomit.
Yeah, and also the pig vomit's already got, like, all of the pig stuff is going to make people sick because they're drinking, like, rotten pig blood. Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is adamandeve.com. Go to adamandeve.com, and for a limited time only, you'll get 50% off just about any item. When you select your one item at 50% off, you'll also receive 3 free adult DVDs plus a free mystery gift, and to top it all off, they'll even throw in free shipping on your entire order. adamandeve.com. Use the code LEFT at checkout. That's LEFT at adamandeve.com. Use the code LEFT. But thankfully, less than 2 months after Carl was released from Dannemora, he embarked on a reckless crime spree, committing 10 burglaries and a murder in Baltimore. But Carl wouldn't be taken down for the murder. This time, it was nothing more than the theft of a radio that would put Carl Panzram in prison for the rest of his life, and a murder while inside that would take him to the hangman's noose.
Ooh, but he did get to hear the Carter family, and they're a great, wonderfully talented family.
On August 10th, 1928, a fence named Joe Chavinsky rolled over on Panzram after being caught pawning a radio that Carl had stolen from the house of a well-known dentist in Washington, D.C.
Just like the idea of being like, I'm the most well-known dentist in town. Every smile is my smile.
It's my smile.
That's my smile.
When Carl was arrested, he treated the charge like a joke, saying he'd killed too many people to worry about this charge. But it would be while Panzram was awaiting trial on the radio charge that he would meet a 25-year-old prison guard named Henry Lesser. Now, Lesser seemed like a pretty good dude. As far as prison guards in the 20s went, he kind of reminds me of like Tom Hanks in The Green Mile.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he would definitely be played by Tom Hanks, or nowadays like an Owen Wilson.
Oh, wow. I like Owen Wilson.
Oh, your name's Carl. Wow.
Owen Wilson proves you can have a weird nose as long as you have a perfect body.
That's it. All you need is a perfect body.
Just call him hombre a lot.
Oh.
Now, Henry Lesser, he also had the temperament necessary to be a pretty good prison guard. He was a guy that had an urge to help the less fortunate, but he also enjoyed the power that being a guard gave him. He just had that, I think you just need that to be a good prison guard.
Oh, absolutely. You have to have a little
He was also
sympathy.
a very small guy. He was considered to be a failure by his family because I believe he did not go into the family business. He found this job accidentally, and basically his whole family was like, oh, you can't be a prison guard. You're going to be terrible at this. He's like my size. But he's like, I'll make up for it with gumption, which thankfully, honestly, just thankfully Carl Panzram was hobbled, or he would have gotten a bit more gumption than he could have handled.
Yeah, probably.
Lesser was immediately curious about Panzram from the moment he saw him. Like we said, Panzram is a man with presence. So Lesser walked up to Panzram's cell and asked, "What's your racket?" To which Panzram replied,
"What I do is reform people, and the only way to reform them is to kill them."
Well, that's murder. That is not a form. That is not
I was
reform.
trying to find a cool way to say I kill people.
I know, but it's
I've been working on the line for a while. It's my log line.
I know that, but reform would imply like they're a better person when it's done.
It's darkly ironic.
I don't fully understand it, but yeah.
For some reason, Lesser decided he wanted to know more and struck up an unlikely friendship. But what finally won Panzram over was when Lesser, after Panzram had gone through a particularly brutal prison torture for trying to loosen his cell bars, Lesser gave Panzram $1.
Oh, he gave him $1.
Gave him $1. But this is 1928.
No, I know. Here's $1. Okay.
It's hard. It seems very insulting to give a huge man that just been tied to a post and beaten for hours.
Yep.
Like, here's $1.
There you go. You know what I could really go for? A hacksaw. Do you have one of those?
Well, actually,
you know what actually would be really nice is some ice for my fucking one nut I have left.
Here's $1.
Well, this actually brought tears to Panzram's eyes. He was almost crying, and he told Henry Lesser that no screw had ever done him a favor before. And because of that, Panzram chose Henry Lesser to be the one to hear the full story of the life of Carl Panzram.
Ooh.
Now, I have a theory about this. I think in the end, so he confessed to all of his crimes while being heavily tortured in the basement of this prison. Now, I think what happened was that after Dannemora and he was completely crippled, and they said that his gait, the way he walked, they said it looked like he was skipping. He was very badly damaged and covered in scar tissue and in constant pain. I think that he realized that he was sort of at the end of his powers and that he was not as strong as he was before. And that Henry Lesser, in my mind, it was another game. I think that he was touched by Henry Lesser, sort of like the way that Murphy tried to reform him and he responded a little bit. But I also think that was a long-term game, as you find out, because he eventually tried to escape again. I think that he was trying to switch it up because and basically come out and end everything because he knows that he's a sitting duck. Everybody's eyes are on him. They're waiting to challenge him as soon as he gets out of solitary, and he can't hold his weight anymore.
It's time to tell his story, maybe, huh?
I don't know. I think that he does have some urge to reach out because with the whole Spud Murphy thing, Spud Murphy let him out of prison dozens of times. He had dozens of chances to run away. It was just that one night that for some reason a bug got up his ass and he decided to leave that night. So I think there is a genuine urge in him to not be a total and complete monster. There just wasn't ever anybody who gave him there was nobody who actually reached out to him. Although, did he really deserve to be reached out to?
That's a whole nother question. I'm going to say he's a total monster.
But Henry Lesser also had his fucking agenda too, because he said that he was doing all of this from a criminology aspect. He was really interested in the minds of serial killers, and so this was great for him. Henry Lesser was like a version of us in the past, where he basically sat on a gold mine being like, I'm going to find out directly from a psychopath's mouths what a psychopath thinks.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So whenever Lesser could, he would smuggle a pen and paper into Panzram's cell, and Panzram would fill each paper, carefully numbering each page before leaving them between his cell bars for Henry to find the next morning. And these pages are where we get the vast majority of our information about Panzram. Writers and researchers a roadmap to find out more.
And what we have said before, honestly, mostly when you hear the writings of a serial killer, you're going to doubt it. It's obviously going to be full of shit. And there's a bunch of people that try to attack his accounts. But what we've said again and again, there's constant references to his shit is real. And that he was really spilling his guts in a way that I think that he knew that people were going to pay attention to in the future.
Yep. I love the chapter that he wrote, If These Pigs Could Talk. I don't like what it... Oh, that's what he did to those. Pigs are smarter than dogs.
Yeah, we know, Ben.
All right.
We have to eliminate them before they evolve.
Well, that is true. They are attacking your home state of Texas right now.
The wild
The
hogs.
wild hog.
You know, they just legalized hot air balloon hunting.
I saw that. Yeah, I was like, we got to try. We just missed it when we were in Texas.
Wait a second. Can you literally shoot from a fucking a hot air balloon? Isn't that not like a Looney Tunes thing where you shoot and then the basket goes backwards?
Yeah.
No, it's actually a lot easier and safer to shoot from a hot air balloon because the helicopters they were using were way too loud, and it's hard to get a good shot from a windy helicopter. But when you're on a hot air balloon,
you can do it.
Free game.
Yeah, and you can travel all around the world in something like that. It's real
I
nice.
could just walk around plains of Texas and get all the free hog meat that I want.
Oh, you don't want to eat that.
You don't want to eat that gamey shit. We used to kill those wild hogs, and then someone would serve them up at parties, and everyone would just grab big hunks of meat with their bare hands.
That sounds fantastic.
Well, now, yeah, Marcus, you just sold it. I thought it was stringier than that. Anyway.
Oh, it's extremely stringy. I mean, it's awful shit, but, it's good.
I'll try anything once.
Mm-hmm.
Now, while all this was going on between Lesser and Panzram was starting to gain some attention. During one of his torture sessions, Carl had confessed to the murders of the 3 boys in Philadelphia, New Haven, and Salem, and like we said, the details were all checking out. So when Carl went on trial for the radio theft, a crowd was gathered, and Panzram took the opportunity to say a few words for himself in open court.
Now, the way these words are formulated, you're going to say that he understood the gravity of having everybody's attention, and he was trying to cement his place in history.
Yeah.
You people got me here charged with housebreaking and larceny. I am guilty. I broke in and I stole. What I didn't steal, I smashed. If the owner had come in, I would have knocked his brains out. There's something else you ought to know. While you were trying me here, I was trying all of you too. I found you guilty. Some of you I've executed. If I live, I'll execute some more of you. I hate the whole human race. You think I'm playing crazy, don't you? I'm not. I know right from wrong. No delusions. I don't hear anything you don't hear. My conscience doesn't bother me. I have no conscience. I believe the whole human race should be exterminated. I'll do my best to do it every chance I get. Now I've done my duty. You do yours. I am the Batman.
You get the feeling his defense attorney is just like, stop, cut it out, Oh my goodness. Hey, just don't. Carl. That's going to make the case more difficult.
And for that little speech, Carl Panzram was sentenced to 25 years at the federal penitentiary in Leavenworth, Kansas, the same prison he had served time in after the Army when he was a teenager. After the verdict was read, Lesser went to Carl's cell to do a routine bar check on the windows, as Carl had gained a reputation for using his immense strength to loosen the bars. Lesser walked in and turned his back on Carl while he was doing the inspection. Carl walked up behind him and said,
"You're brave, but don't ever do that again. Turning your back on me like that."
And Lesser replied by saying that there was nothing brave about it because he and Carl were buddies. But Carl said,
"Yes, you are the one man in the world I don't want to kill. But I'm so erratic, I'm liable to do anything. Like fall in love." Oh, my love, my darling.
As they kiss.
You need to stay for the entire song.
I gotta go check other rooms.
You
know, this isn't the only cell I have to monitor.
Hello.
All right.
Overtime.
I'll sit here.
And time.
But
this really is the Michael Myers Danny Trejo relationship in Halloween 2. It really is.
Yes. But the face-to-face friendship wasn't to last, for on January 30th, 1929, Lesser took Panzram on his transfer to Leavenworth, and once there, the two shook hands and promised to write. And right they did.
Oh, this is such a weird story at this point.
Panzram's letters to Lesser are worlds apart from the biography Panzram had written while housed in the Washington, D.C. jail. He talked about the articles he enjoyed reading, his favorite philosophers, he loved Kant and Nietzsche, and his opinion that Lesser should get out of the prison racket.
It's really funny. He got into Kanda-Nietzsche. It's like the same as the people like that were in the Gamergate theory. It's like the same. It's all the same guys.
Yeah.
But he used to get piles and piles of philosophy books and struggle to read them. Like he would take them and desperately try to. It's very interesting imagining other people watching him through. I also think that Henry Lesser was just not his type. In the end, it's just why he didn't go at him.
Well, Panzram even gave Lesser business ideas, such as Panzram's admittedly good idea to invest in the dehydration of foodstuffs as a means of transportation.
Oh, that's good. And then it could be lesser is more, which would be a good slogan because you have dehydrated food, which it looks lesser, but in reality, it's more.
Wow.
But I don't think he took it.
This is what Panzram wrote about that.
If you have done as I told you to do, to get from the Department of Agriculture some treatises and papers of the subject of dehydration of fruits and vegetables, then all you will need to do is go to the nearest grocery store and buy a quarter's worth of ripe bananas. Write that down. That's all you need. Dehydrate them until they're thoroughly dry, and then you grind the result into a fine flour. It's nice. Bam, kick it up a notch. Then you eat it. You will find it is very good. I have done this myself, and I know. Did you ever eat oatmeal with chopped up bananas in it? That's something pretty good to eat, but it's also much better when it's as fixed up as suggested by Carl Panzram, 31614, taking it to Flavortown.
I know. He's like the Guy Fieri of prisoners, but he can't roll out anywhere, and that's really sad. Although it would be funny if he was, I'm rolling out, but he's on a yacht.
And when Lesser wouldn't write back soon enough for Panzram's liking, Carl would play the part almost that of a wounded lover.
Oh.
I received your last letter July 29th. This is my third letter since then. What's the matter? Don't you get all of my letters, or don't you care to answer them? If you don't want to write to me, just say so, and I'll not bother anymore. I saw what you did. You left me on red. I see the 3 dots. What are you trying to say? I just say what you want to say. Let the words fall out. Honestly, I want to see you be brave.
Carl, I just don't think it's working out with us. You're imprisoned.
You just don't like all the rest, aren't you?
Carl, you're just a serial killer, and I have a life to live. I met a woman.
I am a man with needs. I am a man saying yes to his sexuality. You have to jump into it with
I'm in love with a woman.
You.
But it wasn't all bananas and bitching for Carl Panzram at Leavenworth. On Carl's first day, when he was taken in for processing, he told the officer in charge,
I'll kill the first man who bothers me.
And 6 months later, Panzram would make good on the killing threat. Upon arrival at Leavenworth, Carl was assigned duty in the laundry room, which was overseen by a hard-ass KKK leader named Robert Warnke, whom Panzram absolutely despised.
What? Hey, if nothing sticks to Teflon, how do you get Teflon on there?
Airport? Wow. Well, why would this guy bother Panzram? I mean, he knew it wasn't going to turn out right.
Well, Carl said in open court. He told Henry Lesser. He said it on the transfer there. He told the deputy chief. He told the guy who brought him in again and again and again and again. I'm going to kill the first man who bothers me.
Don't bother him.
So, don't bother him. He was setting it up. He was setting it up because the actual relationship in jail is someone is going to bother you.
Of course.
It is going to happen. At some point, somebody's going to cross you. So he was just telling everybody, I'm going to do it. And you're all, because at this point also, I think that there was a gigantic, you're going to see the sentiment in jail was that he was full of shit. Mm-hmm. That the people thought that his stories were full of shit, that he was just some kind of like guy who was like trying to get attention in jail because he was getting a bunch of extra attention because he was basically getting hauled in to do all these different confessions and all the shit. Mm-hmm. So he's got to put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah. Well, there was really just one guy who thought he was full of shit, and that was like one guy that was in solitary confinement with him. All the rest of the guys were absolutely terrified of him, even after he was crippled. I mean, this guy, that's how much power this guy had and how much he exuded and just how terrifying he really was. How much of a monster he was.
You think about Hank Hill's dad in King of the Hill. He didn't even have legs and he was scary.
It's like Stephen Hawking, who only got smarter when they put him in the chair.
Yes, that's very true.
So after a few months of being a good boy, Panzram started laundering a few extra handkerchiefs for some pocket change for the prison canteen.
Oh.
Now, Warnke soon caught Carl and busted him down to third grade status, which was just as bad in Leavenworth as it was the first time Carl was there. Third grade prisoners were sent to solitary confinement, were placed under strict silence rules, couldn't receive mail, couldn't use the commissary, and weren't even allowed to watch the monthly prison movie.
Oh, that's so sad.
And for busting him down, Panzram swore to kill Warnke, as Warnke had indeed bothered him. Now, usually, when a prisoner was busted to third grade, the prisoner would be reassigned from the person who busted him down to avoid the inevitable revenge.
Well, now, what kind of movies are we talking here? Like Flappers and Bow Ties? Like, what's the name of the films back in this era? This is your we're not into the talkies yet, are we?
No, 1928 was the year Steamboat Willie came out.
Hey,
the first Mickey Mouse cartoon.
I bet you would have liked it better if it was about a yacht.
Who needs all this steam?
Well, of course, yeah, they always reassign these guys because they were always afraid that these guys would take revenge on their bosses. But because Panzram, and this is the amazing irony of it, because Panzram had specifically threatened to kill Warnke, Carl was sent right back to the laundry room because Warnke didn't want to lose face.
Sure.
Because if he lost face, then he would lose respect. And in a prison like Leavenworth, a hard-ass place like that, respect is the number one thing that you have. It's the only thing you have. You lose that and you're done. Panzram came back to the laundry room from the hold. The other prisoners said that Carl had calmed down, or at least appeared to, and eventually faded into the background. But in a letter to Henry Lesser, Carl wrote,
I'm still on my same job and like it less each day. I'm getting all set for a change. It won't be long now.
Seems scary.
Yeah. So on June 20th, 1929, Carl was walking into the laundry room when he passed by a half-built washing machine that had an open packing crate next to it, which was filled with 10-pound iron bars. Just out.
Why are we shipping these to prison?
Why? Yeah. What would be the point of that? Just be like, use if you want to escape.
Carl picked one up and hid behind a steel support beam on the opposite side of the room and waited for Robert Warnke. And when Warnke entered the room, Warnke stopped in front of the same washing machine to take a look at the construction and possibly to wonder why there was a large crate with a bunch of 10-pound iron bars just
This
sitting
seems to be a mistake. And I know that I'm also a Grand Wizard of the KKK, and I'm like fine with that. But this is a big mistake.
That is a mistake.
And when Warnke turned around, there stood Carl Panzram. And with the loud roar, Panzram brought the iron bar down on Warnke's head, sending him to the floor. Panzram bashed Warnke's head again and again until the foreman's head was an unrecognizable mush of brains and bone.
Well,
Take that, Dad. Take that, Dad.
This one's not so bad. He's a Grand Wizard, right, of the KKK?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
Get him.
Yeah. Panzram then turned his rage towards the other men already at work, and he started swinging the bar at them, but as Carl wasn't as spry as he once was due to the fall, he missed again and again. And Panzram then limped out of the laundry and into the office of the deputy warden to take his revenge on that guy for denying Carl's work transfer. And while he was doing that, he walked right past a guard who noticed Carl, but didn't really think anything of it.
Well, you just don't want, you don't want to get killed by Carl Panzram.
I would have definitely turned the other cheek. So
You know
covered in blood with a 10-pound iron bar and be like, hey, Carl, need anything? Hey, buddy, need a water or something?
But lucky for the deputy warden, that guy was in another wing having a conversation with guard captain Fred Bulldorm Shirty Morrison. And Panzram did not have his revenge. Panzram moved on to the adjoining clerk's room and started swinging the bar again, but he didn't hit anybody that time either, and he also chased a trustee to the dining room, but never managed to catch him due, again, to the limp.
And imagine the look on his face. It's sort of like, when you put a dog in a wheelchair, and it has that look. He must have felt so sad.
Yeah, he's like a drunk Raphael.
Carl then made his way down to the isolation block, opened the nearest cell, and sat down with a relaxed look on his face, satisfied with the mission at least part ways accomplished.
That right there, that is my Xanax.
I guess so.
So on December 5th, Carl Panzram was indicted for first-degree murder, which sat just fine with him because Carl, at this point, he wanted to die.
Finally, he's getting charged with murder. Is this the first time?
This is the first time.
Good Lord.
Well, he was indicted for murder when he started confessing to those murders of those boys in Philadelphia,
Right.
New Haven, and Salem. They started indicting him for those murders. But this was the one that he had done out in the open in front of dozens of witnesses and had tried to kill dozens of others. He was going to kill as many as he possibly could because that was his main goal, was to die. He was crippled. He was done. He was never going to escape from that prison. He was there for 25 years. By the time he got out, I think he was going to be in his 60s. So he had nothing left.
And also, he needed to get a kill on the books. I think he knew in order to solidify his reputation as an all-American folktale person identity, because that's what he wanted to be. He wanted to be a folktale. He needed to prove that he could murder. And I think that's why he did it in such a public way, to be like, I'm not full of shit. I will do this again, and you let me out of here, I'll kill everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, if I could compare Carl Panzram to a character in fiction, like if you've read the comic book Preacher, I mean, Carl Panzram is the saint of killers.
Ooh. Yeah.
And this guy is a fucking monster.
It's fucking metal as shit. I don't want to say it's not cool. Nothing is cool.
He's very mean.
Nothing is cool.
Yes.
But Carl, he actually had a surprisingly hard time making it to the hangman's noose, but not for lack of trying. See, Carl's plan was to act as his own attorney, plead not guilty to ensure the harshest punishment, and essentially demand death during his defense. But the feds refused Carl's request to act as his own attorney, and the lawyer they did assign him wanted to plead insanity. That was the only way he could find out of it. And Carl's smart-ass ways seemed to only confirm the whole insanity defense. Like when he wrote his last will and testament, he left his corpse to a dog catcher in East Grand Forks, Minnesota, and bequeathed to mankind an unspecified curse.
Ooh.
It's awesome.
It's just everything that he was doing, because people were like, oh, if he wants to die, he must be crazy.
I love an unspecified curse.
Just that he was like, I bequeath to mankind a curse.
Look at that.
That's awesome. Honestly, man, this is how Ozzy's got to go. When Ozzy knows that he's just about to die, he's got to take everybody with him and write a fucking super metal obituary and just fucking, Prince of Darkness, man.
And then Carl's trial was delayed even further due to a riot at Leavenworth, in which prisoners came up with a bizarre plan in which they would strip naked, blacken their faces and bodies for camouflage, capture the warden, kill him, cut up his body, and fry it into steaks.
Well, that would have been a great defense against Predator. Very similar to
really
what Arnold
great
Schwarzenegger
defense against
did.
Predator.
Yeah.
And that would have been awesome because there were a bunch of guys that probably look like the team from Predator in those jails.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, they only got as far as the naked and blackened part, though, as by the time they were...
That's the worst two parts.
No, that's the funnest
That's
two parts.
the fun.
You
I
kinda
don't
giggle.
know.
Everyone's kind of uncomfortable and giggling a little bit. And you're like, it's like we're being naughty. We're being really naughty.
It is
right
naughty.
Yeah, and by the time they were done with all that business, the warden was well out of reach, and the riot was eventually quelled.
Hey, tell me, wait, Carson, can you see me? Can you see me? Yeah, I can see you. You're just there all covered in, what is that? Oh, man, did you cover yourself in shit?
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it was the only black thing I could find. I haven't been eating well. They say that my black shit means that I'm bleeding internally, but, c'est la vie.
All right.
But Carl's biggest obstacle was the fact that capital punishment was, at that time, illegal in Kansas, where Leavenworth was located. However, since the prison was on federal land, the murder was a federal case, so the death penalty was on the table.
USA, 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 USA.
But that didn't stop local death penalty opponents from coming to Carl's aid, very much against his will. When Carl found out that advocates were trying to get his death sentence overturned, Carl wrote them an extensive point-by-point letter on why he should be allowed to die and why they should leave the whole business alone. And the conclusion to this letter contains some of Carl's best-known lines. And really, with these lines, that was really all I knew about Carl Panzram before we started this series. And this is him writing to his advocates concerning their attempts to save his life.
Oh dear, look, with that dear young Carl Panstram, he sent us a letter. I bet he wants to say thank you so very much.
Well, open it, Craig. Open the letter, Craig.
All right, I'll open it, but I know he will be very thankful
Yes,
for our efforts.
we're doing the Lord's work, Greg.
The only thanks you or your kind will ever get from me for your efforts on my behalf is that I wish you all had one neck and that I had my hands on it. I would sure put you out of your misery, just the same as I have done with numbers of other people. I have no desire whatever to reform myself. My desire is to reform people who try to reform me, and I believe that the only way to reform people is to kill them. That's my trademark. I'm trademarking. My motto is rob them all, rape them all, and kill them all. I am very truly yours, Copper John II, Carl Pensram.
I tell you what, Clark, I'm kind of wet. And I don't know why. I think it's the choking.
Yeah. Different reaction than we thought.
And so Carl Panzram finally got his wish and was sentenced to death by hanging. But in a strange move, considering how much effort he put into being hanged, Panzram attempted suicide 2 weeks before his execution date.
What a great last way to say fuck you to everybody.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it would have been like he basically begged and finally like, I did it before you could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
First, he ate a rotten plate of beans that he had hidden in his cell for weeks.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah. And
I think I did that in college.
Yeah.
Then he used a sharpened button to sever a particularly vulnerable leg artery, but he was found, had his stomach pumped, and was patched up.
Little known fact, it was a campaign button for Taft.
Oh, it's a bigger button, so it looked like a normal button on his body.
Yeah, and this whole thing probably was a big fuck you, but the interesting thing to note about this is that the attempt came exactly 1 year after the murder of Robert Wernke.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the 6 pigs.
But whatever the reason, Carl wouldn't try again. The night before his execution, Panzram's blockmate, Robert Stroud, the infamous Birdman of Alcatraz.
Why do they call him that?
Because he raised birds. He raised canaries. In fact,
he raised birds.
Oh. Yeah, in fact, didn't he discover like a lot about like canaries, their mating habits, like diseases and things like that?
He had a jail time relationship with the bird expert that they were pen pals back and forth, and they both helped figure out some weird thing with canaries, and then they got married. It was very interesting. In order for him to stay his execution, because he was in jail essentially for killing somebody on the inside. Stroud got a life sentence because he killed a guard that fucked up visitation rights for his brother. Like basically he got booked on some citation as he couldn't see his brother, so he was just stuck there raising birds.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and Stroud is he's one of the most famous prisoners in American history, and he was the one that said that Carl Panzram's whole story was bullshit. But really, Stroud hardly knew Panzram. They just were in the same solitary confinement cell block together. But Stroud was just, I don't know, he was just trying to pad his book a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, Looking Outward was his book, and it's pretty cool. I read a little bit of it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but what Robert Stroud said is that the night before his execution, Carl spent the whole night singing a song. Ooh. And the song was of Carl's own composition. And in Stroud's words, its principal theme was,
"Oh, how I love my round eye, I would never give him back. Oh, how I love my round eye, try to take him back. Try to take him back. Try to take him back."
A System of a Down flair.
I imagine he had a very new metal singing voice.
Yeah, probably.
And the next day, Carl was taken to the gallows, so eager to die that he was half dragging his escorts behind him. And when asked if he had any last words, Carl said,
"Yes, hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard. I could hang 12 men while you're fooling around."
And so, on September, what are your thoughts?
That's just funny. You called him a Hoosier.
Yeah,
it's such a juvenile sort of a pleasant slur, I suppose.
Yeah.
Of all the things he could have called him,
Hoosier.
and also it just makes me think of Gene Hackman.
Yeah, exactly.
Hoosiers.
What a great Indiana team they were.
And so, on December 5th, 1930, the spirit of hatred and vengeance was hanged from the neck until dead. and it would be another 40 years before the world would know the full story of Carl Panzram.
There it is, Carl Panzram, all 3 parts. Marcus, how do you feel?
Icky.
All right,
I
that's
feel
about
icky.
accurate.
Officially my favorite heavy hitter.
Yeah?
I am in love with them.
Oh, I don't think you should be in love
It's
with
like
them.
you and Harold Schechter and all these like the true crime guys. I mean, if you want to talk to Harold Schechter and you want to strike up a conversation with him and really get him on a deep cut, I guarantee you, man, talk to him about Carl Panzram.
There it is.
We're gonna meet him on Saturday.
Yeah,
a week from Saturday in Indianapolis.
Yeah, we're going to be at the Indianapolis Crime Con. Me and Ben are going to be appearing on Podcast Row, and then the 3 of us are going to be doing a panel on Saturday. It's going to be cool as shit.
That's right. We'll see you in Indiana, ya Hoosiers.
You damn Hoosiers.
Ya Hoosiers. Which I cannot wait to go back to the Midwest, and we'll be in Atlanta this weekend. So if you can, we're at the Earl, and there's a lot of great places around there and stuff. So if I think the show is sold out.
The show is
we'll
sold
hang
out,
and
but,
stuff, so
but
come on out.
I think the Earl is going to be releasing some tickets at the
great.
door, quite possibly for the first show, and that's a big maybe. That is a very big maybe. So I would say on the day of the show, if you still want to come, call up the Earl and ask them if they're going to be. And actually, that's a good tactic for any of our live shows.
Absolutely.
Call up the venue the day of, and sometimes they do release extra tickets.
And
so,
also,
see if you can come out.
The Earl has a separate bar too, so just go hang out at the bar, and we'll see you a bit after the show.
Yeah. The Earl's a fantastic place. It's our favorite
Also,
place in Atlanta.
Mary's down the street is hilarious. It's a crazy bar.
Oh, yeah,
I love
I remember
place.
that.
Mary's is great.
Let's see here. So what else do we have to do? We got the Patreon. I want to thank everybody for that, for all your donations. It's unbelievable. That's why we can do all this. So you can go to, patreon.com?
Yeah, patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left. If you want to give us a little donation, of course, you get something in return. If you give just $1 or more, you get pre-sales for all of our upcoming live shows. We're about to announce a hell of a whole lot of them here in the coming weeks. And don't forget that we're going to be coming to Milwaukee in I think it's July 14th or July 16th, but I think it's July 14th. We'll go to cavecomedyradio.com/live to get tickets for that.
That'll be very
Milwaukee. That's how it's pronounced. Is Milwaukee,
which means the good land.
It is the good land. That's where I went to college. It's a wonderful place. I can't wait to go back home. Listen to the shows here on CCR. Thanks so much for supporting all the shows here on CCR. Able Against Top End for everything political. Roundtable of Gentlemen. Sex and Other Human Activities. Page 7. Wizard and the Bruiser. Movie Signs with the Mads. Check them all out.
And follow us on Twitter. I'm at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel. Follow us on Instagram at Dr. Fantasy, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, the #1. And also follow Last Podcast Left and all of the fucking things that are grinding our society to a halt at LP on the Left.
Oh, my God, to say the least. Twitter is an interesting phenomenon.
Oh, God.
Kofifi. Can I just say that? Do I just say Kofifi?
Oh,
Is that the
I
term?
don't know.
And
we don't
everyone
have
will-
to do that.
Everyone will just clap
Everyone
for you
will
and say
applaud.
what
Just applaud.
All right,
What a
everyone.
progressive.
Hail yourselves.
Hail Satan.
Hail-
Watch Twin Peaks, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
It only got a 0.5. No one watched it.
Whoa,
You're
really?
so fucking stupid.
Well, I
Twin
don't have
Peaks is the best
Showtime.
show.
I don't have Showtime.
Download it illegally and talk about
But
it.
then
That
it
show's
doesn't
incredible.
register, Henry.
Well, I don't know.
Watch Twin Peaks. It is.
I
it
can't
is-
wait.
It is beyond fantastic.
I'm watching House of Cards right now, and I will get to Twin Peaks. I love Twin Peaks.
And of course, Hell Geen, everyone.
Maguzulations.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thinking Sideways is not supported by bees who make heptagon-shaped hives. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
What? Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, your host, joined as always by
Devin?
and
Steve.
And we're here this week to talk about another cool mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah. This week we're going to talk about Louis Le Prince, who mysteriously vanished. Let me start off with a few biographical details about Louis Le Prince. He was born in France in 1841, moved to Leeds, England in 1866, taking a job working for a college friend in a brass foundry. I think he was an engineer. He eventually married, moved to the U.S. for a while, and began experimenting with motion pictures. He was trying to build himself a movie camera. He produced a 16-lens camera, which was kind of so-so. Essentially what it did is it took 16 sequential photographs.
Yeah.
But didn't quite work out so great because every photograph was taken from a slightly different vantage point. So it gave kind of a jerky result.
If you're trying to picture it, it almost looked like, to figure out how the lens configuration is, it's almost like the buttons on a double-breasted suit.
A really long one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, or you can go and look up pictures of it on the internet because we have pictures of the machine. But
Yeah,
it wasn't a real accurate machine.
No, that didn't. But yeah, so he began, because he didn't like the results on that one. He got a patent on it anyway. But
Smart.
Started working on a single lens camera, and eventually produced a prototype and also a prototype projector. And he actually is credited with making the world's first moving pictures. Yeah. That was in Leeds, where he made those films.
England.
Yeah, Leeds, England. Yeah, he tested his prototypes
Before moving to the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this was after he came back from the U.S.
back.
And back to Leeds, and that's where he made his first films, which was in 1888. And by the way, those films can be found online. They're incredibly short.
Is
2.2 seconds.
Is one of them like the running? What's the running horse one?
That's Muybridge.
Oh yeah.
That's not this guy.
You're right.
Yeah. So do you want to talk about that stuff before we talk about his mysterious disappearance?
Let's just go through the story, and then we'll talk about the technology, and then we can go from there. That's probably the better way, so we don't break it up too much.
Okay, all right. Generally, Thomas Edison and the Lumiere brothers, who were French guys, they get all the credit for the invention of movies, but Louis Le Prince actually was the first out of the gate. He produced his prototype several years, I think, before Edison produced his. After he had a good functioning single lens prototype and projector, he made plans to go to New York to put on a public demonstration. And so that would have been 1890 when that happened. So that was a year ahead of when Thomas Edison applied for his patent.
Wasn't that kind of a trend in Thomas Edison's career?
What's
a little
that?
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little.
Are we
yeah.
going to talk about that? Okay.
We are.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay,
How can we not?
Yeah, I know.
Fair.
Yeah. So, okay, now we get to talk about his disappearance.
Woo!
Yeah, okay. In September 1890, Louis Le Prince went to Dijon to visit his brother Albert.
Grey Poupon?
Yeah, that one. I think the town of, it used to be Grey Poupon. They changed it to Dijon. Yeah. Dijon actually in French means Dijon. I don't know if you knew that.
Can we stop the mustard jokes?
Yeah, okay. All right. On September 16th, 1890, his brother Albert took him to the Dijon railway station and put him on a train to Paris, where Louis was supposed to meet up with friends to continue his journey to the UK and then on to America for the demonstration. Louis Le Prince had his prototypes with him, as well as his luggage. Long story short, when the train arrived in Paris, Louis Le Prince was not on the train, and a mystery was born. Also, his luggage and his prototypes were gone, too. None of the passengers reported seeing anything strange happening. Nobody saw somebody getting beaten or somebody getting drug off, or,
Did they say they noticed a dude with, like, really big bags?
Everybody had really big luggage in those days, though.
That's true.
Yeah, it appears that nobody really noticed him, which actually in and of itself is a little strange, because he was actually a big guy. He was like 6'3" or 4". You know, he was a pretty big guy. French police searched the train. Then they searched the train line all the way back from Paris to Dijon, which is, by the way, quite a trip. That's quite a big swath of territory to search. They found no sign of Louis Le Prince, and his disappearance is a mystery to this day.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, what's up?
How soon did they search the train? I've never been able to find details.
I have not either. Yeah, this happened obviously more than 100 years ago, so details are a little sketchy.
Well, it depends on the telling, though. Sometimes it almost makes it sound as if the train arrived and police immediately swarmed over the train
That can't
looking for
possibly
him.
be true.
No, there's no way. But that's when you do the reading, some of the stuff you come across gives that impression. But trains don't normally stay at the station for extended periods of time.
Paris is the end of the line, though.
Maybe it would have stayed there for a little bit. But the thing about it is I'm not sure exactly when anybody raised the alarm about him. it might have been one of these things. Maybe it's even there's been some distortion introduced to the whole thing, and maybe railroad employees eventually searched the train. Maybe the police did it. It might have been days afterwards, even. It could have been it could have been one of those things where it's like maybe somebody murdered him and stuffed his body in some little nook.
Yeah, but alternately, it could have been one of those things where his friends were waiting to pick him up. They didn't see him. The conductor said, okay, we're all aboard. And somebody said, oh, no, wait. My friend was supposed to get off here. Can you just go check, make sure he's not asleep? They said, yeah,
and
sure.
Then
they discovered that he was not there, and they said, and, they thought,
yeah, and so
foul play or something.
They went through the train and all that stuff. And so I don't know how thorough the search was. But yeah, so.
And again, it's time before cell phones, so it's not exactly like you just call
text him.
Yeah, say, hey, where are you? And he doesn't respond, and you go, oh, no.
I know. Yeah.
But also, he can't just say, oh, I missed the train. I'll be on the next one.
Which is...
So you could just make the assumption, oh, he missed the train. He'll be on the next one.
Yeah,
it's
true.
So anyway, that's our mystery. This is a pretty short intro to this one. We're going to descend right into the theories. Unless you want to talk about...
we need to explain kind of what he's doing here based on the time frame. Because this, if you haven't ever done any research into the history of photography, this makes no sense in terms of how cameras worked. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever had to do that. Okay, you're giving me looks like...
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
If you've had to do any research on the history of photography.
I haven't.
I'm not the artist in this room.
I took classes in it.
No, I know that they invented the cell phone, and then they
invented the camera to go in the cell phone.
And then they invented the selfie, and then they invented the internet.
Yeah.
Okay, or somewhere in there. Yeah, that's what I know.
Well, so I know that this is part of Louis' history is that he was family friends with Daguerre.
Yeah.
Because if you've ever heard, you may have heard of the phrase a daguerreotype.
Yeah.
And that's a type of photographic image.
I don't know what that means.
A daguerreotype is a very simple way of making a photo. You basically take polished silver, a plate, and you put chemicals on it. They're light sensitive. You expose it like you would a film, photographic film. It's the same principle, but it's chemicals on a plate. And then you process it, and then you put a sheet of glass over it because what has been exposed, I can't remember whether it's what's been exposed stays dark or if what hasn't been exposed washes away. One of the two, it leaves an image, and that's a daguerreotype. And you'll see them, there's all these old tin photos of like Confederate soldiers and stuff like that. They're a version of that. But Louis the Prince was family friends.
Yeah, apparently
Daguerre.
that Daguerre was a buddy of his dad's.
Yeah.
And so he spent a lot of time hanging out with him and learned a lot and I'm sure that got him started on.
Oh yeah, so he knew about photography from that.
Yeah.
And then the other guy that you brought up was Muybridge. And people will know Muybridge, though they probably won't know his work, is if you've ever seen, I think it's A Horse Galloping is the name of it, but it is a series of images that they put in. Is it a spirograph that they call it? Not a spirograph. When it's a cylinder with images on the inside and you can spin it.
Yeah.
And it makes it look like the image is moving. It's a very early, crude version of actual movies.
It's actually the earliest GIF.
Yeah,
think about
kind of
it. It really is.
Because it repeats. Well, yeah, and that's what Devin was talking about, is he took these images of a horse that was running, but he didn't actually make a movie.
It was like a flip book.
It was stop motion photography is what it was. There was a bet to figure out if a horse's feet ever, all four, left the ground at once. So to be able to figure this out, you needed a photograph. So he had, I think it was 16 or 28, something like that.
I think it was 16.
16 cameras in a row. Threads run across the course that pulled the shutter. So as the horse crossed it and snapped the thread, it would take a photo. And then he assembled those. And that's how you get the actual first movie.
Interesting.
It would have been kind of amusing if the horse had gone galloping down the course and all the cameras had toppled over. Who knows? Maybe that happened the first time out.
He's like, should not have used rope. But the point is that Le Prince wasn't the first one to invent this kind of technology. People have been working on this for a while.
Lots of people. all over.
Muybridge is the first one who proved that you could make a moving image, and then from there, everybody else. This was the age of the gentleman inventor. Everybody was making these things.
The Renaissance man.
Yes, the Renaissance man. But that's how this whole technology worked, and that's what his 16 lens camera was the equivalent of in one box what Muybridge had done with 16 individual cameras.
Yeah.
And of course he was shooting on paper, so it wasn't as good. He's the one who figured out how to use celluloid.
Yeah, he did. And
to make an image.
And he started he would take sheets of celluloid and cut it in strips and stuff like that. And so,
which is why his movies are so short.
Well, yeah, I know. Interesting thing about this, too, is that eventually Thomas Edison basically owned the movie industry, and it was all run out of Menlo Park, New Jersey. And he formed a company. I can't remember what the company was called, but they essentially set the rules for filmmaking in the theaters. One of the things that they insisted on was that no movie be longer than 20 minutes, because they were of the opinion that the attention span of the American public was too short for anything more than 20 minutes.
Well,
I would kind of agree with that.
Yeah,
me
it's
too.
amazing we've gotten away with the length we've gone.
Yeah, I know. But he's got that. But he had kind of a stranglehold. Everybody had to pay him royalties because he sewed up the whole thing with his patents and everything. And so that's why Hollywood got created, is because of Thomas Edison. Because all these people from the East Coast were fed up with him, setting the rules, making them pay royalties whenever they wanted to show a film at a theater. And telling them how long their movies could be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they moved out to California, which is in 1915, which is as far away from Edison as they could possibly get.
Yep.
And the reigning court out there was the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and so the Ninth Circuit was not particularly sympathetic to monopolies such as what Edison had going.
Oh, he tried to set up monopolies constantly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're going to talk about it, but he was a complete and total a-hole. Mm-hmm. Everything that he did great things, but he was also a dirty businessman.
Oh, yeah, very much so, yeah. Yeah, and then the whole story of him and Tesla is kind of interesting in and of itself.
That warrants a lot of reading. If you've never done that, you need to.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. But there was a big war, over the whole thing between direct current and alternating current.
Oh yeah.
And Tesla invented alternating current.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alternately, you can watch the Bob's Burgers episode.
Yeah, there's
about Topsy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you imagine how screwed up our infrastructure would be
Topsy,
if we had direct current everywhere?
Topsy.
Oh yeah.
It'd be different.
It would be terrible.
Be better.
No, direct current can only.
Better.
You are quoting a cartoon of me, aren't you?
I'm not saying it'd be. No, I'm personally saying it'd be better.
No,
I'm not quoting.
Power plants every 5 miles or 10 miles because that's all you can transmit electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be a great system.
Yeah, just right. It's the arcs, right? You just have it arcing in between things.
Yeah, there you go.
Just have Tesla coils everywhere.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
In fact, we can just generate power in our own homes. See, you don't need power plants. No?
I have no idea where that just went.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's fine.
I'm working on a small nuclear reactor myself. Back to Louis the Prince. We're going to talk about theories as to how and why he disappeared.
Yep.
Okay, first theory up. Thomas Edison did it.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I don't actually.
Yeah, no, actually, Le Prince's widow believed that Edison was responsible for a little foul play.
I could see why, though.
Yeah, well, he actually did have an interest in this whole thing. He applied for his first moving picture patent a year later in 1891.
After the disappearance.
After the disappearance, yeah. In France, the Lumiere brothers staged their first moving picture show in Paris in 1895. So it does appear that these people, especially Edison, really benefited from Louis Le Prince's disappearance.
Now, let me ask about the patent thing, because I could never find conclusive answers to this. Is you read that Le Prince applied for a patent for the single lens camera in the United States.
Yeah, and it was denied.
And then 2 years later, Edison applies for it and gets it without a hitch. And they deny, according to the readings that I've seen, It was denied because it infringed on another patent.
Yeah, but Edison's design infringed on the same patent.
Correct. But
So-
is there truth to that, or do you know? I couldn't find out if that was true or not.
I have not been able to find that out for a certainty.
Okay.
So
Didn't Edison work in the patent office for a while?
No, that's Einstein.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Wrong famous guy.
Wrong famous E guy.
You sort of wonder when it comes to Edison though if he maybe didn't have a like a mole in the patent office.
Yeah.
You kind of wonder
he
about
filed patents like mad though. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
He filed through what was the name of the place that he had Edison?
You mean Menlo Park?
Menlo Park. Thank you.
Yeah.
Through Menlo Park, he filed for bunches and bunches and bunches of patents.
Oh yeah.
So I almost wonder if his patent went through because somebody went,
Oh, it's him
another
again.
Edison patent,
Okay.
stamp, go.
Yeah, that could be, or I think it could be too, because it might be one of those dealios where you kind of gotta like bribe somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a time where that was not uncommon in this country.
Yeah. So Edison gets his patent, and Louis Le Prince does not. But as I was saying, Edison really benefited from Le Prince's disappearance. And the family felt like Edison and the Lumieres were taking credit for Louis Le Prince's invention. But apparently they couldn't sue. I read in one place that only Louis Le Prince could take legal action under American law about anything regarding patent infringement. And so the family could have taken legal action if Louis was dead, but he wasn't legally considered dead.
That took years, as it
like
always
seven,
does.
It takes like 7 years.
Yeah.
And then he was declared, I think he was declared legally dead in 1897. But
By which point it's too late.
yeah, it's too late. I mean, they're off and running. And so, yeah. So anyway, years went by, and this is fairly recently. Like we're talking like, probably 10 or so years ago. A guy named Alexis Bedford was a grad student at New York University, and he was doing research into the history of motion pictures. And he was in the archives of the New York Public Library researching Thomas Edison's work. And he found this worn leather book, which turned out to be one of Edison's notebooks, which I assume he had lots of.
I would imagine.
Yeah, and in this book, he found a note dated September 20th, 1890, in Edison's handwriting, which read, quote, "Eric called me today from Dijon. It has been done. Prince is no more. This is good news, but I flinched when he told me. Murder is not my thing. I'm an inventor, and my inventions for moving images can now move forward," unquote. So Alexis Bedford took that journal back to New York University and gave it to a historian there named Robert E. Meyer for authentication. And this guy, Meyer, examined the journal that included handwriting comparisons and some sort of computer tomography scan or CAT scan. And he decided the journal was real. The note dated September 1890 was in Edison's handwriting, so it was a real deal. It was the smoking gun. Thomas A. Edison, crime kingpin. Yeah.
That sounds like him.
Yeah. And at this point, there was a similar mysterious disappearance of another inventor who Edison happened
Later
to know.
on. Not
Yeah,
at the
this is
same
a
time.
while later. Yeah, in 1913, Rudolf Diesel disappeared in September 1913. He boarded the steamer Dresden in Antwerp, Belgium, bound for the UK, and that was September 29th. And the day of, he disappeared. Apparently, the next day he was supposed to show up at breakfast, and he didn't. So they went and checked his cabin. The bunk had not been slept in. He was nowhere to be found. They searched the ship, couldn't find him. They looked at his journal, and the last entry, which was September 29th, was nothing more than a cross. And the cross, like one that Edison would have drawn.
Was Edison on the ship?
Edison was not on the ship, but you don't know that his agents weren't.
So for anybody who hasn't picked up on it yet, though, Joe, why is this guy important?
Diesel? Rudolf Diesel? He
Yeah.
invented the diesel engine.
There we go.
Yeah, and that obviously, as you know, the diesel engine is a real big deal. Yeah.
It's an okay deal. I don't know about big deal.
It's kind of a big deal, yeah.
He drives like half the world.
Yeah, it's ships and trucks and trains and oh my God, yeah, there's diesels all over the place. Yeah, 11 days after Rudolf Diesel disappeared, a ship ran across a body in the general area. And they didn't really actually feel like dragging the body on board their ship. I don't know why. But they did get into it, and they essentially lowered a boat, went over, rifled the pockets, took some personal effects. And in the end, it turned out the personal effects were Diesel's.
I bet there's some superstition that goes on there.
There might be,
You
yeah.
don't really want to bring a dead body onto a ship.
Well, yeah, this is 11 days later, so the body was probably kind of ripe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also it's totally possible that they didn't know by then, right? Where was he going on the ship?
He was going from Antwerp to the UK.
Oh, so they knew. Never mind.
Yeah.
After a visit to the U.S. Right. Got it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It
So
was
there
like,
we
if
go.
he was going to the U.S., it's possible they would have not known yet that somebody was missing.
But
yeah, they just saw a body. They
Yeah.
went to get some identifying things off of it, and then they just let it go.
So Diesel died in the
So Diesel died. Yeah. So it's yet another guy with a connection to Thomas Edison.
mysteriously
dies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Thomas Edison. Well, anyway, the whole story about the journal from the New York Public Library kind of has a stink of BS all over it. I think. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, based on the legwork you did, I'm going to agree.
Yeah, I agree too.
Yeah, well, I called New York University. They'd never heard of this historian named Robert E. Meyer. And I asked them, I said, well, what if he used to work for you, but he doesn't anymore? And they said, well, if he worked for us, if he was on our faculty, he would have published stuff. And so if you do an internet search, that stuff will turn up. And it didn't. And I had done those searches, and none of that stuff turned up. This guy, as far as I can tell, never existed.
Which means likely this journal never existed.
Yeah, exactly. But frankly, it doesn't really pass the smell test.
Yeah, I mean, even if it did, like, who does that?
Yeah. Oh,
Who
yeah.
writes
Murder
that in their
somebody.
journal?
I know. Really. And as for Rudolph Diesel, I don't think Edison actually had any interest in developing a diesel engine. Apparently, that was one of Diesel's disappointments. Is he tried to spark some interest for that in America. And apparently, because the diesel engine is more efficient, he thought, well, who could not want this, right?
But
well,
also, the diesel engine was already a thing, right?
No, it
when
was
Diesel died?
No, gasoline-powered engines were a thing, but not diesel, because Diesel invented the diesel
That's
engine.
what I mean. By the time Diesel died,
yeah.
It hadn't been widespread.
But he had invented it already.
Yes.
Yeah,
and he probably already had the patent for it, I presume, since it's called the diesel engine.
So here's the weird thing about patents is they're not international.
Mm-hmm.
They're by country typically, which is the screwiest system in the world.
Well, it seems it was enough that it's named after Diesel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so it seems like even if Edison had been interested in it before, Diesel had already made a name for himself. Everybody already knew, hey, this guy is the one who did this.
Yeah, but that never stopped. I mean, if Edison was truly interested in the engine, he could have patented it in the United States because he did things like that where he would get the patent, somebody else would fight him and say they own the patent. He would then say, oh, let's be business partners. He'd bring him in as a business partner, then buy him out. And then that person disappeared from history, and Edison was the guy who made the invention.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he did a lot of hinky things, but I actually want to say that even though I don't think that this journal existed, I think that the way that you read it and you interpret it may be incorrect, and it may have just been, if it really existed, an innocent note.
It could have been.
Because if you read, okay, so this is 4 days after Le Prince disappeared.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so it says, and I went back to it, and it says, Eric called me today from Dijon. It has been done. Prince is no more. So it has been done could mean something about the fight is done.
Yeah, maybe he bought him out or something like that.
The good news is, this is good news, but I flinch. Murder is not my thing. Like, oh, God, he died. Like, killing a man is not my thing. Like, it's crazy that he died. You can read into it a completely different way.
It still implicates him because Le Prince was never seen or heard from again, nor was his stuff. So at the very least, that implies that Edison knew that Le Prince is dead.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Murder's not my thing.
Kind of looks to me that way.
The guy said he was murdered. I mean, the guy doesn't know squat. The guy that calls him 4 days later, it's probably in the local papers. Local inventor, or, French inventor disappears. Manhunt under play.
I don't think
I see what you're saying. So this guy calls and says, hey, Le Prince disappeared.
Somebody
He's
killed
probably
him.
Dead.
He's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's still...
Yeah, I could see that, but here's the deal, is Louis Le Prince at this point has been missing a grand total of 4 days, and so there's no reason to assume he's been murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Agatha Christie disappeared for how many days?
11.
Yeah,
and
there you
people
go.
said she'd been murdered right away.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think that whole thing was just made up.
I completely agree, but I
Yeah.
also see how it wouldn't be as
necessarily. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like he didn't have a part in the murder. He just heard he was murdered. It's like, yeah, cool. That frees up. Yeah, I get
he wasn't
that.
being the evil monster that we've called him this whole time.
I mean, a little bit, though, because he said it was good news.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, a little.
Yeah,
At the
well,
very
he
least.
wasn't a nice guy, though.
It doesn't matter. I don't think
Yeah,
he wrote
no.
it anyway.
Let's
so
continue.
No, I don't think he did.
What else?
Back to diesel. I was just going to say, interest in the diesel engine at that time was just kind of minimal because we were Americans and we weren't really interested in a more efficient engine.
No.
We still aren't.
Thank you.
Still not interested.
Yeah. Also, Rudolph Diesel was having financial and health problems, and it's kind of assumed at this point in time that he committed suicide. But of course, at that time, there were some conspiracy theories about the whole thing. One of which involved the German Secret Service, who rubbed him out supposedly because they were developing their U-boats using diesel engines, and they didn't want Rudolph Diesel sharing his secrets with the British and the Americans.
And that is a year before the outbreak of World War I, is that correct?
Yeah.
It was 1914 is when World War I started.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I could see why that theory would be out there for him.
Yeah, and another theory was that business rivals did him in. And there was yet another theory that was in the papers about less than a year after his death, said that he had faked his death and was living in Canada under a new name.
Did you add this part?
Yeah, I made up the new name. Yeah. But his new name was Friedrich Gasoline. Yeah. So yeah.
I was kind of hoping that was what was in the newspapers at the time.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Friedrich Gasoline is living in Canada. Anyway. So whether Edison actually stole Louis Le Prince's ideas, I can't really say. It might be a case of parallel developments. They just both kind of had the same idea, which is entirely possible. Or maybe Edison had a source down at the patent office who gave him information and drawings on patent applications. And so Louis Le Prince applies, gets turned down, and then that stuff winds up in Edison's mailbox days later, and so he can get to work on his single lens camera.
Yeah, I think that for Edison, it was just lucky timing.
Yeah, it probably
Well,
was.
I mean, I think it's not as though it happened in a vacuum either, right? I mean, you can
lots of
see
people
the
were.
very clear progression from each step to each step, so it makes sense that they would have come to the same similar conclusions.
Right, but what I mean is that if Le Prince hadn't disappeared, he probably would have been able to show it worked and get his patents, and then Edison wouldn't have had the stranglehold on the whole thing.
Yeah, and
but it was just
Well, he might have been America still.
It was it was perfect timing for him. It's like, hey, well, I kind of had some stuff going on. Let's just see what I can make out of based on what we know about this guy's stuff, and bang, reverse engineering it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been. Okay, enough of Edison. I'm thinking Edison probably didn't do it.
I'm going to agree with that.
Yeah. Next theory, this is a popular one too. Suicide is claimed, according to Louis Le Prince's great nephew, whose name I don't know, but he said that apparently he was on the verge of bankruptcy, and so he decided to commit suicide and decided to do it in one of those wonderful, perfect ways that creates a mystery, arranging for his body and his luggage to never be found.
That's weird.
Well, I don't find it convincing. No. Yeah.
Because really, that doesn't happen.
Never. No.
I mean, it doesn't.
It can happen. If I was going to commit suicide, I'd probably do it that way. But
in some perfect, mysterious way.
Yeah, but the thing about it is he had this cool prototype that he was going to take to New York to show off, and he had a lot to live for, I think, because it could have turned out that that thing could have taken the world by fire, and he could have gotten very rich.
Probably would have.
And if you take it to New York and it turns out it's a flop, well, then you kill yourself, sure.
What if it? I mean, okay, so just to play, the flip side of the coin here for a second. What if it turns out that his cool new prototype didn't actually work?
Mm-hmm.
As well, right? I mean, it worked for a little bit, and then he found some fatal flaw in it, or it broke.
Oh, yeah.
And so he was on his way, but he was thinking, there's literally no way I can fix this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
The cabin boy dropped it and broke the lens or something.
Or there's literally no way I can't figure out how to make it more than 2 seconds. People are obviously going to want to record more than just 2 seconds.
Well,
I can't figure out how to make it more than 2 seconds. I'm a failure. Oh God, how am I going to debut this in New York? I have to kill myself before anybody finds out about my failure and take my stuff with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get a feeling because if you're a guy like him, you've got to go through a lot of iterations and failures and modifications. I think he was probably, if that had happened, he probably would have postponed the showing and
he had done showings of his work before.
I'm just saying,
not with this particular camera, but he had done showings of his work, so it wasn't like this was his first rodeo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other reason I don't like the suicide theory because he was almost bankrupt is that his mom had died recently, and he was actually going to inherit some money.
Maybe he killed himself because his mom died.
Maybe that's it. He was depressed.
He was really depressed about his mom dying.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, so much for that theory. How do you guys feel about suicide?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like it in general.
I don't think so. Our next theory is that he was murdered for money. Did I happen to mention that Louis the Prince was getting an inheritance?
You did.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. The number that I've heard is that his mother left about to her children. Yeah, which in today's dollars is about $3.7 million.
That's not nothing.
Yeah. So the theory on this one is that Louis's brother decided to increase his own share by killing him. And after all, Louis the Prince's brother was actually the only person who saw Louis the Prince get on that train.
On the train, that's true.
So maybe he never got on the train to begin with.
How many children were there?
I've not been able to find that out. I don't know. Is it
like 3 or 17? Do you have a general?
Yeah, in those days, I think it's a smaller number. In those days, people had like 20
Lots
children.
Lots of kids, yeah.
We're talking
about not that many survived.
Yeah.
So it was probably a 4 or 5, something like that?
At the most,
I mean, that's still a sizable sum of money. But I can see why his brother would knock him off for that.
Yeah. No, it's just that was real money back in those days.
It's still real money. I don't know about you. I was laboring during, I was thinking we were all kind of in the same boat about $3.7 million being a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm saying $140,000 is not real money.
Oh, that's still real money to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it is.
Sorry if that's
Devin,
news to you
the proletariat over there.
Yeah, that $1.6 billion payout on Powerball kind of spoiled me. I can't get interested in a jackpot that's less than $1 billion now.
I know.
Yeah. And so I don't know about this theory that his brother murdered him. If Louis the Prince hadn't disappeared, no doubt he was down there in Dijon talking to his brother and showing him his cool prototype and explaining this amazing thing that's going to take the world by storm. If I were his brother, I'd be thinking, wow, holy crap, my brother might get stinking rich off of this. Maybe he's going to spread the wealth around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Know? So, there's that. That kind of contradicts the suicide thing for me. Plus, I've heard that his family was actually close, and they weren't the kind to go around stabbing each other in the back and stuff like that.
But, it's also a situation where an accident could have happened. I mean, if the brother is the only one that is the link to him getting on the train, then that's the link that I would question the most.
Mm-hmm.
He's out at his property. He falls down and hits his head on a rock. His brother is covered in blood from it and
looks bad.
So he just buries him and his camera in a shallow grave.
No, actually in a deep grave.
Well,
shallow graves get dug up by animals. He would have been found.
Well, he would have put the camera on top.
Oh, I see.
So the animals would have, taken pictures of themselves, and that was it.
Yeah, selfies. The first animal selfie ever. Yeah, I know.
But it's quite possible that it wasn't an intentional thing; that it was just an accident, and so Louis went swimming in the lake, and he sort of didn't come back.
Or maybe
he was big, wasn't he? I mean,
he was a tall guy.
He was a big guy.
It's not an easy feat to
Or it could have been he died it died in an embarrassing way, like autoerotic asphyxiation, or maybe he like shot up with smack and overdosed, something like that. That's embarrassing.
Well, I get that you're making jokes about it, but there could be things that were considered an embarrassment to the family in the way that he died, and they decided to hide that. That's so far the most plausible of all of the things that we've talked about.
But here's why I don't think that happened, is because he had a couple of really valuable prototypes right there. So when your brother dies and you decide to cover it up, you could just say something like, well, he left, but he left these with us. He wanted us to ship them on to him in New York because he didn't want to be weighed down with them. Because you're not going to throw those things away. Those things are valuable.
Joe, you're the evil genius. That's why you think of these things?
Could be.
The people who club their family member with a brick never think about that stuff.
That's not an accident.
It is when you wink, clubbed them with. It's totally an accident.
Well, I mean, there's times when you got a sock and you've got a brick in it. You're just sort of swinging it around. And sometimes you accidentally connect with somebody.
So I'm gonna start just Skyping into these recording sessions because that makes me very uncomfortable.
I mean, come on, you guys. Accidents happen, right? Yeah. All right. So murder. I'm not really keen on that theory. What do you guys? You guys like that or not?
No, I don't think his
I've
family had
already
anything
expressed my
to do
thoughts
with
on
it.
this.
Yeah. Okay. Our next theory.
Same with this one. I don't think
this
his
one
family
that's out
had
there.
anything
No,
to
I
do
don't
with
think
it.
so. But his family. This one says he disappeared voluntarily because his family. Well, not really voluntarily, but his family basically told him to get lost and disappear because he was gay. That there is somebody out there that puts out this theory. It says he disappeared, lived out the rest of his life in Chicago.
Why Chicago?
I don't know why Chicago. I guess because there's a thriving gay community there.
In the 1800s?
I mean, I would guess it was one of the places that he probably didn't know anyone.
Okay.
That would be a good reason.
You know?
Well, yeah, so he had financial
But probably,
difficulties.
he didn't know anyone in Japan either. So,
That would have made sense, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Anyway, so financial problems, but also he was gay, and so the family wanted him gone because he was an embarrassment. And there was a reporter who put this story out called Léo Sauvage, who I assume is French. He says that Le Prince died in Chicago in 1898, which tells me that somebody should check the death records in Chicago for 1898. Be on the lookout for French-sounding names like Louis le King, Louis the Queen. But I got to say that evidence that Louis le Prince was gay is really kind of thin.
Yeah,
there really isn't.
There is no evidence.
I shouldn't say thin; it's non-existent.
Yeah. So that's silly.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so much for that theory. Another theory: he got off the train somewhere else. It's actually quite a ways from Paris to Dijon. And
how long of a ride was that? Do you know, ballpark?
God, I can't remember.
Days?
No, it wasn't a day. It was not a couple of days. No, it was hours.
Hours. Okay.
Yeah. So presumably that train stopped in other cities between, because there's plenty of towns in between, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to imagine it wouldn't. So he could have gotten off the train somewhere else, and maybe he just went off to start a new life. He might have shacked up with Dorothy Arnold. Or maybe he stepped out onto the platform just to get a breath of fresh air, and then the Lumiere brothers jumped him. I mean, that's always possible.
Those guys are vicious.
Yeah, damn them. So you're not liking that theory either?
No.
Okay, fine. All right, fine. Let's move on to our last theory, which is that he was the victim of a random mugging in Paris. Yeah.
I mean, possible.
Yeah. Well, in
2015,
in 2015, Louis Le Prince's great granddaughter, who's named Lori Snyder, wrote a little thing revealing that the friends who were supposed to meet him at the train station in Paris didn't actually meet him at the station. Apparently, they were supposed to meet up elsewhere. So the train arrived at around 11 p.m. And I looked at an almanac, and it was dark at that time, at that date.
Well, great research, Joe.
Good. I'm glad. Thank you for looking that up because it's a question. It's
I know.
a really good question.
I cross all my
really
T's
hate
and dot all my
somebody
I's.
to say, "Well, did you check to see if it was dark?"
Damn right. I called somebody in Paris
at 11 p.m. and they said, "What are you doing? Why are you calling me?"
It's 11 o'clock at night.
Do you know what time it is?
They just babbled a bunch of nonsense. So I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Okay, back to. So it was dark. His granddaughter Lori thinks he was probably robbed and killed and his body thrown in the river. According to her, she found 2 news articles from around that period of time that said that thieves in Paris were targeting lone travelers, which Louis Le Prince was.
It's another, but I guess for me, again, the 2 things are he was a pretty big guy. So again, you don't necessarily target, if a train got in at 11 in Paris, there were probably a lot of better, smaller, easier targets that were getting off at the same time.
This is true,
alone.
I would agree with that.
On top of that, his stuff never showed up.
Yeah, I know. Well, it wouldn't necessarily.
Well, some of it would have.
The what?
Is it the Seine?
The Seine, yeah.
Yeah, they'd have thrown it in the Seine.
Not all of it, though. I'm not even just talking about the camera and the projector. I mean, he had other stuff with
He had
him.
luggage, too, yeah.
Yeah, one would assume that at some point something would have shown up, right?
Not necessarily. There's this thing called a dumpster.
Think about it. Okay, so he shows
But
up
they
at 11.
mugged him.
11 o'clock at night, he shows up and he's got this big camera and projector set up that he's got to carry, and he's got a bag. So it's 11 o'clock, he's tired, he's walking down the street, and it's not like people just, run up to their mark and hit him. They follow him briefly, and he's tall, he's tired. Yeah, he's tall, yeah, but he's tired, he's kind of sluggish. He's run up behind him and club him in the back of the head, and
with a baseball bat.
Yeah,
a brick and a sock.
swinging
that
a
works.
brick, swinging a brick, and he connects, and he goes down, and you beat the crap out of him, throw him in the Seine, take everything home, realize that this box that he had, there's nothing valuable in it, but hey, it's cold, I need to light a fire, so I throw the box in the fireplace to heat my house. And then you go through his stuff, and you get rid of it you fence everything you can.
Yeah, and get rid of the rest
it's
of it.
very plausible. I think it's more so than, other than the swinging a brick and a sock part, I think it's totally plausible.
Yeah, well, I think most likely what happened is he, this is what Lori says in her article, Lori Snyder, is that he probably caught a cab, which is in those days, of course, would have been a horse-drawn carriage, a Hanson. And is it a Hansom? Not a Hanson. Anyway, yeah. Probably kind of handsome, and maybe the driver was less than scrupulous and just took him down somewhere by the Seine and said, hey, by the way, thump, and then tossed the body, took the wallet and all that, threw the body in the river, and then just went on his way and went through the stuff later on.
It's possible.
So that's plausible. She also said a few other things in her article. She said that Louis the Prince loved his family. He would never leave them by suicide or by disappearing himself and starting away. And she knows all this from
family records.
Family records, and apparently her great-great-grandma, what's his name, Lizzie, Louis' wife, wrote some sort of memoirs. She also believes that the theory that his brother murdered him for money is ridiculous for the same reason. And as for the gay thing and the family forcing him to leave, she says the family actually spent a lot of time and money trying to find him after he disappeared. So, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, if it was, we're only going to use volunteers, I could see how people could say, well, they didn't really out of pocket, but they did spend money.
They did, yeah, they did. And so obviously, if they knew that he had disappeared because he was gay and yada yada, then why would they bother?
Because his brother had killed him.
Yeah.
Then they wouldn't have spent the money because they know they're wasting money.
Absolutely.
Unless the brother accidentally killed him and didn't say anything.
Well, that could be, yeah.
This is why you don't swing socks with bricks in them in the house.
I'm seriously Skyping in next week.
Yeah.
Not okay.
Hey, Joe, will you hold this sock? I got to get a brick.
Yeah. No, I'm all out of bricks. Yeah. The last one that I had to go throw in the river. I'm not going to tell you why. Yeah. Okay, where are we at here? So just a few afterthoughts here. In 1898, Thomas Edison brought a lawsuit against the American Mutoscope Company. Edison claimed that he was the sole inventor of cinematography, and so he was demanding royalties from Mutoscope. I don't know what they were doing, making movies or what. Yeah, and
they were infringing according to him.
Yeah, I know, he owed them money. So Louis the Prince's son, Adolphe, testified for the defense. He was not allowed to show the court his father's cameras, unfortunately. Edison won the lawsuit.
Adolphe the family was actually really, really upset about that whole thing because they expected to be able to make a case because their idea was this will get recognition to Dad for what Dad invented, and instead the defense put him up on the stand, let him do a little bit, and then took him away.
Yeah.
And they both just both the defense and the prosecution just badgered the crap out of him.
Yeah, and so So the poor guy. He was pretty young at that time too. I think he was only around 20 or so.
I think he was a little bit older than that, but he was a young guy.
Yeah. 2 years later, Adolphe was found shot to death on Fire Island in New York. Another victim of Thomas Edison, one-man crime wave. And on the other hand, Adolphe was bird hunting, so it could have possibly been a hunting accident. I'm not sure.
That's why they have those safety vests today.
They didn't then?
No, they had bird vests then.
Yeah. So
they had dogs.
Yeah.
Sparked
loss.
Yeah. In 2003, I don't know how this happened. Paris police found a photo in their archives of a drowned man who'd been dragged from the Seine, and apparently he resembled Louis the Prince.
Oh, he was a John Doe.
Yeah, he was some John Doe. I don't know why they were going through their archives, but they found it in 2003.
I'm sure they do sometimes.
Yeah. So I think that lends a little bit of credence to the mugging theory. I don't know what you guys think. Yeah.
I would give it credence based on that.
Right. So
Plus what we've talked about before.
Yeah. So
I just still don't I don't know why. I guess that it's that thing where he was such a prominent figure, and it doesn't sit well to me to have him meet such a kind of
simple
simple end.
I know. I know that
that you lost this beautiful piece of technology that was really the first of its kind, just because somebody hit him over the head for like a couple pence or whatever. That's the thing that gets me about that.
I know, that's another reason to hate criminals, really.
Well, and I think it's why I have such a hard time, even though I think my logical brain says, yeah, he was probably just mugged. The rest of me is like, no, it had to have been Edison. Because it's the only thing that makes sense, because it's the only thing that gives any validity to his inventorship.
It's not quite so random and absurd, Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
I agree. I think it's probably just a robbery.
Yeah, I don't think that was really Edison's MO. I think Edison's way was just to buy people out.
Steal or buy.
Either steal their stuff or buy them out.
Well, and I think that the pinnacle of Edison's dirty tactics were with Tesla, and that's only because Tesla, I think in Edison's mind, betrayed him because he left and pursued what he wanted. And I think that's why he went to the extent of all the things that he did to show that AC was such a bad thing. But I don't think Edison did it, but I'm inclined to say that either he was mugged and killed, or possibly something happened at his brother's. I still waver between those two.
Again, I'm not liking the dying at the brothers thing, just because those prototypes were potentially valuable, and so anyway, that's why I'm thinking just a random mugging. Or Thomas Edison. He was a jerk. He just to prove that AC was bad, he electrocuted dogs and stuff like that.
And an elephant.
And an elephant too. Yeah, I know.
And though he didn't initially come up with the idea, because of his stuff at Menlo Park, the first electric chair was created.
Yeah.
And it was in that same time period. So he did all kinds of not good things.
And I got to tell you, I don't believe direct current is all that safe either, really.
Oh, no.
Electricity at large is not safe.
Yeah,
it's just
it can do things
what
to you.
It is.
Yeah, I know it can really.
Think about the stories I told you guys when I tried to replace the outlet in my house.
Yeah, that was dumb of you, though.
Yeah.
You can't use a fork instead of a screwdriver.
No, I used a screwdriver properly, and I still shocked myself.
I know, you got to be careful with that stuff. I tell you, kids, this is my thing. Don't just go shut off the circuit breaker. Go shut off the power main to the house when you start to do that stuff.
Just go detach the transformer.
Yeah,
because that's
for the whole block.
Actually, no, don't detach it, because you have to climb up and you might fall and hurt yourself. Just shoot it a couple of times with a rifle.
Use your arrows from
there
your
you
bow and just shoot it a couple times. You'll be fine.
Okay, well, I guess that's it for this week. Another compelling mystery. I hope you liked it. You probably want to know how you can get a hold of us and send us emails telling us how awesome we are. So that email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You can find us on Facebook, like us, follow us, join the group. You can find us on Twitter. We are Thinking Sideways without the G. Streaming, you can stream us just about anywhere. And, of course, iTunes. You can find us on iTunes all the time. You can subscribe, leave us a review, hopefully a nice one. We'd appreciate that. And last of all, our website, it is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can download the episodes. You can look at the links. We always post a few of those. And you can leave comments, preferably nice comments. That's about it. Oh, wait, I forgot. We've got a subreddit.
Yeah.
How could I leave that out? Oh, yeah.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, okay. Then, of course, you can find us on Patreon. Patreon.com/thinking-sideways. That's if you feel like pledging money to help support the podcast. It's always appreciated. Lots of you have. We really do appreciate that.
We really do.
It's voluntary.
If in Patreon's a recurring basis thing, if it's easier for you to do a one-time thing, we've got the PayPal, and then we've got merchandise available.
We got merch,
and
yeah.
we've added new merch. So there's new merch on there that people can get.
New merch, yeah. You can buy, I think it's Sideways AR-15.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
False advertising.
No.
That will happen one
no,
of these
it
days.
No.
All right.
Well, having all right, are we done now?
Yeah, I think so.
My word stopped working. I was so nervous about it.
All right. So I guess that's it for this week. Any further thoughts?
That's it.
All right. Well, ta-ta, everybody.
Bye,
Till next
guys.
week.
Bye, guys.
Richard Ashcroft. Check the meaning on XFM 104.9. We're back, Steve. It's Saturday.
That's true enough.
Steve Merchant, that is.
Hello there.
I'm Ricky Gervais, obviously.
Hello there.
Carl's still away. Claire Sturgis is back.
That's absolutely true. Yeah. Hello there, Claire. Nice to see you.
So,
I think a lot of people were hoping that Carl will be back this week, but we're pleased to have you.
No, they were actually. I did get some emails during the week.
Really? Saying what?
Just saying it's really nice to, hear you again on Saturday afternoon. It's nice, and but you're not really very funny. And when's Carl coming back? You know? So sort of being
sure
nice
it wasn't
to
to
me.
us.
No, it was definitely
because they think that as well.
Yeah.
But no one can compete with Carl.
They can't.
Well, we used to sort of like come in and when we discovered Carl early on, we just thought this is comedy gold. Just let him speak his mind. But then we started thinking, we can't follow him though.
Yeah.
So I remember Steve going, look, we've got to come up with some stuff.
We need to chat. If anything we've got to say to each other, we've got to say that in the first 20 minutes, and then you just unleash Carl.
Yeah, because it's just you can't follow him, and he's off on one. And they have stories of upbringings with bizarre creatures that lived in Manchester that were half human, half bat and frog and things.
I'd love to take him back to Manchester in some kind of TV documentary. When Carl went home. And just wander back, maybe try and find the amphibian twins or whatever those people were.
They weren't. So there was two boys, both had big heads and webbed feet. They weren't related. They didn't hang around with each other.
That was all the information we had.
I went, why not? He went, that would have been too obvious.
Yeah.
Like they look at each other across a room and go, you think if I'm coming to see you just because we're a similar species?
Yeah.
You're mistaken, mate. You make your own friends.
One starts to walk over, the other one shakes his head and just mouths too obvious.
Yeah,
Don't do it. Too obvious.
Out of one of his mouths.
Yeah, that's what they're expecting.
Yeah,
don't do it.
don't do it, Webby.
Yeah, but anyway, he'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
He phoned me. His dad's ill. His dad's in hospital, so Carl went back to sort of look after his mum. He was so sweet. He said, I'm back here just driving my mum around. He said it so unbegrudgingly. He just went, it's like old times. And I said, sorry to hear that. And he went, that's all right, yeah. And I think it's going to be fine. And I said, how was your holiday? He went, yeah, it was good. Except it were a nudist beach, so he didn't tell me. I went,
of course it was.
I went, what do you mean? He went, well, sitting on the... I don't know why they have to do it. I don't know why they have to do it. Why do they have to do it? He went, Suzanne said they think there's nothing wrong with it, like being a transvestite. Right? Right? I went, I love the fact that your girlfriend has to tell you what's wrong and right in the world. And he went, well, we're walking along the beach, fella coming towards us with no about. I went, oh, what's going on here? Right? And he said, and because it wasn't all nude, he's walking round, he's stark naked, and he wants the freedom of that, but he's got a big rucksack on his back with his clothes on, just to get changed. He went, so what's the point in that? Right? And I went, he should just carry the book. He went, what, and covered it up when he went, oh yeah, good idea. See? He went, but I wasn't happy. He says, and that was the first day, so we didn't go there again. So
I can just imagine his little face.
Yeah, just going, all right,
gobsmacked.
That's out,
Yeah.
that's out. What's that doing out? Why has he got his out?
I imagine Carl sort of dressed in a suit. In a sort of safari suit, done right up with a cravat. I'm not undressing. I don't want people seeing the flesh. That's for you, love, and no one else.
But I love the fact that as this girl goes, Carl, they don't think there's anything wrong with it. They're just happy that way. and he in his own mind just goes, like being a transvestite. He knows there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm always a little bit suspect about people who like walking around nude.
I think you meant transvestite.
No, nudists.
What? Hold on. Can you be a naked transvestite? What are you then?
Yeah, I suppose you're a...
When Eddie Izzard's naked, is he a naked transvestite?
That's an interesting metaphysical question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On XFM 104.9.
If you know the answer to that metaphysical question, or indeed any of the famous ones, if a tree falls in a forest and no one hears it, has it fallen over? Any of those.
Excellent. That's brilliant.
Yeah, if you leave the room, Rick, does it get quieter?
Yeah, what's the sound of one leg hopping?
Exactly. What we got there, Claire?
Do you want some music or
Yeah, I'd love to hear
a
it.
bit
What
more
you got?
chat?
Yeah.
I've got the Vines actually.
Oh,
Is that all right?
play it.
Nice.
Hey, Claire, out of the way. No, I'm not talking to you. It's the name of the song by the Vines.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh,
XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant.
Hello there.
And Claire Sturgis.
Have you ever been to a nudie speech? Have either of you been to a nudie speech?
Yes.
Have you really?
No, last month I went on holiday in nudie speech.
Really?
I wanted an all over.
Sure. Because I was with my family once when we went on holiday, family holiday with.
I just got you going on and an inspector coming on going, and the glasses. And the glasses. And you don't wear them there.
No, I went there with it was some friends of my like family friends, you know, like kids. So it was kids my age and my sister's age who and parents were all friends, you know. Go on holiday to this, end up on this nudie beach, not a nudie beach, but where people sunbathe topless or whatever. Or maybe it was just because it was France. Where I think a lot of that goes on, generally.
All beaches in, No, but that's different. The news beaches are sort of, they're cordoned off.
Sure, with the cocks and everything.
We can't say that.
You can't say cocks.
Or did you mean the chicken? You meant
the
chicken.
chickens.
There's a lot of naked
got
people
farms, a lot of French
male
farms.
Birds around with
There
them.
is a lot of poultry.
And by male bird, I don't mean transsexual.
You don't mean, no, I don't want to, because that's also offensive.
That is also offensive. So be careful whenever.
Please be careful, Claire. Be careful what you're going to say on
I
there,
just want to
because you've got to
say
be
to
careful.
the radio authority or anyone listening, when we say cock, we are referring to a male bird, and
there is no discussion there. There's nothing. There's no other issue. There's no other ambiguity.
Okay, go on. What are you talking?
So, there's people walking around with their birds and often they got their knobs out as well. So it was just a topless. It was just a topless beach. So we're all on
So there
holiday.
were tits there as well.
There were some tits.
We've got a family of tits that come and eat the nuts. That chew on my nuts. Go on.
We're confusing.
No, we have. Jane's got a little bag of nuts that she makes me hang out of the window.
Right.
So
you'll often be hanging your nuts out the window,
and the tits
so that tits can. Sure.
God, I don't know what.
Please.
Go on with this story.
Sorry. So what I'm saying is.
God.
What I'm saying is.
Yeah.
We went on holiday as a family there.
Yeah.
There was some tits. There was some cocks. And I found it all a little bit, because I was about 14 or something, I found it all a little bit disturbing, because I hadn't been introduced to this sort of thing before. Yeah. And obviously my dad was having none of it, like a bit like Carl, and obviously my mum wasn't up for that as well. But the person we went, the mother of the person we went with, she took her top off, and I was like, I didn't know where to look, because I didn't want to make an issue of it. I didn't want to make, I didn't want to, but it was like, because I was with my mate, I was going, well, I wanted to say, well, there's your mum with her knockers out, really. I mean, that's your mum over there.
Hello, Dave. There's your mum's. There's your mum's knockers. There you go. Yeah. There's your dad. There's your dad popped out. Yeah. Popped out. His little man. His little fella out
your
there.
Your dad's fella's there. He's wandering about. And
he's having a.
And your mum's got
he's getting a tan on his little
milkers
fella.
out. So it was all it was a little bit disturbing, and I've never quite got that image out of my head really, because it was all. But I didn't know where to look. I didn't know what to do.
A friend of mine. I won't say what his name is. Right. He's about 25 now. When he was, I think, 14 and 15, I mean, the worst age, he went to a nudist holiday with his parents and his sister and some of her sister's friends, and he absolutely hated it.
Yeah.
He absolutely.
Well, that's it makes me sort of queasy to think about it, especially if you're with your family and friends.
Yeah.
Because I don't mind looking at nudie ladies that I don't know, really, but I don't want to look at relatives, or people I've grown up with, or indeed the likes of you. I don't want to have to see that kind of flesh, then. I don't want to know what's going on underneath those clothes. You've keeping them hidden from me. Well, you haven't. You've shown me much of it in the time I've known you.
So sometimes
there's not a bit of your body I haven't seen at some point. You'll have got your trousers down. Look at the arse. That was, thinking that was hilarious, or the old, the Johnson
feeding the birds on the windowsill. It is strange because there isn't anything wrong with it. Let's face it, there isn't anything wrong with it. But I know what you mean.
I think it's because we spend so much of the time covering it up. You know, it's like in the summer months when girls start wearing kind of short sleeve t-shirts or short skirts. You'll have blokes just going mental, just yeah. And I think it's because women spend most of the year because it's so cold here, covered up, that men forget what's under there.
You know,
and then when summer comes around, they can't believe it.
Actually just hang out of a car window or hang over scaffolding and say, "Get your tits out." I want to go. Has that ever worked?
Has it ever worked?
What's your success rate with that?
Well, I was off to my big job in the city, but I got 20 minutes. Why not? Shall I come up there? Or are you going to come down?
Oh dear.
Extraordinary.
Oh. Right, what we got coming up? Quick, keep them hooked.
Well, you know, Rick...
We've got some songs and some more chat.
There'll be some chitter-chatter, and there'll be some songs. We had an email last week from a fella calling himself Paul. I don't know if that's his real name. He said that sometimes...
I'm suspicious.
I'm already suspicious. Yeah. He said that some time ago we played a cracking Johnny Cash cover version of U2's One. Remember that? I think maybe the last time you were here, Claire, maybe.
Class.
And he says he's been trying to track down that album. He says, unfortunately, like an idiot, I didn't listen to it, and I didn't catch the name of the album. Could you, by any chance, send me the album?
He's having a laugh.
He's having a laugh.
What, for free?
Yeah, so that's not going to happen.
Actually, email him back. Say, Paul...
Shall I do it now?
Give us £8 for no reason.
I've also called him some quite offensive names. I'll put from Gervais.
Oh dear. He's not going to like that.
That's pretty grim.
Nor's his mother.
No.
You shouldn't have brought her into it.
Indeed.
Johnny Cash.
Oh, I learned that.
Johnny Cash. Change from a Durex machine. You get
oh, that's classic. Johnny Cash and his cover of U2's One, magnificent tune. That's from the album American 3, Solitary Man, that was released in 2000. And I've just checked that email that Paul, if indeed that is his name, sent us, Rick, and he didn't ask for a copy of the album, he asked for the name of the album.
Right.
So, I feel a little bit bad that I sent that email back insulting him and his mother.
Yeah.
And also, of course... I CC'd it to his mum as well, and many of her friends. So,
send another one.
I feel.
I think we can get around this. I'll tell you what Paul would like if that is his real name.
His name, yeah.
He'd like some adverts.
He'd love some bloody adverts, Paul.
Oasis, Little by Little, on XFM 104.9. I'm just moving the mic there. Hold on, I'm getting comfortable. There you go. Right, sit up. I was landed.
A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that during the song. A lot of the old pros. No, a lot of the old pros like Foxy and Tarrant and the like.
They were on Top of the Pops yesterday, but they did My Generation.
Any good?
Yeah, very good. I mean, you know.
Was it close to the original, or did they make it their own?
No, both. It was pretty close. They did, you know, musically it was close, but you know, they had a certain.
Was it Noel singing or Liam?
Liam. Very, very cool. Very cool. Good swagger,
he's an amazing
attitude back.
Yeah.
I think back on form.
A lot of people tell me though that if you go to any of these big stadium gigs they do now, it's an absolute nightmare because a lot of the fans are really grim. I mean, I've spoken to two people independently who've both been at gigs where there have been fans weeing on other fans' shoes. That's not what I want from a gig.
That's not nice.
No,
they
that's
own
not good.
them then.
Well, yes, apparently.
That's theirs then.
Oh, what, if you wee on something?
Yeah, you own it. That's cat law.
Because cat law. Yeah, cat law is if you wee on something, then you own it, yeah. I know you live by cat law.
I do, yeah.
You do live, because my wallet, I think you own.
Yeah.
And,
several telephone boxes.
Yeah, much of my hair.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about nudie beaches. Because I still can't get around the
I don't know why they only play volleyball.
No, that's what they do, then.
Surely there's other games you could play. I think French cricket would be slightly more.
All the pictures I've ever seen of nudist colonies always seem to be quite attractive women and some fairly grizzled sort of 45-year-old men. I don't know if that's generally the clientele, that, you know, it just happens to work that way. But I'm quite looking forward to getting to around the 45 mark. I'm just cruising down there.
Happy birthday. Right, I'm off. Exactly. Where are you going without your clothes?
Yeah. And at what point, I mean, you can't go into a nudist colony, can you, without taking your clothes off?
I don't know if there's a door policy.
No.
Where there's sort of
I think there is, I'm sure.
Oh, actually, no, because when I went to my nudist beach, there was actually a security guard.
Stopping you from...
Naked?
No, no.
No, Claire.
That's very
Would it be possible for a bloke who was, say, a fairly good swimmer to swim up to the beach in a wetsuit and not have to come...
Okay, well,
Let's say, just say for the sake of it, that this person, you know, had some time on his hands in a week.
Yeah.
You know, and he'd make quite a bit of money.
He'd train 9 hours a day at the lengths in the pool, thinking that if I can get Eurostar to France.
It could work. It could work. Yeah.
So what was your nudist beach experience? This was not a colony.
No, it literally just was a choice that this place had a few beaches. One of them was a nudist beach.
And could
if
you
wanted
see the
all
nudist
over.
beach from the regular beach?
No, you couldn't. You see,
Right.
it was just round the
What about with
corner.
binoculars?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. But you see, my worry is, as a healthy young man...
Yes, you're not a healthy young man, are you?
No, but I'm talking about you two.
Right, sure.
You're pretty healthy young men.
Mm.
How awkward it must be for you on a nudist beach if you do happen to see a very good-looking, naked lady. What you do if you...
Well, that's the reason I've not gone to any.
Okay.
Just exactly that worry.
Because it is very off-putting.
Yes. If you had, it sounds like this is a confession.
Exactly, yeah.
Go on,
That
what
did
happened?
actually happen to us.
Really?
An older gentleman. An older gentleman obviously was enjoying his time on the beach.
Right, explain more. I
And
don't
then
quite-
came over to chat. And you just don't know where to...
Sorry, so hang on. So he approached you,
Yeah, for a chat, as you do. People are friendly.
right, without wishing to get too lewd, within a state of arousal. Is
How
that the
far
case?
can we go down this?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sort of. I don't want to get too kind of, graphic or gynecological.
Have you noticed that-
Gynecological.
Oh, I was going to say how
Yeah.
quiet Ricky was keeping
But so
at
he
this
came
point.
over. He came over.
Well, I'm worried about this. I'm worried about telling this story.
But I think it's an interesting. I think this
Yeah.
is an interesting point.
Yeah.
Because so he came over and he was just chatting away.
Yeah.
Quite proudly.
Yeah. Well,
Standing to
eventually got
attention.
quite
Yeah. And what was? why was this, Claire? I mean, not wishing to be disrespectful, but he's a
I
man.
don't know.
He's been around a bit. Were you reading erotic poetry? What were you?
I was talking about the weather.
Right.
About how nice it was today.
And he approached in pole position, or did he?
No.
Or did he?
I don't like it anymore.
Fine, okay.
I don't like it anymore.
Let's leave it then.
But
Let's
that's
leave
what
it.
I did. I actually ran away.
You ran away. That's
I
terrible.
went
insult.
swimming.
Was he French? Was it quite tricky to speak to him?
No, he spoke perfect English.
Sorry, during the break, like Claire said, I want to do switch ones, right? And this man came over, an old fella, and it was all very said, and she started off, a bit left out, said he had the biggest knob I've ever seen. And then I laughed, and then she went, and then it got bigger, and I went, you can't tell it then. I was worried about that, but she left out the funny bit and you just went all weird. Yeah. So, play Bob Dylan. Only Bob Dylan can get us out of this. This is off his last album, Love and Theft. It is the only track I really like, I'm afraid. I didn't get on with the rest of the album because it was too hoedowny and country blues and stuff, which is just not my sort of thing. But this is a nice track called Mississippi. Bob Dylan. Mississippi. Off the album Love and Theft. I must admit, not my favourite Dylan album, but that's a nice track, isn't it?
It's a lovely track, actually. I just noticed there you've brought in 3 CDs.
Yeah.
You bring those 3 in every week, don't you? You just play from those 3 CDs, or what? You substitute the Dylan for different Dylan albums,
Yeah,
and the other
so
2
for-
remain the same.
Well, different Cat Stevens. I've got Tea for Tillerman. I've never brought that in before.
Yes, you
Different
have?
album altogether.
I've
No.
seen it before.
No, I've never played anything off Tea for Tillerman. I've played it off Catchable at 4, Teaser and a Firecat.
You don't have a sort of deal with Island Records to try and keep that Cat Stevens back
Jimmy
catalogue
Webb.
afloat. No one's really shifting it.
I think it might just be CDs that are in the bottom of a bag.
This is what I'm
so
thinking. yeah,
lazy
it's just you've
that
got
I
one
put in
carrier bag that you bring back. And
Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll look forward to those later.
Yeah. Go on.
No. I was just really wondering, Rick, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but could I have some adverts?
Yeah. Feeder. Come back around on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais.
Hello there, Steve Merchant here.
Of course you are. And so's Claire Sturgis in a way.
That's true enough.
So
That's true enough.
yeah.
Rick, I partied till it was... I partied last night, Rick, like it was 1999.
Really?
All
What
over
sort of
again.
what old-fashioned sort of way, some old records.
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
yes, on my own. In my flat, crying.
Just like 1999.
Yeah, just like 1999. Now, went to see Prince at the,
Oh, yeah.
at the Hammersmith Apollo, and I tell you this, I mean, if that's a man whose career is going down the pan, then I'm sorry.
Then I hope ours does.
Then I hope ours does as excitingly as that
does.
because he was stunning. I mean, he is. A lot of people I know have seen him in the 80s or whatever, and when he used to descend from a ceiling in a little
I
red
know.
Corvette and stuff. But he is breathtaking. He is
I always
he's
thought he
like
was-
what it must have been to see Elvis Presley.
Well,
I
yeah,
really,
no,
I've
no,
not seen anyone who's electrifying on stage.
I mean, I think, like most people, had a bit too much for him. And that wasn't because it was going downhill. It's because he churned out double albums like most people churn out singles. And you don't know what you should
can't take it all in.
There was just too much.
Yeah.
I didn't like the sort of the end of the 80s phase either too much. But
that whole period when he was fighting with Warner Brothers and he started wearing masks. I think everyone just thought, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
You know, you're potty. But
he's
going to come out the other side of that.
Great tracks, great pop tunes, and he's written. I think he's brilliant.
I don't bandy this word around, Rick, as you know.
Go on.
But I'd like to use the word genius.
I thought you were going to say I'll pay for that.
No. Genius.
Oh, wow.
Genius. Because I would say...
They're strong words, Steve. They're strong words.
Rick. It is a strong word.
Can you back it up? Have you got any example of his work that we could play now on XFM to show that he is a genius?
Well, I will in just 1 second. Thanks for asking. But, can I try and justify that? Can I just... Because it is a controversial phrase to use. Prince is a genius. And let me tell you why. On his first album, or maybe on a couple of his first albums, he played all the instruments.
Brilliant. Like Squiddly Diddly.
Exactly.
In one episode of that I saw. He was playing the piano. Diddly was playing the piano with his 2 tentacles. Then he was, like, playing drums with 2 tentacles at the back. He was standing on 2 tentacles, which was the other one free for trumpet.
That sounds like genius to me.
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Prince... the only thing I would say about the concert last night, 3 hours, he played for 3 hours non-stop. Well, almost 3 hours, non-stop. Didn't take a break. A cracking band, only 5 people.
Imagine taking a break, just reading a paper, having a coffee, going, what are you looking at?
And also very witty.
20 minutes, by law.
Very witty as well, because a lot of people imagine him being quite dry and quite sober. It was very funny. But, sadly, Prince now... Well, I don't mean to be offensive, but as far as I'm concerned, he's now a Jehovah's Witness. He's now a Jehovah's Witness.
So he's going to come round tonight?
Well, no, but at the end, he did sort of spout on about, his beliefs.
Yeah.
And I felt a bit like I'd sort of, do you know what I mean? Like I'd sort of paid 40 quid and I'd queued up and I'd sat for 3 hours to then be preached at a little bit. So that was anything that put
Well, I'll tell you what,
me.
good job for him. He was good value because he'd have got an earful from you if he did. Imagine if he'd not played the singles or only did like 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, I'd have been livid. I'd have just stormed out. I'm out of here. But I did because I don't know.
Prince, so you've had interesting. Steve Merchant says Prince is a genius. This is XFM 104.9 coming up to 2 o'clock. Prince is a genius. Can we open the phone lines, please? What's the phone number there, Claire?
08700 800 123.
Me and my mate were talking about when people say genius, and they do bandy it around willy-nilly, and it's sort of like a comedian or something. They go, he's a genius, and we think that there's people in cancer research sort of laboratories and AIDS, and they're going, we lost another one to ITV. Why didn't he go into science? He could have been the new Newton, but no, he's getting the ratings up for 5.
Exactly.
So, but Prince is a genius, is he?
Ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk if you'd like to email.
Prince, genius or little fella? It's up to you.
But when you are a Jehovah's Witness, I don't know much about the faith. But are you obliged when you sign up to sort of do your time going door to door? Because it would be amazing. Imagine Prince turning up at your door and just, hi, can I come in? Well, I don't know. And and just coming in and I'll sing you some of the hits, but I'd like you to buy a copy of this afterwards. I'm not really interested. Which ones are you going to play? Which ones are you going to play? 'Cause I'm not a big fan of. I don't like If I Was Your Girlfriend and anything from Diamonds and Pearls. I'm not interested in. So shoot off.
Yeah, I quite.
Because I thought they were going to start selling the Watchtower at the end.
The most beautiful. I like that one.
Yeah.
Well, there's those fat people in it.
Does it make him a genius?
Oh, call up 10235 96429. Prince, genius or bloke with hair?
Prince, of course, and Raspberry Beret, one of the tunes he played last night, and breathtaking, I have to say. I can't sing his praises enough. Although, didn't manage to get myself into the after-show party, where Prince is often renowned for playing with the likes of... jamming with the likes of Rolling Stones.
What would have been your approach to get in?
Steve Merchant here, XFM, Ricky Gervais show. Any chance I could come in...
to your party?
To your party, please?
I'll be honest, can I call you Lanky?
Well, if it'll help me get in, yeah.
It won't, but thank you anyway. I'll be honest, Lanky, your chances are slim to none. 4 eyes.
Okay. All right. I enjoyed the concert, if that is any...
Okay.
I could talk about it on the radio. I could talk about it on the radio
tomorrow. I'm going to take away that slim.
Okay.
It's none now, freak.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So go away, yeah?
Cheers.
Okay. Was it something like that?
It was not dissimilar, Rick. There was a lot more profanity last night. And punches were thrown.
Was it last night?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was breathtaking. How's it working out for you, Rick? How's it working out for you being a celeb? How is that working out? How's that panning out for you? Is that all right? Is that working all right, Rick? Is it? Hey, all the fame and everything. And how was David Bowie on Tuesday? I read about that. Why did I have to read about your presence at the David Bowie gig in the Evening Standard? Why did you keep that from me? Why did you keep that from me?
Right, okay, right. I know what you're thinking. I got an invite. It was freebies, and I didn't.
Because I've discussed this in the past. I said if you get invited to David Bowie or any of the big name concerts, I got to go as well. That's the rule. The rule is that we make the TV show. You're in the show. You become famous. Fine, but I need to be able to also get the benefits of that.
Well, I didn't go. Did you read this in the Standard?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, no. It said...
Well, it was in the paper. It was in the paper.
It said present at the concert. It's absolutely true. I'm not bullshitting you. Absolutely true. In the concert were Ricky Gervais and Jonathan Ross. Now, we were invited, but we couldn't go. Neither of us could go. So I just think they must have seen a copy of the guest list or someone said they were coming, or they just guessed. But I didn't go. I couldn't go. So there you go. It was Wednesday, and I couldn't go. If I'd have gone, you'd have been there, mate.
Rubbish. Because what worries me is that you were invited, or you requested tickets and then you didn't go.
No. What happened was that the Bowie's people just said, "Are you coming to the concert tonight?" And I said I couldn't. But let me tell you something.
Wait a minute.
To get you off this track, right? The next night, we did go to dinner with Bowie at someone's house. Well, look, wait, listen. It was a small affair. It was me and Jane, Jonathan, and Jane. It was, David,
First names.
Yeah, no, and, I think it was old friends of the family. It was a beautiful house. And, it was just us lot, and, Richard E. Grant and, Pete Townsend and Charles Saatchi and that. And it was just, you know, I think it was, and it was set places as well, so I couldn't have got another... It was weird, because we got there, I mean, it said 8 for 8:30, and I got there at, like, 8:05, and Jane went, "We can't go too early." And we went in there, and we, the servants, gave us a drink, and we were standing there, and I was looking around. It was an amazing house. It was a beautiful house, and there's Damien Hirst paintings and Lucian Freud. And I thought, well, when the host comes in, I'm going to go, "You didn't tidy up for us, did you?" But I was actually so overwhelmed. And in through the door, let himself in through the door, was Richard E. Grant. And I went, "All right." He went, "Yeah, I'm Richard." I went, "Yeah, all right." And, I went, just let yourself in." He went, "Yeah, I live next door." I went, "Oh, okay." And then David Bowie came in, and he came over and spoke to me, and he went, "I've just seen your video, and then, this isn't helping, is it? Because this isn't helping."
Well, I mean, the phrase I was just going to pick you up there on was, "I've just seen your video." Because what, no, I just feel that what...
No,
just for a second. What I feel that David should know is that it wasn't made sort of solely by you, or written entirely by you, or directed entirely by you. It happens to feature you amongst a myriad of other actors, all of whom are brilliant and equally worthy of an invite. To that particular do.
Yeah.
But you'll notice that the person that's representing the show, what got you a place around this table, you notice the one person that was invited is you.
Yeah.
Just you.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good reason
And
for
a woman, what you know, who wasn't involved with the show. Your girlfriend.
Well, we've got partners, you got, you know, that's it.
Yeah, but once again, she could have stayed at home.
You could have gone off.
Hello?
Well, I did actually say, if ever I get invited to see Woody Allen, and it's two people, that it would have to be you and Jane that went, because you're both bigger fans than me, and I promised that. And she went along with that.
So David enjoyed the show, did he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, he did, yeah.
And how did the evening pan out? Was it suitably rock and roll?
It was very nice. It was really nice. A pleasant.
What did you have to eat?
I had. There was nibbles sort of coming round,
nice,
and then
they fed you the food, didn't they? I bet they fed you the food.
And then we had what was it? What was for starter? It was like a ravioli thing for starter. I thought I won't have too much. I fill up for the fish dish. The fish was lovely. Then there was a sort of chestnut mousse.
And what did you talk about with David Bowie?
Just you know, music.
Yeah.
Music.
You appearing on his next album.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, what, seriously, what, because I'm interested to know.
It was really nice. He's really so nice and normal. And, he actually came over and, he said, I've just seen your video. And then he went, he said, "Are you going to get the band back together?" He meant he'd seen the Room 101. And, he was basically taking the mickey out of me. And he was going, no, I thought it was really good.
Because you were just a sort of Bowie rip-off, weren't you, essentially?
And no, it was really, really nice and normal affair. Seriously, it was just really. I mean, I was going, oh my god, there's so and so, there's so and so.
Yeah.
But it was really, we really enjoyed it. It was really pleasant, and everyone was, And at the end, the house it was a friend of his, like sort of really old friends of his, got out a photo album, just like you do, and those pictures of like David Bowie. And
Dave, yeah, sure. Well, no, I mean that's the thing about DB is he's
no, and Iggy Pop when they're cooking, and Dave was sort of going, look at Iggy cooking, and he was laughing like you do a mate you haven't seen. It was so sweet. It was just so nice. And then I'm gonna see play a record, Claire, because it is actually a little bit annoyed with me. Play a record.
Then Robert De Niro popped in.
Yeah,
and it all got a bit depressing.
And Woody Allen.
Yeah.
And he went, do you know anyone that likes my work more than you do? I don't think so. I don't think so. Coral, Dreaming of You on XFM 104.9.
One of the only tunes on the album I think worth listening to.
I haven't heard it.
Oh, it's rubbish.
Is it really?
Everyone's singing its praises like they're the saviours of British rock, but it just sounds like the Inspiral Carpets, and I don't mean that as a good thing.
We were
Skeleton Key as well. Steve
that's not too bad, but the rest is.
I think it's not. I think it's more sort of like 1978, 79, sort of those.
I don't know what that means, Rick.
Well, I don't think they've ripped off the 90s. I think
Old Hat, you mean? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like it.
Let me just return very briefly to your
God.
No, I don't. I'm not going to embarrass you, but just returning very quickly to your dinner date with David Bowie.
Yeah.
What intrigued me, as you said, is that when you
No, it wasn't because of The Office. It was through I think because I met him with Jonathan Ross.
Sure, no, but what I thought was interesting is
people he'd met over this time. So I think he was going back to America.
Of course, but I like the fact you say that he came over to you and said, "I saw your tape last night." I just like the idea that people are sort of saying, "You'll be having lunch tomorrow with Ricky Gervais." I don't know who that is. Well, there's a tape. Watch that, and you'll be able to engage in some conversation. He's a minor celebrity here in Britain. He's had a relatively successful TV show, but we think he's a bit of a one-trick pony. Probably won't be able to repeat that success, so probably won't need to be eating with him in the next 5 years. But be polite tomorrow. He was a big fan of yours. He used to embarrass himself in the 80s doing a sort of vague pastiche of you. And other than that, there's not much else to say really. Just be polite to him and then move on. Okay, who else has got? It's just sort of it's very odd that he was given a tape. It's like someone, if you were doing a chat show, you imagine Michael Parkinson would be given a tape.
I know, yeah.
Just watch this, David.
Oh, actually, I think he's been a fan for a long time.
Oh, what?
I think he's followed my career from the 80s.
Sure.
No, when you put it like that, it's not as flattering, is it?
It's very
But he was very nice and very polite, and we got on like a house on fire.
Sure.
No, he's great.
Did you do your impression of him?
No, of course I didn't.
Did you not? Did you feel like the urge to snap into it just occasionally?
And I didn't, I was just going, that's David Bowie, that.
Yeah.
That's still David Bowie. That's David Bowie talking to me now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's David Bowie talking to me now, that looks like David Bowie. Yeah. That was what was going through my head.
Yes.
And we're talking about his songs, and like, that was bizarre. It was quite surreal, and, and I do know a lot about his stuff, because, he's quite a musical hero of mine.
Yeah.
And so it was...
You didn't mention Tin Machine?
I didn't mention Tin Machine.
Because I'd just be there just thinking, don't mention Tin Machine, don't mention Tin Machine. Don't even bring it up, don't even say you like it, because you don't know what he feels about it.
You see, I think if people listen to this show, they go, don't invite Steve Merchant, because he's insulting. He insults people, he sends emails to people when he reads them wrongly.
Yeah.
He'll bring up a period of your life you don't want to talk about.
Yes.
Get the little short fat one. He's a lot more polite.
Sure.
Leave out the lanky one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they probably wouldn't say lanky, Rick. They don't know what I look like because they listen to me on the radio. I think they're insulted. They might say, West Country, oik or something.
Yeah.
But
who was it I was listening to? Someone yesterday. There was someone had a Bristol accent.
Fascinating.
No, I think. Oh yeah, it was one of those. The Fame Academy. Disappointed, but I think you'll have to get into it. Bit of a shambles at the moment, but I mean, no, there's no investment. I didn't know them. And one of them had a Bristol accent, and I just thought it really is a stupid accent. What have we got lined up, Claire? What have we got?
Well, a bit of John Spencer blues.
Oh,
explosion.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is an old classic I brought in today, and I think you'll enjoy it.
Hello.
Don't you start on that, Rick. There's so much I could attack you about. I mean, look at you. Look at you. You're laughable. John Spencer Blues Explosion.
Oh, you do it.
Well,
Sorry.
no, I just thought I would.
Yeah.
On account of I brought it in.
And then someone was complaining that we speak over each other.
Yeah, we had an email saying we gabbled too much.
And we both went, I don't think we do.
Yeah. Did you say that? I didn't hear you. I was talking at the time.
Yeah.
Right Place, Wrong Time by John Spencer.
Yeah. I don't.
We also had an email. You didn't enjoy it? You didn't enjoy it? No. We also had an email saying. Again.
No, go on. I won't. I did this. Go on. Sorry. No, you.
You can see why that would annoy me.
I know.
You can see why that might annoy me.
Take your headphones off then, because it must be louder in your headphones, because I don't wear headphones.
No. I'm not so much thinking of me as the people listening at home.
Okay.
The people who pay our wages.
Go on then.
We had an email that said, but I don't know who's the victor in this, Rick. I don't know who's winning with you making that noise. What? You're the only person who's enjoying it.
But if I only do this for my amusement.
But there's a handful of people listening, Rick. whose Saturdays, Rick, are empty. They've got nothing.
Okay.
They're running on empty, and this is all they've got.
Okay.
And they want conversation.
Okay,
they want an interesting
what are you going to say then? It depends if it's interesting or not.
Well, let me say it before you make the judgment.
Okay.
So, all right. What about this? If you don't like, if it's not interesting, then you make the noise.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay.
So this is just we had an email.
Right.
It said, "Is Claire Sturgis drunk when she does the show?" I swear to God, that was a real email. I've lost it now. But
Really?
so does that warrant the noise or?
No, that's all right. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting.
No, she's not. No, she's not drunk, is she?
Bit coked up.
That's not true.
Yeah, just
it's not true.
The old Charlie.
No, not true at all.
No, you don't do drugs, do you, Claire? You're not into drugs, are you?
No.
Yeah, you're clean now.
I am now, yeah.
How did that go for you, the detox?
It was great. Mainly thanks to you two.
Yeah.
The support
At least
on
you
it.
don't. At least you don't have to steal so much now to feed the habit.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Are there any drug addicts on this station?
No, not anymore. No.
But because I bet there are. I mean, you don't have to name names, but what about initials? Are there any skag eggs? Any smackheads at all? Seriously. Because I'm intrigued.
Not anymore, no.
Can you tell me off air who's a drug
Off
addict?
air, I'll be happy to tell you. but
there
not
are some
anymore.
then?
That's
there were,
terrible.
not anymore.
What do you mean? They got rid of
No,
them?
there weren't. Stop this.
Are there any people who
No.
they think that they've got it under control, but they haven't really? It is.
Yeah.
There are some, aren't
They
they?
go in, they think that no one will notice, but they've got no pupils.
Yeah.
And they just stare at you for ages and go, what? At the end of each sentence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's a couple of drunkards, I know, but there's no... It's boring now? Okay, play a record, it's boring. Ricky Gervais is telling us it's boring.
Queens of the Stone Age. There. No one knows. It's going well.
I'm
40
enjoying
minutes
it,
to go.
yeah. Not
Yeah.
bad, yeah.
Adverts or what?
What do you reckon? Who's loving them? Getting Away With It from Electronic, of course. Fantastic tune, yeah. No, it's
That's
a beautiful
a
tune.
mutual favourite of ours. We both like that, don't we, Steve?
We do indeed,
We both
yes.
like that.
We are mutually appreciative of that track. Ricky
Yeah.
Gervais, of course, friend of the stars. Claire Sturgis is here. My name's Steve Merchant. Ahoy.
Yeah, XFM 104.9.
So, I saw you the other day, because I haven't seen you this week, but I did see you walking down the street holding a gum shield that you just bought. How'd that work out for you, the boxing?
Oh, it was really good.
Because we talked about, are you aware of this, Claire, that he wants to become a boxer? This is something that Ricky talked about the other week on the air. He suddenly decided at the age of 40-something that boxing is really
Well,
the
no,
profession he should
hold
have
on,
taken up.
like 40-something means 47. I'm just 41.
Okay.
I am 40-something, but 40-something is like a euphemism for nearer 50.
Yeah.
So don't say 40-something.
Okay.
Say 30-something.
Yeah. So yeah, he's taking up. But apparently, there's something called white collar boxing. Claire, did we mention this last week?
No, you didn't know, but I didn't know something about. I think you mentioned it.
Yeah,
before, but
he
not last week.
he
White collar boxing.
Yeah, it's basically it's like a kind of it's like a classier version of Fight Club, the film Fight Club. Have you ever seen that? So instead of they don't meet in sort of dingy cellars, they meet in office blocks. Or...
And it's usually for charity at the Grosvenor or something, or a big hotel. I don't know. And you just have like a bill on there, and you punch each other for charity.
Serious?
Yeah, but anyway, I've been training boxing for a while now, just like, you know, the pads and everything, and last week we started on sparring, and it is a different level. Honestly, I can work out now for an hour on the pads, and I did about 1.5 rounds, and it was like I was asthmatic. Because you're also, the trainer, who is a bit of a boxer himself, put the gum shield and he goes, okay, I'm not gonna, and I was giggling with fear. And he said, you've got to get a gum shield just in case, and that's where he saw me. I'd gone to the Lonsdale shop, and I got a gum shield.
I said this before, Claire, is that I just don't think it's a good idea. I mean, you know Ricky, you've known him for a while now. He's not... he's not mentally tough, which is a
Yeah.
problem. I think he's not sort of psychologically. He's quite weak. Like he's scared of a lot of things. You know, cars,
Spiders.
I mean, he'll get. I've seen like edgy, like if a car blows its horn and he's in the house. Do you know what I mean? And hear it outside. You know, what's that? Is it coming through the door? Is it? No, it's all right, Rick. We're on the 8th floor, and it's across town. It's fine. Don't worry.
I don't like crossing roads.
No, he can't. I mean, I've never seen a man so
And
terrified.
on the motorway, if someone's going the motorway, well, I'm looking at the speedo, and if it's like 86, 76 or something, I'm going, well, let's go in the slow lane. And I'm looking, my eyes, like saucers, just taking all the information.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because he can't drive
That's
as
a
well.
rational fear, though, isn't it? Roads
But I
are
think it's
scary.
because you can't drive.
Yeah, possibly,
So, for instance, the fact that you know, I've seen. I mean,
Actually, Ricky, you're right, because I can't drive and I do exactly the same thing on motorways.
so that's all right, yeah.
But do you do this, Claire, which is when you're in the back of a cab and you feel the cab's going too fast, despite the fact that you're, say, driving up Shaftesbury Avenue in rush hour.
Yeah.
So you're never going to pick up a great deal of speed.
Yeah.
But Ricky he won't mention it to the driver, I feel you're going a bit too fast. He'll whisper it to me.
No,
He's
see, I
basically
wouldn't do
suggesting to me that I should say something. Because I'm Ricky Gervais off the telly, I don't want to cause a fuss. You better do it, Steve, because you're nobody. That's basically what he's
No, but
insinuating.
roads
So
are
I've always got
scary.
to sort of make the complaint, or
Yeah.
I've got, you know.
And,
But you're terrified of, you're terrified of that. You're terrified of spiders, as we know.
Yeah.
Cobwebs. You're
Well,
terrified
that's
of pictures of
'cause
spiders.
there's no smoke without fire.
Yeah.
I know who made those webs, Steve, and they live there.
Yeah, it was you that got the certificate, wasn't it, raised on the Spider-Man film? So they couldn't show the trailer before, you know, you'd gone to bed. Are you scared of Spider-Man? Does he terrify you?
No, I'm not scared of Spider-Man. No, I'm not scared of anything. But I got used to the, you know, in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, that one that kept walking off the street. I got used to him. I got to know him.
Barry Geller?
Yeah, he was alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was alright.
So you're scared of that?
Tarantulas
And,
aren't as scary as the bath ones. Tarantulas are sort of like more furry.
But what about these? Because you know these programs where they'll have people on and they'll sort of like I saw a show once where it was about phobias and a woman was terrified of dogs and a psychologist kind of got her to spend some time with the dog and
Yeah.
slowly you've got no urge to sort of try and have that therapy done and so you can maybe deal with your which is basically, let's be honest, a woman's concern. It's a woman's fear, isn't it? Essentially.
That I stand on a chair.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but I saw one. What's that one? He's really nice. He's not Jerry Springer. He's really nice, and he has, you know, weird people on it. What? No.
Montel Jordan?
No. About 50.
This could go on for...
Maury.
Yeah.
Maury Povich. Maury
Yeah.
Povich.
Yeah. He's the one without glasses, isn't he?
Yeah.
Who cares? You saw Maury
But
Povich.
yeah, and there was like these women on there, right? And the, you know, sort of, you know, trailer trash. And they were going, you're scared of snakes, aren't you? And then a woman would go on a snake, and she'd be screaming, knocking things over. And I'd go, well, that's not doing anyone any good. Really?
Yeah.
That's just for the audience to prove my point that she's terrified.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was like tinfoil, and someone brought on millions of bags of tinfoil, and she was screaming,
What, she
hugging
was
him.
scared of tinfoil?
Yeah, that's worse, isn't it?
Scared of tinfoil is pretty mad.
Yeah, well, it's irrational. You
I
can't
know
link
somebody
it back.
who's afraid of buttons.
Yeah, anything.
Afraid of buttons?
Yeah, there's
Afraid
something
of buttons.
weird going on in your head, isn't it? It's some sort of weird symbolism.
But I understand the snake one or the spider one because I understand, you know, there are poisonous spiders and snakes.
Well,
but,
it also
tinfoil
could be sort of like chemical memory. Yeah, that could be, you know, but it's usually some, you know.
But how do you? Because I don't know. Because I don't have any irrational fears,
Yeah.
particularly.
Well, don't confuse.
Except
phobia
when
with-
you're flatulent. That I'm terrified of because you never know when he's going to spring. Because he's not got any of the social graces, Ricky. He'll just think it's funny to just pass wind. You know, dinner. I don't imagine he did it during dinner with Bowie. But if I'm having lunch with him, it's because he'll just start grinning, and you know it's on the way, Claire. You know there's something in the post when Ricky starts when his lips curl up, you're having lunch maybe, here it comes. And it is, I'll tell you, it is eye-watering stuff. I mean, it's intense.
Oh, tell that story when you're on the train.
There is only one smell that is worse than Ricky Gervais' flatulence. I was on a train once, and a guy was on there with his dog, and the dog passed wind, right? I don't know what he'd been feeding it, like sheep or something. You know, cattle. He must have been feeding it you know what I mean? Like intestines or something. It was intense. This smell pervades the carriage. You know, because they're all like they're all kind of air conditioned or they're tight, so there's nowhere for the smell to escape. So it's just kind of spreading, like in this kind of invisible sort of stench that fills up the carriage. I'd say that people's eyes were bleeding. Do you know what I mean? It was like that's how. It was just. It was unbelievable. I felt like my face was melting, like that bit at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. That was how it felt, right? And the bloke, who was obviously a bit embarrassed, said, Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know who's worse. You know, with their flatulence. You know, people or dogs. And I wanted to go. I've got an idea. How about dogs? What about your dog? It was unbelievable. But it's that. Let's try and make a joke of it. No, get off the train at the next stop. It was just, I mean, I don't like people with dogs anyway, just generally. You know, you'll see people... No, Rick, when you see people walking down the road with dogs, and they just let a dog, you know, do its ones or its twos on the side of the road, and then they just walk on. I just don't know what that is.
No,
it's
you're
like,
not meant to.
it's
That's wrong,
No, but it is right, and it really winds me up, because you'll see people, it'll be like old ladies, or kind of toffs, or something like that, and they were the sort of people that will complain about, you know, bad language on TV, or youths, you know, or ne'er-do-wells hanging out by bus shelters. But but they're happy for their dogs to, you know, go crapping on the sidewalk. It really, they anger me, people with dogs who just are irresponsible like that. Do you know what I mean?
agree. Well, that's nothing to do with liking dogs, is it? That's arrogance of people who think it's...
But there are a lot of people, as I say, who are kind of, you know what I mean, who think they're better than... They don't have to worry. They don't have to bend down and scoop it up.
I know.
Which is what they should do.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, that's...
I got that off my chest.
Yeah.
Play a record.
Well, in the last half hour, Steve, they've heard Nirvana, they've heard Oasis, they've heard they've heard Dylan. We've got coming up, we've got Cat Stevens, we've got Tom Waits. You know what I mean? Now
it's great music.
We're playing a lot of music and talking less in the last bit. Now some people, right, would say that's because we running on empty and we ran out of things to say at 20 past the first hour.
Yeah.
Right? I say it's 'cause we want to get in some great tracks.
Well, that's my excuse as well.
What's next? Cat Stevens off Tea for the Tiller Man. I've got nothing, Steve.
You're running. I know.
Nothing.
Well, it's the noise. I think the noise was the lowest point.
Was it the noise?
The noise was really annoying.
Miles from nowhere.
Cat Stevens from Tea for the Tiller Man.
So many people, Rick, haven't even got a Cat Stevens record in their collection, and you hear tunes like that, you just think, do you know what I think of them?
You think why?
I think why, Rick.
We just had someone phoning up saying they want a bit of psychedelic furs, and Claire said, "Oh, what's your favourite track?" And we both went, "It'd be Pretty in Pink," and it was.
Yeah.
But you know, you meant to say like on Heart or Magic. You're told to say coming up a classic by so and so, and people stay. Watch it in case it's their favourite, and if it's not, you don't give that away. But it doesn't work when it's things like, I hear things all the time like, after this, a classic from Men at Work. That'd be Down Under then.
Yeah.
Coming up next, a beautiful tune by Danny Wilson. Mary's Prayer. It's Mary's Prayer. It can only be Mary's Prayer.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work with those that they've had one hit.
Yeah. Or a tune from Hearsay. Oh, I hate them all.
Nice.
You know, because like rock and roll
come on,
and that, we
Steve.
hate them all.
Don't kick them when they're down.
Yeah, it's true enough. God, what other pop do we hate?
You know that thing, yeah.
No, we all hate pop music, don't we? That's why we're an alternative station.
Agadoo's rubbish.
Oh, I hate it. Russ Abbott, Atmosphere. There's no atmosphere in here with that playing. Oh.
Last night's thing started, the Fame Academy, and I'm quite a sad telly watcher, and I've been looking forward to that for about 2 weeks. I fell for the hype. I can't believe it. I love Pop Idol. I love Stars the Rival. I love Celebrity Fit Club. I love all those things, right? But just disappointing because they'd already picked them. I think it's investment, and I'll be honest. I think the standard was poor.
The standard was poor.
I think so.
And are these people with different abilities, or is it all singing?
It's all singing. It's rather like. It's rather like they've got us down to the last 12 of Pop Idol, say.
It's like that, you come in at that level.
But to be fair to the programme, I think it's all about what happens next, because now they get voted out like Big Brother.
Right.
And
do they write their own material and stuff, or
they'll be taught to do that? They've got the whole team together and everything, so they're filmed, you know, like with 24 hours a day and everything. And so I think you've got to get into it and get to know these people. There's always a few. There's already a few. I go, right, she's annoying.
Yeah.
Right, vote her out. And they have to. There's 3 that the teachers say each week. Okay, you're up on probation, and then you vote them out, and it gets it down to one person. But the interesting thing is, it's not just they get a record and they release a single. They live the life for a year.
Right.
So they get this beautiful sort of pad in Notting Hill Gate. They get a sports car. Right, and it says they get to go to parties. They're already set up to go to the FA Cup final, the Brits and all those things.
Dinner parties with David Bowie.
Yeah, meet all these people, and then after a year, it's taken away from them.
Wow.
They just take everything back.
and you don't like this because you feel it cheapens like your celebrity lifestyle, which you've worked for.
No, but the other thing is, of course, they could be big stars by then, and they just have to get their own car. But how do that? What?
That psychologically is going to be grim.
But are we going to follow it up for that year? Are we going to? Is it like?
Well, that's when it becomes interesting. I mean, now camera crews following hearsay. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, I know, and what Jay did next.
Yeah, exactly.
When they actually, But I don't know how they're going to do it.
How long, Jane? Jane, why do I call you Jane? There's so many. The name Jane's been mentioned so many times.
You can call me whatever you like, Steve.
Love. Well, how long do you reckon Ricky would last in the Big Brother house? If he was in Celebrity Big Brother, how long would Ricky stay in there?
Well, you see, as a...
Well, it depends, you see. Go on, you
that's a tough
answer.
one. No, because as someone who would be watching Big Brother if Ricky was in there, I would make sure that he stayed in right till the end, just for comedy value.
Well, of course, because you know he's irritating. He's a sort of...
So I'm Chris Eubank,
You're the Chris Eubank of the house. But obviously a lot of people tend to vote out the most irritating, annoying, most loathsome person.
Well, they want to get rid of me, but the public presumably might want me in there as a sort of irritant.
I think the public would turn against you as well. I know you, Rick.
Right, well,
it would expose you for the charlatan you are. We haven't played a song for the ladies for some weeks, because I just keep forgetting to bring one in.
I need one.
Thank you, Jane. I thought, I haven't played Tom Waits for a while, and this is, one of his classics, and it's just beautiful, beautiful tune, and however many times you've heard it, it's still brilliant. Downtown Train, Rick.
Oh, I can't believe it.
We're back next week, and Carl hopefully is back with us.
Carl, I think will be, yeah. Well, we don't know, but
let's hope everything's okay.
I'm sure it is, and we'll see him next week.
Thanks, Jane.
Goodbye, everybody.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left.
From your grave.